Chapter 3209. Guo was very efficient. He transferred the profits to Ling Han's account that night. Not only the face-retaining pill but also the improved secret power pill and meridian exploring pill. Although he had only refined a small amount and only received a 30% dividend, it was actually quite a lot after a month. The total was almost 4 million, just enough for Ling Han to set up a nouveau riche array. He handed 60 face-retaining pills to Guo. This should be the current hard currency. It would be sold in the morning when it was put on the shelves tomorrow. Ling Han still had 5 hidden meridians that had not been opened and 1 hidden meridian had not been expanded to the extreme. In theory he still needed 6 nouveau riche array. He wondered what Feng Zixing would think if he saw such a rich method. Ling Han bought the materials and began to set up the nouveau riche array. Right, what was the real name of this array? Ling Han scratched his head. It was always called nouveau riche array and nouveau riche array. He had forgotten the name of this array. Forget it, it didn't matter. He activated the array. Immediately rolling power surged into his body. Under the tempering of the Monkey King's technique, it became extremely pure. There were many factors that determined the strength of a martial artist, such as the illuminating pulse realm. The width of one's meridians, the speed at which one's power flowed, as well as the purity of one's power would all affect the power of one's final strike. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to reach his strongest state, he would have to make every single aspect to the extreme. Therefore, 90% of the power that surged into his body was abandoned because it was not pure enough. I want to pursue invincibility, so I can't just be greedy for advancement. Otherwise it will just be for show. After half a day, Ling Han stopped and revealed a look of satisfaction. The 3rd hidden meridian had been expanded to the extreme and could not be expanded any further. It was time to open the 4th hidden meridian. At the last moment, Ling Han also brought the little servant girl into the array. Because after he reached the extreme, the array should not have completely stopped, so he could not waste it. Ling Han's cultivation speed was already a miracle, and Summon Snow's advancement was also worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. In less than a year she had started from 0 and reached the peak of 9 meridians. Who could compare? Moreover, the little maid's mental strength was also being developed. Ling Han planned to teach her alchemy and making array foundations after a while. He began to search for the 4th hidden vein. The reason why a hidden vein was called a hidden vein was because it was too difficult to discover. Not even 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to discover it. Even if a hidden vein was opened, it would be extremely difficult to continue to open it one after another. After a night, Ling Han did not make any progress. He had also wasted the time he had spent cultivating when the sun had just risen, because he could no longer make any progress. Lian Xuerong called him over. "I heard you've opened a hidden vein," said the woman. Ling Han nodded. After the blabbermouth, Tuoba Tianhuang, had exposed him in front of everyone, there was no way he could conceal it anymore. "I forgot to tell you a few days ago. Fortunately, you haven't broken through to the blood transformation realm, so it's not too late." Lian Xuerong said, "However, you're only a step away from the blood transformation realm now. I'll tell you the key points of breaking through to the blood transformation realm." Ling Han immediately became serious and straightened his back a little. He had been a little distracted earlier. The corner of Lian Xuerong's mouth twitched. She had an urge to beat up Ling Han. Although she never wanted others to focus on her beauty, being ignored like this by Ling Han made her very unhappy. The blood transformation realm, as the name suggests, is to change the blood in your body once. Every time you completely change it, you'll reach a complete minor realm, Lian Xuerong said. Don't think that it's easy. Changing blood is just the surface. What really changes is the level of life. This kind of change can be said to be earth-shattering. It requires a huge amount of life force. So trying to break through to the blood transformation realm without any preparations will only exhaust your own life force. Even if you succeed, it will consume a lot of internal energy. You'll look strong on the outside, but you'll be weak on the inside. You'll lose a lot of your lifespan. Ling Han nodded. Sun Jianfeng was an excellent negative example. Because he didn't know what was after the meridian opening realm or what he should do, he had relied on his own trial and error to reach the blood transformation realm. However, the price was very high. He had used up over 20 years of his lifespan. Although he had made up for it later, a loss was still a loss. Then what do I need to prepare? Asked Ling Han. Treasured fruits that contain life force. Lian Xuerong said, medicinal pills won't work, because medicinal pills actually stimulate the life potential of the human body. If you take too much of it, it will be harmful. But treasured fruits are different. They are nurtured by heaven and earth without any side effects. In terms of quantity, the more the better. Lien Shuerong paused for a moment. Everyone needs different amounts of life force to break through to the blood transformation realm. Generally speaking, the stronger you are, the more life force you need. Ling Han sighed. Needless to say, he would definitely need a lot of treasured medicines. For example, when I broke through to the blood transformation realm, I only used one treasure fruit, said Lien Shuerong. According to my calculations, you'll need at least 3. Would 3 be enough? Ling Han decided to prepare 5 treasured fruits before breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, he would have to squeeze out all his life force. You can search for the fruits that contain life force yourself, said Lien Shuerong. She waved her hand, indicating that Ling Han could leave. Ling Han wanted to leave, but he paused and asked, Flag Master, are there any clues on that demonic beast's body? There are some clues. I'm still investigating. Lien Shuerong nodded. Good. Ling Han turned to leave. If he found out who was behind the demonic beast, he definitely wouldn't be polite. Returning to his residence, Ling Han used his optical computer to search for treasured fruits that contained life force. There were a lot of them, but with the condition of breaking through to the blood transformation realm, there were only a few. White mist fruit, tiger wolf fruit, phoenix king jade fruit, daffodil lotus seed, bloodvine root. Not only fruits but also roots. Other than that, ginseng, which was a great tonic, naturally had miraculous effects. However, the age requirement was higher. 500 years was fine, but 1,000 years was even better. What kind of joke was this? Before the world changed, wild ginseng was basically nowhere to be seen. Now, at most, 120 years had passed. Where would there be ginseng that was 500 years old? Of course, it wasn't impossible. After the world changed, some regions emerged from the ground. If there were ginseng growing there, it wouldn't just be 500 or 1,000 years old. It might even be 2,000 or 3,000 years old. There's a price but no supply. Ling Han quickly shook his head. These treasured fruits all grew in extremely dangerous places. Just like the Wonder Cloud fruit, it was extremely difficult to obtain them. But even if there's no price, it's worth it. Ling Han decided that after he earned enough money, he would set off to find treasured fruits. He believed that with his luck attribute, the chances of finding treasured fruits shouldn't be low. Then let's hurry up and concoct pills. Ling Han entered a frenzied state and concocted pills with all his might. 5 days later, Ling Han calculated that if he sold all these face-halting pills, he would be able to set up the tycoon formation 5 times. Alright, I won't concoct anymore. Chapter 32:10. Apart from concocting pills, Ling Han did not forget to search for the 4th hidden meridian. He even split his attention between concocting pills and checking the meridian at the same time. It could not be helped, the Alchemy Emperor could be so capricious. Hard work paid off. 10 days later, Ling Han successfully found the 4th hidden meridian. After opening it in the morning, he used the Tyrant Array to widen it to the extreme. My strength now is about 300,000 kilograms. If all 8 hidden meridians are opened, my strength will probably reach 500,000 or even 600,000 kilograms. If that's the case, I won't have to fear even if the blood chi of the first blood transformation is to boil. However, 200,000 kilograms is only the starting point of the first blood transformation. If I cultivate it to the extreme, I might have 400,000 kilograms of strength. Even if I double that, it will still be 800,000 kilograms, which is still beyond my limit. After all, there is still a huge gap between us. The only shortcoming now is that I don't have a spatial container. Ling Han sighed. He already had 120,000 jade seeds in his hands, which were packed into a gigantic sack. Though the quantity was not a problem, carrying this thing on his back and walking around always gave him a strong feeling of discomfort. However, I have to act soon, or I will unknowingly reach the peak of the blood transformation realm. Ling Han applied for leave from Lien Shuerong. He wanted to go to the Thousand Lotus Mountain again. The Thousand Lotus Mountain was a holy land for gathering herbs. However, ordinary people could only go to a limited number of peaks. Most of the peaks were suppressed by formations, so it was impossible to go up. Ling Han had the confidence to go because he already had quite a high level of attainment in formations. Moreover, he also had that purple pendant. Li Zhongdan, thank you so much. Lien Shuerong readily approved Ling Han's application. In her eyes, Ling Han was not an ordinary person. How could a small Shenqing banner accommodate such a great Buddha? However, before Ling Han started to act, he received a piece of news. Tang Hai had disappeared. He was not Ling Han, who stayed in the army all year round. Now that he had suddenly disappeared, it naturally caused a huge uproar. He chose to be a deserter and ran away? That was impossible. It was an honor to be able to enter one of the 4 banners. Furthermore, the treatment was extremely good. Besides, if they really didn't want to do it anymore, the 4 great banners would also be allowed to retire. They would have to bear the infamy and sacrifice their future benefits as shameful deserters. Could it be that she was kidnapped? Tang Hai was of the 12th lineage. To kidnap him from the camp without anyone noticing, what kind of strength did this require? The blood transformation realm. That was at least the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th transformation. That was because there was a 3rd transformation expert in the camp. Was this scoundrel not afraid of running into Lien Shuero? Ling Han muttered to himself. Could this be related to the power behind that demonic beast? Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, this force was really bold. They actually dared to sneak into the black-green flag and openly abduct people. 2 days later, Tang Hai reappeared. He was found in the river. He was already a corpse. When Tang Hai was alive, he must have been severely tortured because his body was covered with wounds. His 10 fingers were broken one by one, his left leg was broken at the ankle, and his entire right leg was gone. Only his face was not damaged, but both of his ears were cut off. This kind of tragic scene was unbearable to look at. When Tang Hai's corpse was brought back to the camp, not only were the members of the 7th squad infuriated, but the entire camp went berserk. Who could be so deranged? When the news spread, the warriors of the Yellow Earth Flag, Heavenly Fire Flag, and Ink Cloud Flag were also filled with righteous indignation. Although they were always competing, it didn't change the fact that they were comrades. If Tang Hai had died on the battlefield, they would have nothing to say. But Tang Hai had clearly been tortured to death. Who wouldn't be angry? The warriors of the 4 banners were all incomparably agitated. All of them were restless, wishing that the murderer would immediately appear in front of them so that they could use the cruelest method to kill him. The entire city was under martial law. But the problem was that to be able to kidnap someone so easily, it had to be a blood transformation expert. If he really wanted to hide, how could meridian opening experts possibly find him? And how many blood transformation and ultimate bone experts were there in the city? In the eyes of blood transformation experts, this kind of martial law was practically useless. An intense desire for power arose in Ling Han. If he was still a celestial exalt, then as long as he spread out his divine sense, he would definitely be able to find the murderer. But now he shook his head. He had to go to the Thousand Lotus Mountain to find a treasure fruit in preparation for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han quietly set off. He didn't know if anyone was watching him, but it was always good to be a bit more careful. He bought a car. After so many days, he had also learned how to drive. With his talent, this was naturally a piece of cake. With a car, he could put the things he needed in the car. He didn't need to carry them on his back. It was as if he had just committed a huge crime. At the start, he was a bit nervous and excited, but after driving for over 50 miles, he calmed down. The road was very bumpy and uneven. Because of the frequent earthquakes, it was impossible to repair roads. It was already not bad that he could drive. However, because Ling Han was a newbie, he had only driven for 5 days before the car collapsed due to the intense wear and tear. He had just learned how to drive, so how could he repair a car? He could only push the car to the side of the road, put his belongings on his back and continue on his way. However, after traveling for a day, Ling Han stopped and found a secluded place to set up a formation of tycoons. He sensed the 5th hidden meridian. Half a day later, this meridian had been opened to the extreme. Very good, there were still 3 left. Ling Han continued on his way. Another 5 days later, he returned to the Thousand Lotus Mountain. According to the information, there is a Phoenix King tree on the Embracing Peak. It already bore fruit more than 10 years ago. One tree can bear 7 to 8 fruits. Based on the tree's age, this tree will bear fruit every year for at least the next 100 years. If I can pick all of them, not only will I be able to break through to the blood transformation realm, I will also be able to obtain the treasure fruit for breaking through to the 2nd transformation realm. Yes, but I don't know if the treasure fruit can be stored for too long. The road in the mountain was not easy to walk. 3 days later, Ling Han arrived at the bottom of the Embracing Peak. There is a formation suppression here. The closer we get to the peak, the stronger the suppression. It is said that this Phoenix King tree was discovered by a formation master. However, he could only see it from afar and was unable to get close. Ling Han was a little curious. Why were there formations on these mountains? Did the people of the previous civilization have nothing better to do? Also, how did this civilization suddenly disappear without a trace? I didn't interact much with Monkey King before. Now that I have cultivated my mental power, I think about it. Monkey King's strength is simply unfathomable. Hey, could Monkey King being suppressed have something to do with the previous civilization? Otherwise, in a small place like the ancient Tao sect, what kind of existence could suppress Monkey King? Chapter 32:12. Ling Han walked quickly, and as he walked, he continued to inscribe formation patterns on the magnetic stones. I threw it. He threw out another magnetic stone. Under the influence of the array formation, the magnetic stone floated again, opening a safe passage that could only be reached in half a minute. Go go go. He hurriedly strode forward. Behind him, the power of the first magnetic stone had been worn out. With a bang, it could no longer disrupt the array formation and exploded into pieces. Ling Han was still throwing magnetic stones, but this time he miscalculated, or rather, the power of the array formation was too great. Bang, a huge force struck, causing Ling Han's chest to boil, and he almost fell to the side. He hurriedly stabilized his body. If he fell out of the path opened by the magnetic stones, he would be easily crushed by the array formation. Fortunately, he succeeded. He did not dare to stay. He had to continue creating the magnetic stone barrier immediately to interfere with the array formation. Otherwise, when the previous suppression wore off, he would be finished. Therefore, cracking the array formation was an extremely dangerous thing. The moment the second magnetic stone exploded, Ling Han threw out a third magnetic stone in time, once again stabilizing the array formation. As one magnetic stone after another was thrown out, Ling Han walked further and further away, getting closer and closer to the fruit tree. 10 minutes later, Ling Han finally walked the short distance of 300 feet. He felt a chill on his back and he was covered in cold sweat. This journey was really too dangerous and he was almost consigned to eternal damnation. It was good that he was here. He rested for a while and planned to pick the fruit before returning. However, before he could stand up, a powerful pressure attacked him, causing his chest to suffocate. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Ling Han was startled. He seemed to have heard a voice telling him that he couldn't pluck the fruit yet, because it hadn't fully ripened yet. This voice was very indistinct and very weak, causing him to doubt whether there was something wrong with his ears. The pressure disappeared. However, when Ling Han once again had the thought of plucking the fruit, this pressure came again. Ling Han couldn't help but have a strange expression. No wonder this pressure came from the Phoenix King tree. It was also this old tree that had spoken to him earlier. This tree was really old. Although it wasn't tall, one could tell that it had been around for hundreds of years. Did it become a spirit? Since that was the case, he would wait for a few days. In any case, there was no array formation under the big tree. As long as he didn't walk out of this area, he would be very safe. Cultivation. Ling Han went to explore the sixth hidden vein. He had been working hard for the past few days, but as the number of hidden veins opened increased, even a monster like him could not complete the breakthrough in 2 or 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ling Han still hadn't been able to capture the sixth hidden vein, but he wasn't anxious. This wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single move in the first place. Moreover, as a former ultimate elite, he clearly knew that once his heart was in chaos, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Another 3 days passed. When the sun rose, Ling Han's body trembled slightly. There was an opening in his sixth hidden meridian. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening in the meridian, the following things were simple. Half an hour later, the sixth hidden meridian was completely opened. He still couldn't pick the fruit. Then he set up the array. Ling Han set up the nouveau riche array. This area was very small. After activating the array, he continued to cultivate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His cultivation increased rapidly. Half a day later, Ling Han's sixth hidden meridian had expanded to its limit. He continued to explore the seventh hidden meridian. It seemed like it had to be like this. If he couldn't pick the fruit, what could he do? Wait. When the fruit ripened, would there be anyone to remind him? Ling Han immediately thought of picking the fruit again. This time there was no more pressure. That's enough. He climbed up the tree and very smoothly picked a bright red fruit, then another and another, until all 5 red fruits were in his pocket. Where are the small green fruits? Bam. As soon as this thought appeared, he was shaken off the tree trunk. Should he wait for these green fruits to ripen? Ling Han thought about it and shook his head. These few days he had seen the growth of the small green fruits. According to his calculations, it would take at least half a year for these small green fruits to ripen. It was too long. Let's go. At most he would come back in half a year. After all, these fruits could be hung on the branches for a long time. If there were 5, it should be enough for him to advance to the first blood-changing realm without harming his body. Return. He still used the magnet to open the way. Because he had already done it once, it was, of course, easy. Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he had completely walked out of the array, he saw a man sitting cross-legged on a rock in front of him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. It was as if he had become one with the rock. Expert. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. There seemed to be an ancient giant beast hidden in this person's body. The pressure it gave him was even more terrifying than Lien Shuerong's. A fourth transformation or even a fifth transformation existence. Ling Han stopped in his tracks. The place where he and the man were standing was the area affected by the second array base that he had turned off. Because it was turned off, this place naturally became safe. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. If he suddenly turned on the array base, would the man be instantly killed? It was really possible. You finally appeared. The man stretched. You really made me wait. Oh, then I'm really sorry. Ling Han nodded and smiled. Your Excellency, why are you looking for me? In your hands there should be something that doesn't belong to you. Now return it to me. The man said. He crossed his legs, looking indifferent. Indeed, he was just a mere 12 meridians cultivator. So what if he had opened his hidden meridians? He was a fifth blood-changing realm cultivator. Even a third transformation could be instantly killed. Oh, is it this thing? Ling Han took out the blood-colored crystal. Not bad. The man revealed a smile as if relieved of a heavy burden. Now throw it over. He wagged his finger. Don't even think about escaping. You need at least 3 seconds to carve the magnet. This amount of time is enough for me to kill you several times over. He thought that Ling Han had used the magnet here. Ling Han readily agreed. All right, I won't run. That's more like it. The man nodded. Seeing that you've been so cooperative, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't spare my life. Ling Han revealed a smile. This kid's reaction was a little strange. But so what? The man grinned. You know too much. How can I let you live? Moreover, even if you return to Hidden Tiger City, you'll only live for a few more days. You'll still die. What did the last sentence mean? Ling Han shook his head. If you insist on killing me, then I'm sorry, I won't surrender. Is that up to you? The man stood up and took a step forward. But at this moment, bang, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across, striking towards him. Fuck, what was going on? Chapter 32:13. The man hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he stepped down, boom, another wave of raging flames came at him. The power was still extremely terrifying. He had no choice but to press his palm against it. Bam. The power of the raging flames was very strong. Under the collision, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the side. In other places, it would be normal for one's body to be shaken to the point of slanting from the impact, and there would be no harm. But here, bam bam bam. For a moment, the ice was like a sword, the thunder and lightning intertwined, the raging flames surged and the golden light shone. It was as if all the strange phenomena in the natural world were concentrated in such a small area. The man was very injured. He screamed as he resisted, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Finally, he set foot in a safe place, but he didn't dare to move at all. He was gasping for breath. In just a dozen or so seconds, half of his hair had been burned off, his left ear was frozen, and the clothes on his right arm were tattered and bloody wounds could be seen. There was even a hole in his abdomen that was almost pierced through. The man's face was full of disbelief. He took a step, and under the chain reaction he was seriously injured and almost died. What was going on? Ling Han smiled and said, It seems that it won't be so easy for you to kill me. He had just activated the underground array base with his psychic power. It was said that this was the advantage of psychic power. It couldn't be seen, couldn't be heard, and could only be resisted by the same kind of psychic power. Therefore, the man didn't realize that the array in the area he was in had been reactivated by Ling Han. But very coincidentally, the place where he was standing just now happened to be a safe area, so the array didn't activate. But then he moved. Haha. Huff huff. The man panted heavily as he stared at Ling Han. There was an indescribable shock on his face. Why did the formation here suddenly activate? Ling Han spread his hands. I think I accidentally touched some trigger switch. Accidentally? What the hell? The man originally thought that the array in this area couldn't take effect because it was too old and damaged too much. But now that he thought about it, it should be that Ling Han had already turned off the array and dug a trap for him. Did this kid know that I was tracking him? What a shrewd person. He had wronged Ling Han, because Ling Han's original intention was to make it more convenient for him to go down the mountain. The man looked left and right, But in a situation where the array formation was not triggered, everything was no different from the normal environment. How could he tell? I really underestimated you, the man said coldly. Ling Han stopped smiling. Tell me who sent you here? Are you interrogating me? Laughed the man, his face filled with ridicule. So what if you've opened your hidden meridian? In front of the power of my fifth transformation, you're nothing more than trash. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. Ling Han nodded. Honestly speaking, he was no match for a 5 changes master. The gap between them was too great. But now that you're trapped in the formation, how much combat power can you display? The man was speechless. Right now, he was completely trapped and didn't dare to move at all. Even if he had a powerful battle strength, would he be able to use it? Right now, the initiative was in Ling Han's hands. Fine, I won't kill you for now. How about you close the formation? Asked the man. Ling Han laughed. First, show me your sincerity. What kind of sincerity? For example, what's your name? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit rude? Laughed Ling Han. That's true, it's very rude. The man nodded. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he had no choice but to smile. I'm Cha Diyuan. Oh, Brother Cha. Ling Han cupped his fists and bowed. Brother Cha Diyuan really wanted to slap Ling Han's face. Did you know that the difference of an entire realm was an absolute suppression? You had to maintain absolute respect and call him Lord, or Senior. Brother Cha fuck. But not only did Cha Diyuan not explode with rage, he even smiled. Now you can show me your sincerity. Ling Han smiled faintly and continued, you were the one who kidnapped Tang Hai, weren't you? If a 5th transformation realm expert barged into the black-green flag, he could, of course, avoid Lien Shuerong and capture Tang Hai without anyone noticing. Cha Diyuan fell silent. After a while he said, that's right, I kidnapped him. Why did you do that? Asked Ling Han. You already know the answer. Of course it's because of that blood divine crystal in your hand. Oh. Ling Han tossed the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Then who sent you? What makes you think I'm working for someone else? Asked Cha Diyuan. Ling Han shook his head. To be able to raise such a beast and have 3 12 Meridian cultivators guard it, and those 3 12 Meridian cultivators are much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. That's not something a 5th transformation like you can do. So you're just a pawn working for someone else. Cha Diyuan's face turned green from the provocation of the word pawn, but Ling Han was not wrong. He was indeed only a pawn, and he was even a pawn of a pawn. He did not know who his biggest backer was. Young man, some things are too dangerous for you. The more you know, the faster you'll die, said Cha Diyuan with a disdainful expression. His understanding of the organization he worked so hard for was only the tip of the iceberg, but that little bit was enough for him to know that it was a colossus. Ling Han observed Cha Diyuan's expression and suddenly said, I'm afraid you don't know who your real boss is either, do you? This, Cha Diyuan's expression immediately changed. Who says I don't know? I just don't want to tell you. He was a person who cared a lot about his face. Wasn't it incomparably embarrassing for a 5th transformation expert to not even know who his boss was? Since this guy didn't know, then there was no need to waste time. What did you say would happen to Hidden Tiger City? Ling Han changed the topic. Cha Diyuan wasn't willing to let it go just like that. He emphasized, of course I know who my boss is, but I definitely won't tell you. This could be considered a knot in his heart. In fact, he had always wanted to know who he was working for. Now that he was provoked by Ling Han, he finally let it out. Ling Han chuckled. All right. I believe you. Be a good boy and stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Cha Diyuan snorted. I've already shown enough sincerity. What about you? Ling Han laughed. You didn't say anything that should have been said. You really know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Humph, then don't even think about knowing anything, said Cha Diyuan coldly. Chapter 32:14. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll respect you as a man. Ling Han nodded. Hurry up and close the formation, shouted Cha Diyuan. Ling Han's gaze was sharp. Since you admit to killing Tang Hai, you still want me to let you live? You're just 12 meridians. Cha Diyuan's face was full of disdain. So what if I killed him? Do you want me to pay with my life? A life for a life. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Cha Diyuan sneered. Junior, the only reason I'm tolerating you is because I don't want to pay too great a price. Do you really think this formation can trap me? Your legs are on your body and they're not tied up. If you want to leave, go ahead. Ling Han waved his hand. Cha Diyuan clenched his teeth. If he could leave, he would have done so long ago. Why would he need to be blackmailed by Ling Han? Turning his tone gentle, he said, Junior, we can both take a step back. As long as you give me the blood god crystal and hide your name, I'll treat you as a dead person and never cause trouble for you again. How about it? No. Ling Han shook his head. Junior, don't think you're at a disadvantage. Our organization is far stronger than you can imagine. Even if I die, there will still be people coming to deal with you. You might be able to block them with your luck this time, but what about in the future? Cha Diyuan persuaded. He found his injuries were far more serious than he had expected. He couldn't drag this out any longer, or just the blood loss would kill him. Even if you can block someone at the blood transformation realm, so what if they're at the peak bone realm? As a captive, I have to admit you're quite eloquent, laughed Ling Han. Captive? Which eye of yours sees me as a captive? Junior, don't walk further and further down the wrong path, threatened Cha Diyuan. He had lost his patience. His injuries were growing more and more serious, and he felt like everything in front of him was shaking. No, he had to receive treatment. But in order to make it easier to travel, he had hidden his luggage in a cave at the foot of the mountain. It was at least half an hour's journey from here. Who would have thought that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a meridian opening expert? I thought I caught a big fish, but it turned out to be just a small shrimp. Ling Han shook his head. Junior. Cha Diyuan roared. He really couldn't hold on any longer. How is this feeling of helplessness? Asked Ling Han. When you tortured Tang Hai back then, Tang Hai probably felt the same way. Now you can taste it for yourself. Cha Diyuan glared at Ling Han. In his eyes, 12 meridians were no different from ants, but now Ling Han had actually compared him to Tang Hai, causing him to be extremely unhappy. Junior, I'm going to kill you, he said harshly. If Ling Han still didn't let him leave, he would kill Ling Han to accompany him in death even if he had to die. Wrong, I killed you. Ling Han strode forward. The route he took was very strange, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left. This was the safe way out of the formation. Cha Diyuan was surprised and delighted. This kid actually walked out. Ah, are you here to die? Cha Diyuan sneered. This kid must have thought that he was heavily injured and his strength had fallen, so he wanted to personally kill him. First, that would be the best way to get revenge, and second, to kill someone at the 5 changes of blood transformation as a meridian opening expert. What kind of accomplishment would that be? Although he was heavily injured, his battle strength was still at the 1st or 2nd changes of blood transformation. It was more than enough to kill a 12 meridians cultivator. He waited quietly. As soon as Ling Han walked into his attack range, he would immediately attack. 1, 2, 3, kill. He suddenly slapped out with his claw. Bang, the power superimposed, turning into a claw that could be seen with the naked eye. It made a sonic boom as it clawed at Ling Han. Die. Peng, this punch was similarly layered with heavy power, and transformed into an iron fist that could be seen with the naked eye, which blasted towards Cha Diyuan. The power of the fist and claw collided, causing a deafening sound. It also caused a backlash from the formation. Thunder, sparks, and ice energy flew everywhere. Luckily, the two of them were now in a safe area. As long as they didn't leave their position, the formation's attack wouldn't hit them. Cha Diyuan immediately revealed a shocked expression. In this exchange, he actually hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Could it be that his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even beat a meridian opening expert? Ling Han smiled. After reaching the peak of 18 meridians, his strength was about 250,000 pounds. Most likely, a peak first transformation expert would only have this much strength. How about it? He said. Cha Diyuan gritted his teeth. He had done a lot of research on Ling Han and knew that he had opened several hidden meridians. His strength was far stronger than ordinary meridian opening experts. But how much stronger was the strength that Ling Han had displayed compared to the information he had gathered? In less than a month, could it be that this kid had opened a few more hidden meridians? Damn, that was too exaggerated. Ling Han's sudden attack was already a sure win. Brat, you're going too far. Cha Diyuan roared furiously, incomparably sullen. Just how powerful was his true strength? He could have slapped Ling Han to death with a wave of his hand. But now he was being bullied like a noob. How could he not be infuriated? Die, die, die. He roared and unleashed a martial technique. His battle prowess instantly skyrocketed. However, he was already heavily injured, and now that he used his full strength, his wounds became even more severe. Fresh blood seemed to be squeezed out of his wounds, spraying out in all directions. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han used the demon monkey fist. 15 layers of power stacked on top of each other as he attacked Cha Diyuan. Bang bang bang. Their forces collided and blocked each other. But Cha Diyuan's power was only stacked up to 9 layers. After using up all 9 layers, Ling Han's 6 layers of power came crashing over. How was he supposed to block them? Each layer of power had reached 200,000 pounds. Under the attack of 6 layers of power, he was directly blown apart. A mighty 5 transformation expert had died in an incomparably useless manner. Ling Han stopped and murmured, "Captain, you've already taken half of your revenge. I still haven't found the culprit behind this. When I become even stronger in the future, I definitely won't let that person get away scot-free." He went to check Cha Diyuan's corpse. He didn't know if he had any sort of command medallion or something like that on him. He might be able to find some clues about the power behind him. He was shocked, not because he had found some clues, but because Cha Diyuan's bones had actually been shattered. This was caused by my fist force. Ling Han was shocked. He knew that his current strength had greatly increased. 15 layers of power stacked together was definitely incomparably powerful. But could it really shatter the bones of a 5 transformation expert? This was caused by the final blow. At the point of impact, the bones turned into powder and then spread outwards. The degree of shattering became lighter and lighter. Until here it was about a foot in radius. Shattered. That's a little inconceivable. Thinking back carefully, that state does seem somewhat different. Chapter 32:16. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. There's no rush to get married. Let me put down my luggage first. I'm sorry, young master. Huan Shui hurriedly got up and wiped her eyes, looking very wronged. What's wrong? Ling Han asked. Sob sob sob, someone wants to marry Huan Shui as a concubine, but Huan Shui doesn't want to. The little maid cried again. A cold light flashed in Ling Han's eyes. Who is it? I think he's called Hu Chiu. The little maid racked her brains. Ling Han was speechless. Someone wants to marry you as a concubine, and you don't even remember the other party's name? Forget it, I'll go ask Mo Guahao. He found Mo Guahao to understand the situation. Mo Guahao was very clear about this and told Ling Han about the entire sequence of events. Some time ago, Huan Shui successfully cultivated elementary mental power, which was accidentally discovered by Mo Guahao. Then, Mo Guahao was very excited and took the initiative to teach Huan Shui how to refine pills. There were too few people who had mental power, let alone to cultivate it to elementary level. Therefore, Mo Guahao naturally felt like he had obtained a treasure. But for some reason, Hu Xiao of the Hu family, one of the 6 great clans, came here and even met Huan Shui. Not Hu Chiu but Hu Xiao. An 18 or 19-year-old with 9 meridians who cultivated elementary mental power, was a future alchemist, and was actually very beautiful. Hu Xiao couldn't take his eyes off such a woman after seeing her. Marrying her back to the family would definitely be a big profit. Therefore, he didn't care that he already had 7 concubines, and immediately stated that he wanted to take Huan Shui as his 8th concubine. If this wasn't the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall, Hu Xiao would have already sent people to snatch Huan Shui back. But this wasn't a solution. She couldn't stay in the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall for the rest of her life. Ah, how lawless, Ling Han said coldly. The Hu family was only a blood transformation realm force, and they actually dared to marry? You wanted to see if Hu Xiao really dared to kidnap someone? Thank you. Ling Han nodded. Mo Guahao had kept his promise and had been taking care of the little handmaiden on his behalf. Mo Guahao also nodded. To him this was just a small matter. It was a small favor that didn't cost him anything. Naturally, he didn't mind doing Ling Han a favor. I want to learn some more pill recipes, Ling Han said. Mo Guahao's eyes lit up. Ling Han had learned the meridian probing pill and the secret energy pill, and in the end he was able to come up with an improved version very quickly. Now that he was learning something new, wouldn't he be able to advance his alchemy level by a large margin? Little friend, feel free to choose. Mo Guahao took out his optical computer and showed Ling Han the pill recipes he had collected. Ling Han had seen them before, but he hadn't looked at the blood transformation realm. At that time he hadn't needed them. But now, meridian opening realm medicinal pills had no effect on him. He scanned through and found that there were only 3 types of blood transformation realm medicinal pills. They were the energy recovery pill that could recover mystic energy, the 100 transformations pill that could cure poison, and the berserker pill that could boil one's blood qi. The energy recovery pill's use was the most common. There was a limit to one's strength. If one fought to exhaustion, then no matter how high one's realm or strength was, it would all be useless. This energy recovery pill could replenish mystic energy, and was very practical in battle. The 100 transformations pill's name was exaggerated. In reality it could only cure about 37 types of poison. The Berserker pill could only be used as a last resort. This was because it could boil one's blood chi a second time, but the consequences were very serious. There was a possibility of injury, disability, and even death. So unless they were in a desperate situation, no blood transformation realm cultivator would eat it. Ling Han thought about it and memorized the 3 pill recipes. To an alchemy emperor this was a small matter. Are there no pills like the secret energy pill and the meridian probing pill that can speed up cultivation and increase the success rate of advancement? Ling Han asked. Guahao shook his head. Although I know the pill recipes and can also refine them, the Alchemist Guild has strict rules. I definitely can't leak the pill recipes to outsiders, or both you and I will suffer. In other words, if I want to obtain pill recipes, I can only join the Alchemist Guild, asked Ling Han. Yes. Guahao nodded. Ling Han thought about it and said, all right, then let's go to the Alchemist Guild to take a look. He didn't mind going there and taking in a large group of subordinates. There's no time like the present. Guahao looked at Ling Han. All right. The two of them left. With Guahao's status and identity, he naturally had his own car and chauffeur. The two of them quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, so when he brought Ling Han in, no one dared to stop them. Instead they had to respectfully greet them. Make the arrangements. This young friend is going to be certified as an alchemist, said Guahao. Yes. 3 low-rank alchemists quickly arrived. Greetings, Lord Mo. The 3 low-rank alchemists bowed respectfully to Guahao. Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, and he had recently made outstanding contributions to the alchemy Dao, so he naturally earned their respect. Name? One of the low-rank alchemists asked Ling Han. Ling Han said casually. It can't be that Ling Han, right? The second low-rank alchemist exclaimed. The Ling Han who defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. Originally, alchemists wouldn't care about the matters of martial art, but Tuoba Tianhuang was really too famous. Not only was he famous in the martial art world, he was also quite popular in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. Basking in Tuoba Tianhuang's glory, Ling Han's name also began to spread in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. It's him. I've seen his photo before, the third low-rank alchemist said. The 3 of them were all shocked. They didn't expect that the #1 person in the martial art world would actually come to be certified as an alchemist. What alchemical pill do you want to refine? The first alchemist asked. Pulse probing pill. Ling Han was very casual. Then prepare the materials and we'll begin. To be certified as a low-rank alchemist, one would need to prepare their own materials. Only after becoming a low-rank alchemist could the Alchemy Master Association provide the materials for certification as a mid-rank alchemist and high-rank alchemist. Otherwise, if they had to provide a set of materials for each person who came to be certified as a low-rank alchemist, even the wealthy Alchemy Master Association wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. Ling Han set up the array and began to refine pills. After throwing down a set of materials, he thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine a few more cauldrons. In any case, the pills he refined would be his, so he could just treat it as earning some extra income. Thus, he threw another set of materials into the array. The 3 low-rank alchemists choked at the same time. What kind of situation was this? He didn't even know how many materials were needed to refine a cauldron of pills, and he still wanted to be certified as an alchemist? What kind of joke was this? However, this was just the beginning. Ling Han threw another set of materials into the array, and then another set. A total of 4 sets. Even Guahao began to wipe off his cold sweat. He naturally believed in Ling Han's alchemy abilities, but he still couldn't play around like this, right? He could only try again in a few days. Why hadn't the cauldron exploded yet? Guahao was shocked. Based on Ling Han's nonsense, the 4 sets of materials should have immediately turned into ashes. Why was he still in the state of refinement now? Chapter 32:17. A good story. Not only Guahao but the other 3 primary alchemists also gaped in shock. What did they just see? One person refining 4 cauldrons of pills at the same time? How the hell did you control it? 4 tasks at once? They really couldn't believe what they saw and felt that there must be something wrong with their eyes. Otherwise, their outlook on life and the world would be destroyed. However, the scene before them continuously reminded them that this was incomparably real. Just like that, the four of them stared blankly for a whole 2 hours, and finally saw Ling Han successfully refine 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills, a total of 17 pills. Only now did Mo Guahao understand why Ling Han was able to provide so many alchemical pills in such a short period of time. It was not that Ling Han had reached a 100% success rate, nor was it because he was continuously concocting alchemical pills day and night. Rather, it was because this guy could concoct 4 furnaces in one go. Any alchemist who saw this would kneel down and sing conquered. Refining 4 cauldrons at once, and every cauldron was successful. Moreover, the lowest was 4 pills. If it's pulse-probing pills, he can only refine 3 to 5 pills at once. This monster? Yes, monster. The 3 primary alchemists all nodded in agreement with the word monster. Since the materials were correct and the cauldrons didn't explode, then the pills refined were definitely pulse-probing pills. The only problem was the quality of the pills. From the results, that meant that Ling Han had successfully passed the test, and he was already a primary alchemist. My horizons have been broadened today. If this was told to others, who would believe it? The 3 of them looked at each other and could see the negative answer in each other's eyes. If someone told them that someone could refine 4 cauldrons of pills at once and succeed in all of them, they would definitely think that person was crazy. Do you need to check? Ling Han asked, smiling. No need. The 3 primary alchemists all shook their heads. Alright, then I want to continue to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. Ling Han said. He wanted to obtain middle-rank pill recipes from the Alchemist Association, so he naturally had to become a middle-rank alchemist first. Previously, he had seen Mo Guahao's 3 middle-rank pill recipes, and was already very confident. Mo Guahao exclaimed. He was very clear that Ling Han had just obtained a middle-rank pill recipe. Are you trying to defy the heavens? The 3 low-rank alchemists were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. Someone had just been certified as a low-rank alchemist, and was immediately going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. However, the certification of an alchemist's level was everyone's freedom, and they could not interfere. Hold on. They were unable to host this kind of certification, so they hurriedly went to invite other mid-level alchemists. In Hidden Tiger City, there were only a total of 9 middle-rank alchemists. As for Mo Guahao, because he was Ling Han's introducer, he could not be a member of the certification staff. Thus, he needed to find 3 other middle-rank alchemists. Ling Han was relatively lucky. Because the middle-rank alchemists were extremely busy, they spent all day researching pill formulas. Normally, there would only be 1 or 2 of them standing guard here, but today there were actually 4 of them. Hearing that someone was going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist, the entire alchemist society was in an uproar, and they all rushed over to watch. Ling Han chose to refine the 100 transformation pill. Soon, the materials he needed were sent over, as well as the corresponding array foundation. Really? He just passed the low-rank alchemy master certification, and he's already aiming for the middle-rank alchemy master certification? Does this guy think he can come and go as he pleases? Although we can conduct certification at any time, we only have 1 chance to use the materials for free every year. If you want to be certified at other times, you have to prepare your own materials. He wasted a chance just like that. Sigh, I can only say that he's too young. The surrounding crowd was all discussing in low voices so as not to affect Ling Han. Ling Han set up the array and then used his mental power to guide it. Instantly, the array began to operate. This kind of array used the jade seed as its energy source, so it did not need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. However, the consumption of the jade seed was also very high. Ling Han did not waste any time and immediately began to refine the pill. Middle-rank alchemy pill. Piece of cake. Although it was his first time refining, it was very easy and leisurely. This was really too simple. Then he nimbly controlled the array, changing the intensity of the energy. The timing of the materials was also just right. It was as if refining the pill was just building blocks, extremely simple. Time passed very quickly and 2 hours were almost over. The furnace had not exploded yet. No matter what the crowd's previous feelings were, there was only shock now. There was going to be another middle-grade alchemist, and this person was not even a low-grade alchemist 2 hours ago. Moreover, this guy was the number 1 in martial art among the younger generation, and he was not even 20. Heavens, was there really such a genius in the world? The young people were jealous and envious, but the old alchemists were all deeply moved. How much time did they spend to become low and middle-grade alchemists? There was no way to compare. 2 hours passed and 3 pills were seen floating in the center of the array. Success. Without needing to test the pills, everyone could be sure that they were 100 transformations pills. Hidden Tiger City's 10th middle grade alchemist Ling Han. Congratulations, Brother Ling. Guahao was the first to speak. He also changed the way he addressed Ling Han in time. When alchemists talked, they only talked about rank, not age. In reality, this was also applicable in the fields of martial art and array Dao. As the saying went, age did not matter in learning, only the capable could be the teacher. Congratulations, Brother Ling. The other 3 middle grade alchemists also cupped their fists. Congratulations, Senior Ling. The low-grade alchemists and apprentices were even more respectful. No matter how jealous they were, they had to lower their heads now. This was destined to be recorded in history. Such a young middle-grade alchemist. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't spread the news about me." Yes. Everyone nodded, though they felt it was strange. "Can I look through the pill recipes to my heart's content now?" Ling Han asked. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had finally become a middle-grade alchemist, so he should be complacently accepting everyone's worship. Why did he want to look at pill recipes now? He could look at pill recipes at any time, but it had to be on such an important day. But Ling Han insisted, so what could the others do? Ling Han quickly obtained almost all the middle-grade pill recipes, but there were 3 pill recipes that were classified. One needed to make a great contribution to the Alchemist Society, or be a member of the society for a certain number of years before they could be unlocked. Of course, if one could go one step further and become a high-grade alchemist, then there would be no more restrictions. Middle-grade pill recipes could definitely be browsed at will. High-grade alchemist? Let's see what conditions are needed to concoct high-grade pills. Ling Han took a look. Though alchemists also needed spiritual energy, the requirements were far lower than array Dao. Thus, as long as one's spiritual energy barely reached the middle grade, they could concoct high-grade pills. However, the Alchemist Society here only has 2 recipes for high-grade alchemists. One is the Phaseless Pill, and the other is the Burning Flame Pill. It's not difficult to concoct them. Chapter 32:18. Ling Han looked at it carefully and then simulated the scene of alchemy in his mind. After reading it twice, he came to a conclusion. He ran out, found Guahao, and said, "Help me apply, I want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist." Guahao was still wondering whether or not Ling Han had improved some kind of mid-grade pill formula. He was filled with excitement, and wanted to witness such a historical moment. But as soon as Ling Han spoke, he almost fell to his knees. "You still want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist? Just a few glances at the pill recipe? Isn't this a little too much?" But thinking of Ling Han's frightening alchemy ability, refining 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills in one go, was this something that a high-grade alchemist could do? So, it's understandable that he's a monster, right? Is this guy's limit the master level? I'll arrange it for you right away. Guahao nodded and quickly left. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he wanted to see a miracle. Ling Han was indeed a man who could create miracles. Very soon, the president of Hidden Tiger City's Alchemy Society was invited out. His name was Lu Jin, and he was the only high-grade alchemist in Hidden Tiger City. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to advance to become a high-grade alchemist, he had to watch from the side. That was the rule. Lu Jin looked incomparably old, with a head full of white hair. Before he even got close, a strong smell of medicine could be smelled. "Greetings, Master Lu." Everyone bowed in greeting. Only Ling Han stood proudly. In the field of alchemy, there was probably no one who could be his master, at least not Lu Jin. Ling Han only nodded slightly, and greeted him with the courtesy of an equal. Yes, everyone was astonished. This guy had not even passed the certification, yet he was already treating himself as a high-grade alchemist. Think about it. What if you don't pass? Ling Han intended to refine the phaseless pill. Because it was a high-grade pill, the materials needed were much more precious. Some of them even required the signatures of several deacons before he could open the storeroom to collect them. Therefore it was a bit time-consuming. Lu Jin looked at Ling Han and sighed deeply in his heart. This kid is really young. When he was her age, he was probably still an apprentice who was training his spiritual force, right? But what about him? He was already a middle-rank alchemist, and was in the midst of breaking through to become a high-rank alchemist. It was impossible to compare oneself to others. After a while, all the materials were ready. This time there were actually fewer spectators. That was because Lu Jin had purposely controlled the spread of news. Only primary alchemists were qualified to attend. Thus there were only over 30 people present. No one dared to breathe loudly for fear of affecting Ling Han. Ling Han, on the other hand, was indifferent. Whether it was a beginner or an advanced one, in his opinion, there was not much of a difference. He just needed to be a little more serious. Let's begin. He laid down the foundation of the formation, and then used his mental power to guide it. Hong, the jade seed began to burn, turning into raging energy. Ling Han waited, and when the heat was right, he threw out the first medicinal ingredient. After a while he threw in the second type and then the third type. When the time was right, he took back the medicinal body that had already turned into liquid and put in new medicinal materials to begin the refinement. At the same time he was also controlling the formation, adjusting the amount of energy output to an extremely precise degree. As a former Empyrean, Ling Han's control over his power and psyche power was unmatched by anyone here. Moreover, he was the Alchemy Emperor and had outstanding ability in alchemy. It can't be. The furnace hasn't exploded up until now. Just how precise is his control over the formation? This first medicinal liquid is golden and clear, just as described in the pill recipe. Which means that up until now, everything has been smooth sailing for him. What a terrifying young man. No, this is a future Grandmaster of Alchemy. Previously, many primary alchemists had been jealous of Ling Han, but now they were no longer jealous. There was only intense admiration. When one's achievements were too high, then others would not be jealous. Perhaps they would be envious, and what remained was only admiration. Ling Han had instantly rushed to a height that they could only look up to, causing even their jealousy to disappear. The second medicinal liquid, the third medicinal liquid, and then they were combined and new medicinal materials were added. When almost 2 hours had passed, Ling Han did not add any new medicinal materials, because he had already used up all of them. This was the most crucial moment when the liquid would condense into a pill. One careless mistake and all previous efforts would be wasted. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Were they going to witness a miracle? A high-level alchemist. There had never been one in Hidden Tiger City. Lu Jin had been sent here directly by the capital's Alchemy Association, and he was already a high-level alchemist when he arrived. Even Lu Jin was slightly nervous. There were only 42 high-level alchemists in the entire Black North country. Was it going to become 43 from today onwards? This was going to shake the world. Time passed second by second, and the medicinal liquid rapidly condensed into a pill, showing no signs of turning to ash. It was going to succeed, it was really going to succeed. Another 2 minutes passed and Ling Han called it a day. 3 medicinal pills flew out and landed in Ling Han's hand. Congratulations, Grandmaster Ling. Instantly, everyone bowed and performed the alchemy etiquette of greeting an elder. Even Guahao was no exception. This was a world with extremely strict hierarchy. Martial art was like that, formations were like that, and alchemy was like that. Ling Han clenched his teeth internally. These medicinal pills had just come out of the furnace and they were so hot. There was nothing he could do about it. He had only cultivated strength, and his resistance against heat and cold was not very strong. However, his momentum was at its peak. If he suddenly threw out the medicinal pills in his hand, wouldn't that be very damaging to his image? Thus, Ling Han could only forcefully endure the burning sensation, nod at the crowd and wave his hand. Grandmaster Ling, you've really surprised this old man. Lu Jin walked over, the shock on his face still not receding. He had truly witnessed a miracle. Thank you for your praise, Ling Han said with a smile. Right, isn't your hand hot? Lu Jin asked in a small voice. Hot. Come, store it in the pill bottle. This old man will have a good chat with you. The old and the young left and the crowd could only watch them leave. These two were now the big bosses of alchemy in Hidden Tiger City, and the others could only look up to them. Lu Jin and Ling Han talked for a long time, mostly about the Alchemy Association. As a high-level alchemist, what rights could one enjoy and what duties one had to fulfill. Half a day later, Ling Han finally left. He had now obtained all the rights in this place and could browse any pill recipe he wanted. In addition, he could enjoy a 50% discount when purchasing ingredients. Moreover, the Alchemy Association could also sell medicinal pills on his behalf, and only charge a 10% commission. Ling Han also obtained a miniature optical computer that could be worn on his wrist. It could be used as a watch during normal times, and it could even be used as a torch in dark places. It was very practical and convenient. He turned on the optical computer and browsed through the pill recipes that had previously been restricted to him. Blood replenishing pill can replenish qi and blood, and is suitable for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Chapter 32:20. Ling Han looked at Zhong Yangbi with an indescribably strange expression. Hurry up and get angry out of humiliation and attack. Zhong Yangbi felt a bit of a headache. Why was Ling Han's reaction so different from what he had expected? What kind of expression is that? Could it be that you can bear to be a green turtle? Ling Han shook his head. I've seen many people who seek death, but someone like you is probably the first. You can be called a death expert. You. Zhong Yangbi pointed at Ling Han, anger written all over his face. You're trying to provoke me into killing you, aren't you? Ling Han laughed. And your wishful thinking is that I'll lose control and attack on the spot. Then I'll be killed by the Alchemy Association's experts, right? Fuck, how did he see through me? Then do you plan to be a turtle? Zhong Yangbi asked, walking further and further down the path of seeking death. Ling Han smiled. Why do I say you're seeking death? It's because you don't even know what trump card I have, yet you jumped out to provoke me. What trump card do you have? Zhong Yangbi sneered. I don't know why Master values you so much, but if you want to attack here, no one can save you. Do you dare? He was trying to provoke Ling Han. Ling Han patted Zhong Yangbi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you. After all, you're so bold. If I don't kill you, it'll be a waste of your efforts. Zhong Yangbi was stunned. What did that mean? Ling Han clearly knew his intentions, yet he still wanted to kill him. Why the hell was he telling him this? This guy said he wanted to kill him. Didn't he fall right into his trap? Why couldn't he be happy? Why did he feel like something was wrong? You. He looked at Ling Han, feeling as if he had just met this young man. Ling Han smiled and said, You must find it very strange that I still dared to kill you even though I clearly knew about your scheme, am I right? Zhong Yangbi nodded subconsciously. He was really strange. But Ling Han raised his hand and slapped him across the face. With his strength, how could Zhong Yangbi dodge? This slap was solid and 3 of Zhong Yangbi's teeth immediately flew out. I forgot to tell you. What I hate the most is when people point their fingers at me. It makes me very unhappy, Ling Han said indifferently. Zhong Yangbi touched his cheek and felt a burning pain. He finally realized that something was wrong. They had already caused such a ruckus at the gate. Why hadn't anyone stepped forward to stop them? In that case, if Ling Han were to kill someone, no one would stop him. Fuck, he didn't want to lose his life just to kill Ling Han. Strange, isn't it? Why is it that everyone's just watching, but no one's shouting at you to stop your death-seeking behavior? Ling Han smiled and said to the crowd, Come, tell this young alchemist who I am. Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. Instantly, the alchemists at the entrance, including the guards, all bowed respectfully to Ling Han. Zhong Yangbi was stunned. Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? Whether it was the alchemy world or the array world, only high-grade and Grandmaster alchemists and array masters had the qualifications to be called Grandmasters. Could he be a high-grade array master? Impossible. He was so young and might not even be a beginner array master, let alone a high-grade one. Wait, even if Ling Han was a high-grade array master, why did the people of the Alchemy Association have to bow to him? Yes. His eyes widened slightly and his face was filled with disbelief. You guessed correctly. Ling Han nodded. I am a new high-grade alchemist of the Alchemy Association. According to the rules, you should call me Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Grandmaster Zhong Yangbi's heart was filled with 10,000 thoughts. His mouth was so wide open that it could fit a fist. A vulgar person from the world of martial art had actually become the king of the world of alchemy? How could he believe it? But what was the use of not believing it? Didn't he see the reactions of the others? Could this be an act? It was over. He actually flaunted his prowess in front of a high-grade alchemist and did such a despicable thing. He was courting death. No wonder Ling Han's expression was so strange just now. Ling, Grandmaster Ling, he said with a trembling voice. Not just his voice but his whole body was trembling. Ling Han smiled slightly. Was it fun? It wasn't fun at all. Zhong Yangbi finally realized that he was the one who had been tricked. A mere beginner alchemist challenging a high-grade alchemist in the Alchemy Association was just courting death. Ling Han had purposely not revealed his identity. Clearly he had purposely dug a pit for him to jump into. The stupidest thing was that he had actually jumped into the pit. Grandmaster Ling, please show mercy and spare me this once. Zhong Yangbi knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Ling Han shook his head. What you're saying is really too unconvincing. Weren't you trying to provoke me to kill you just now? If I don't kill you, wouldn't all your previous efforts be in vain? I'd rather be blind. Zhong Yangbi was about to cry. How could he have imagined that a person younger than him could actually become a high-grade alchemist? No one could have imagined this, right? Do you regret it? Ling Han asked. Yes. Zhong Yangbi nodded. Unfortunately, even if you regret it, you can't change the evil you've done. Ling Han shook his head. If you were just jealous, then I wouldn't care, but you actually used such a vicious method to harm others. How could I forgive you? No. Zhong Yangbi realized that something was wrong and hurriedly turned to run. He didn't want anything else. He wanted to escape from Hidden Tiger City. Bang. A huge force crushed over and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. He felt as if his entire body had been split into pieces, and he couldn't move a finger at all. He looked around only to see that everyone had a pitiful and indifferent expression on their faces. Then they quickly looked away from his body. Why should they care about a dead person? Zhong Yangbi only felt that breathing was getting more and more difficult. He forced himself to turn around to look at Ling Han, but he only saw a blur. Then he lowered his head and his breathing stopped. Ling Han looked around and said, "Report this matter to the Internal Affairs Department. Let them handle it as they should." Yes. Everyone hurriedly said. How to handle it? To say nothing of the fact that this matter was Zhong Yangbi's fault. Even if Ling Han killed Zhong Yangbi for no reason, what could the Alchemist Society do to him? Such a young alchemist had a limitless future. For this reason, they would at most restrict Ling Han's range of activities, but they definitely wouldn't punish him. In other words, Zhong Yangbi had died in vain. Who asked him to do it himself? Why did he have to provoke a high-grade alchemist? Thinking about it, he actually tried to make a high-grade alchemist wear a green hat. If he didn't die, who would? Ling Han swaggered off. He also hadn't expected that the grudge between him and Zhong Yangbi would come to an end like this. He first went to the Black-Green Flag and told them about the possible changes in Hidden Tiger City. Then he went to find Sun Jianfang and gave him a blood-replenishing pill. Chapter 32:21. Sun Jianfang was filled with emotion. Back then, he had only decided to nurture Ling Han for the sake of the ancient Dao sect's future. He hadn't expected that this act of kindness would bring him such great benefits. Before, Sun Jianfang had only eaten 7 blood-replenishing pills, and because of this he owed Hidden Tiger City a huge favor. This was because the blood-replenishing pill could only be refined by a mid-rank alchemist, and the ingredients were precious. The success rate was also extremely low. 7 blood-replenishing pills could be said to be priceless and incomparably precious. Some people had suffered heavy injuries when trying to break through to the blood transformation realm, and without the blood-replenishing pill to recover, they would never be able to break through to the blood transformation realm or advance further. But now, with the blood-replenishing pill in hand, Sun Jianfang had the confidence to break through to the second and third transformations. Even if he failed, it wasn't as if he didn't have another chance. Ling Han, you're very considerate. He patted Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han smiled slightly. This was his personality. If someone treated him well, he would repay them tenfold, and if someone had ill intentions towards him, he would repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. He chatted with Sun Jianfang for a while, then left. After dealing with Zhong Yangbi, his heart seemed to have been enlightened, and he could faintly sense the existence of the 7th hidden meridian. He had to immediately go into seclusion and seize this rare opportunity to open the 7th hidden meridian as soon as possible. Without the blood transformation realm, no matter how powerful he would always be restricted by his realm, and some abilities would not be able to be used. He didn't go to the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall, but instead returned to the Alchemist Society. To him this was the safest place. As expected, his senses were not wrong. In just 3 hours he had clearly felt the 7th hidden meridian. Using the Spirit Gathering Formation he began to open this meridian. Right now the Spirit Gathering Formation was of little help to him, but Ling Han didn't want to waste this hard-earned comprehension. What if he slept and couldn't sense it the next morning? He spent almost an entire night's time, and finally opened the initial stage of the 7th hidden meridian. Now, even if he slept for a few days and nights, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sense the 7th hidden meridian when he woke up. Early the next morning, Ling Han first used the time when the sun had just risen to cultivate for half an hour. Then he went to pick up the little maid. If he wanted to use the Tyrant Array, there might be some overflow, so he could not waste it. He was surprised to find that his little handmaiden had advanced again. 10 meridians even in Shenbei country, this kind of advancement speed was incomparably shocking. But who asked her to have a good master who was not only generous, but also the Alchemy Emperor? The two of them arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Ling Han set up a nouveau riche formation and began to cultivate. Half a day later he was at the peak of 19 meridians. If I can open another meridian, I will have the qualifications to break through to the blood-changing realm. Ling Han took out the Phoenix King Jade fruit that he had obtained previously. When it was on the branch it was red, but now it was green as if it was carved from jade. We'll be able to eat it soon. He put away the treasure fruit and began to ponder in his heart. Killing Zhong Yangbi made him feel very refreshed. In an instant he was enlightened and could sense the 7th hidden meridian. Then could he kill Yanjun? Maybe he could open another hidden meridian and at the same time, sense the 8th hidden meridian as well. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It was really irresistible. But before he could make a decision, Mo Guahao suddenly came to visit. Ling Han let the little maid invite him in. When Mo Guahao saw him, he immediately bowed respectfully. My sinful disciple has offended Master Ling. I have not disciplined him well. I have specially come to ask for forgiveness. Ling Han waved his hand and said, This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to force it on yourself. Thank you, Master. Mo Guahao hurriedly thanked him. When he found out about Zhong Yangbi's stupidity, he broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that Ling Han would also bear a grudge against him. Luckily, Ling Han was a very reasonable person. He said a bunch of nonsense, expressed his apologies again and finally left. Ling Han thought of Yanjun's matter again. Without a very good opportunity, how could he kill Yanjun? Even if he was a grandmaster of alchemy, if he killed an array master without rhyme or reason, even if he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely have his freedom restricted and be locked up for a few years. He would have to desperately refine pills to make up for it. What Ling Han liked was alchemy Dao and exploring that unknown domain of alchemy Dao. If he had to blindly and monotonously refine medicinal pills that he had already learned long ago, he would go crazy. Therefore he still had to find an opportunity. It would be best if Yanjun also courted his own death like Zhong Yangbi. Speaking of which, it's actually still because my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, even if I killed Yanjun, so what? Who could and dared to do anything to me? Ling Han saw it very clearly. In this world, strength determined everything. No matter how awesome alchemy masters and array masters were, that status was still given by martial artists. Of course, array masters were a little better because awesome array masters similarly possessed powerful battle prowess. Once a killing array was unleashed, it could massacre a city and destroy a country. From a certain perspective, array masters might be even stronger than martial artists. One more thing. What exactly will Hidden Tiger City encounter? Looking at Cha Diyuan's expression when he said those words, it was obvious that he was not trying to scare me. Sigh, this guy died too quickly. He didn't even say any useful information. Ling Han put it down first and went to sense the last hidden vein. He desired strength so that he would not have to bow down to others, and would also be able to allow the Empress and the others to come out earlier. The matter of Zhong Yangbi being killed did not spread, because this was an internal scandal of the Alchemist Society, so there was naturally no need to spread it around. And the matter of Ling Han's newly advanced high-level alchemist similarly did not spread, because his identity badge needed to be made and verified by the main Alchemist Society of Monarch Tier. It could not be completed in a short period of time. Thus, the Alchemist Society had to wait for the confirmation from the main Alchemist Society before announcing Ling Han's identity. Ling Han cultivated for a few days but made no progress at all. This final step was not an easy thing to take. No, he could not be hasty. The greatest taboo in cultivation was to be overly hasty. One had to know that more haste, less speed. A terrifying chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Ling Han suddenly turned around, only to see that a small old man had appeared in the room at some point. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and was currently looking left and right. An expert, extremely powerful, practically terrifying. Ling Han was shocked. The Alchemist Society was protected by formations, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to barge in. And if the other party was a guest, then someone should have reported to him. I've been discovered just like that? The small old man's eyes met Ling Han's and he could not help but grin. Ling Han also smiled and said, Senior has suddenly come to visit, and this one has not gone out to welcome you. Please forgive me. The small old man was surprised and said, You actually don't find it strange to suddenly see this old man appear in the room? Then forgive this one for being curious, but why has Senior come? Ling Han asked. Aha, this little friend is a bit interesting. The small old man laughed loudly. Chapter 32-22. A Beautiful Romance. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and circled around Ling Han. I came this time to retrieve the blood god crystal and to kill you. Ling Han was startled. It was that mysterious power again. Their reaction was really fast. Cha Diyuan hadn't been dead for long. He was sure that this monkey-like old man in front of him had unfathomable strength. He was definitely not at the blood transformation realm, but at least at the extreme bone realm. If he fought, he would definitely die. However, the old man didn't attack immediately, giving him a sliver of hope. And he definitely had to prepare some powerful seal soldiers in the future. He didn't care how expensive they were. This feeling of being trampled upon was too terrible. Weren't you going to cry for help? Asked the old man curiously. Ling Han shook his head. With senior strength, you can kill me with a single thought. What's the point of crying for help? Haha, you're really interesting. The old man laughed. Originally, I really did want to kill you and leave. To make me personally act to kill a puny opening meridian, isn't that just giving me trouble? That's why I really hate you. On the way here, I already thought of all kinds of ways to kill you. However, I found you in the Alchemy Association, which made me feel a bit strange. So I went to ask around and found that you're actually a high-rank alchemist. Looking at all the alchemists in the Empire, no matter how talented they are, they have to be over 60 before they have any hope of becoming a high-rank alchemist. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a talent? Ling Han laughed. Many thanks for Senior's discerning eyes. The old man chuckled. My master has the talent to rule the world. In the future, he will soar into the universe and rule over the world. I cherish talent, and my master also loves talent. So I've decided to give you a chance. What chance? Asked Ling Han with a smile. Submit to my master, said the old man. I can make the decision to give you that blood god crystal. Ling Han thought about it and said, Then what should I do? For the time being you stay here. The little old man took out a bottle from his bosom and threw it towards Ling Han. Take the medicine inside. Ling Han opened the bottle and poured out a yellow-colored alchemical pill. There was only one pill and it had a slightly sweet aroma. This is called the soul-separating pill. The little old man said, After taking it, the medicine will only take effect a year later. But don't worry, as long as you work hard for the Lord, there will naturally be an antidote for you every year. And as long as you are loyal, it won't be difficult to obtain a permanent antidote. Of course, if you don't behave, you will die miserably, very miserably. Ling Han did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately swallowed the alchemical pill. He had no other choice. If he did not take the medicine, he would be killed by the little old man immediately. If it was poison, Ling Han was not afraid. As the alchemy emperor, could he not find the antidote within a year? Very decisive. I admire you. The little old man smiled. Wait for my orders first. There is nothing for you to do at the moment. Alright, leave Hidden Tiger City in half a month. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. What would happen in Hidden Tiger City in half a month? Previously, Cha Diyuan had said that even if he returned to Hidden Tiger City, he would not be able to escape death. Now the little old man had revealed the same meaning. What kind of disaster would befall Hidden Tiger City? No matter where he hid in the city, it would not be safe. He did not ask. Obviously, the little old man would not tell him. He was far from being trusted. Alright, I'm leaving. Work hard and strive to become an alchemy grandmaster before the age of 30. That way you can become the Lord's left and right arms. Your future is limitless. The little old man nodded at Ling Han and opened the door to leave. Alright, you feel a little pain at midnight every day. This is a normal effect of the medicine. It won't take your life. Ling Han hurriedly chased after him. However, when he rushed out of the door, he could not see any trace of the little old man. This old man is at least an expert of the ultimate bone realm. The feeling he gives me is that he is completely invincible, far surpassing Cha Diyuan. Ling Han muttered. Am I lucky or unlucky? If he was unlucky, then he would have been killed by the little old man long ago. Thus he was still lucky. He had come to be certified as a high-grade alchemist by sudden inspiration. Only then did the little old man see his value. The most important thing now is to cure the poison. Ling Han raised his hand. There was a bit of medicinal paste between his fingernails. He had dug it out before taking the pill. He did not dare to dig too much, afraid that the little old man would find out. Also, I have to remind Lien Shuerong. I suffered such a big loss just now because I was not strong enough. Otherwise, I could teach this old man a lesson. Ling Han started. He suddenly realized that he had sensed the 8th hidden meridian. That was fine too. He really did not know whether to thank the little old man or curse him. The pressure that the little old man gave him allowed him to gain enlightenment. Breakthrough first. He set up a spirit-gathering formation and opened up the last meridian. Half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian was also opened up. Come, nouveau riche formation. Ling Han called for the little female attendant. He did not want to waste it. Another half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian had been opened up to the limit. He had finally reached the end of the illuminating meridian realm. However, is 20 meridians really the limit of the illuminating meridian? Ling Han murmured. Obviously, Tuoba Tianhuang will also reach 20 meridians. In that case, even if I have the advantage in the width of my meridians and the speed at which my secret power flows, compared to him, my advantage is not that great. Moreover, there should be many geniuses like Tuoba Tianhuang. Perhaps there will be someone like me. I do not believe that the peak of the illuminating meridian realm is the limit or the limit. Ling Han clenched his fists tightly. I want to become the strongest. Other than the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, are there any other meridians in the human body? From my experience in the Yuan world, there are countless small meridians in the human body. Although the amount of secret power that can be stored is limited, many a little makes a mickle. When added together, it cannot be ignored. Alright, this is my direction. Ling Han let the little female attendant continue to cultivate in the formation while he went to the black-green flag and warned the little old man again. He did not say too much. Since the little old man was so confident, he believed that not many people could cure the poison of the soul-separating pill. Therefore it was useless to tell Lien Shuerong. Half a month. Lien Shuerong nodded. I will inform the other 3 flags and pay attention to any movements. Ling Han did not think much of it. The little old man's tone was too certain. He was not arrogant but had a card up his sleeve. Let's see how it goes. I will take care of myself first and make preparations. If it really cannot be done, I will call Sect Master Sun and Huan Xue to leave together. Chapter 32-24. I have some confidence in the formula for the detoxification. Now, I need to collect the medicinal ingredients and refine the pill. I will only know if it is useful after I take it. Every night when the medicine takes effect, there will be a heart-wrenching pain. It is really uncomfortable. Ling Han set out to get the formula, but even though the Alchemist Guild storeroom was open to him, he did not have all the ingredients he needed. I'm missing a total of 8. They are either extremely precious and priceless, or extremely difficult to harvest and not very useful. The price-performance ratio is too low, and no one is willing to go to such dangerous places to harvest them. I can only do it myself. If it is the closest to me, well, there might be 9 flame grass in the Great Green Mountain. The 9 flame grass was what he lacked. There are still 8 days before the half-month deadline that the little old man said. I can go to the Great Green Mountain first. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to go to the Great Green Mountain. Because the members of the 7th squad were either dead or injured, they would not go on a mission for the time being. Everyone was on vacation, so Ling Han was quite free. He also decided that after the crisis in Hidden Tiger City was over, he would resign from his position as vice captain and focus on cultivation. After thinking for a while, Ling Han decided to take Huan Xue with him. Wuxia might not give up. Although the little servant girl was safe in the Alchemist Guild, she could not always stay there and not go out. He might as well take Huan Xue for a walk. Ling Han asked Huan Xue to get ready, and then he saw the little servant girl carrying a huge bag, like a thief returning with a full load. He used to look like this too. Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth. How shameful. The two of them set off. After leaving the city, they headed east. The Great Green Mountain was very close to Hidden Tiger City, about 200 miles away in a straight line. However, the road was really not easy to travel. There were too many potholes and from time to time big rivers appeared. It was impossible to drive there. Fortunately, Huan Xue had reached 10 meridians, and carrying the huge bag was still easy. A few hours later they arrived at Mount Daqing. The Great Green Mountain was primitive and rough, but there weren't any powerful demonic beasts here. This was because the 4 banners would sweep through the area from time to time, so it was basically impossible for demonic beasts above 10 meridians to exist. Of course, there were also extremely dangerous places in the Great Green Mountain that even extreme Bone Realm experts wouldn't venture deep into. But as long as one didn't go there, there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Let's go, Ling Han said. Oh. The little maid nodded and hurriedly followed. The 9 Flames grass was located halfway up Mount Daqing. From this height, it was already extremely dangerous. Of course, Ling Han went straight to his destination. However, the Great Green Mountain was huge, really huge. Moreover, the mountain path was unusually difficult to traverse. It would take at least 1 day and 1 night to reach it. Huh? Ling Han paused. "What's wrong, young master?" asked Huanxue blankly. "There are sounds of fighting," Ling Han said. "Let's go and take a look." Huanxue nodded. She would do whatever Ling Han said anyway. Ling Han led the way in front. Very quickly Huanxue also heard the sounds. Even without Ling Han leading the way, she could still find the right direction. They passed through the dense forest and an empty space appeared in front of them. A battle was currently taking place in the middle of the empty space. 5 young men and women were surrounding a demonic beast. This demonic beast was a 9-toed wolf. Its strength was completely written on its body. For every meridian power increase, it would gain another toe. Now that this demonic wolf had 9 toes, it meant that it was at the 9th meridian realm. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts were stronger than human practitioners of the same realm because they had innate advantages. For example, they were faster and stronger. Furthermore, they had powerful defensive abilities. Therefore, usually 2 or 3 people had to team up to fight against a demonic beast to have a chance of victory. However, this time only 2 of the 5 young men and women had reached the 9th meridian realm, while the other 3 had reached the 8th meridian realm. Thus, even when the 5 of them joined forces, they were still evenly matched against this demonic wolf. The situation was extremely dangerous. "Stay calm. Don't panic. We have the upper hand. We will definitely win." Among the 5, a slightly older man said, stabilizing the morale of the group. He was actually quite young, 16 or 17 years old at most. Indeed, as long as they could stabilize the situation, they had at least an 80% chance of victory. The other 4 young men and women nodded. Under the control of the youth, the situation gradually stabilized. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. The demonic wolf's entire body shone with white light and emitted a powerful aura. "Oh no, this demonic beast is mutating. It's about to advance to the 10th meridian realm." The slightly older youth exclaimed and hurriedly said, "Everyone retreat." They did not fear a 9-meridian demonic beast, but once it advanced to the 10th meridian, it would be able to release its power externally. The increase in battle strength would not be insignificant. They wanted to retreat, but the demonic beast had been surrounded for so long and had sustained serious injuries. Given the ferocity of a wild beast, how could it let them leave? It jumped about as if it was flying, and the mutation continued. On its 4 legs, the 10th toe was growing. Even if it reached the 10th meridian realm, there would not be a huge increase in strength immediately. However, it could release its power externally. That was the biggest change. The 5 young men and women were pale with fright. How could they have imagined that this 9-meridian demonic beast would actually break through at such a critical moment? Their luck was just too bad. "Summon Snow, go help," Ling Han said. At the very least, he was the vice-captain of the Black-Green Banner. Of course, he couldn't just stand by and watch. "Yes," the little attendant replied and immediately scuttled out. Ling Han was speechless. This girl was really a bit dumb. Why did she have to carry her luggage when she was going to fight? Bam. Summon Snow had already attacked. She punched out, releasing her power externally. She threw a terrifying punch. Influenced by Ling Han, she was also more inclined to use her fists. The 5 young men and women were all dumbfounded. What had they just seen? A beauty carrying an enormous luggage appeared and then threw a punch at the demonic beast. Before they could react, they saw a bang and the demonic beast was sent flying. Releasing power externally, a 10-meridian expert. Yaya. Summon Snow attacked repeatedly at the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf had only just advanced to the 10th step. The only difference between it and a 9-meridian expert was that it could release its power externally. How could it be a match for Summon Snow, who had advanced for more than 10 steps? Very quickly, its spine was broken by a punch and it became a dead wolf. "Thank you for your help, miss." The 5 hurriedly expressed their thanks. Although Summon Snow had already reached the 10th meridian realm, she could not change her attitude as a little attendant. She hurriedly bowed in return. Immediately, the enormous luggage completely covered her. Her appearance was a bit funny. Ling Han walked out and said, "Let's go." "Who are you?" A youth immediately jumped out and pointed at Ling Han. "What right do you have to give orders?" "That's my young master," Summon Snow said weakly. "Ichem?" The 5 looked at Ling Han and then at Summon Snow. They all shook their heads, not believing him no matter what. Chapter 32-25. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I saved your lives and this is how you repay me? Bah, we were saved by this lady, one of the youths immediately said. Yes. The other four nodded. They weren't very old. The older one was only 16 or 17, and the other four were even younger, at most 15 or 16. They worshipped heroes the most at this age. Huan Xue had saved them from the jaws of a tiger, so she was like a god in their eyes. How could they accept that such a god had a master? The three youths especially looked at Huan Xue with adoration. It was even more impossible for them to accept reality. But I'm really young master's maid. Huan Xue nodded vigorously. These people were so strange. After repeated reminders, these people finally accepted reality, but they became even angrier. You're too despicable. You actually made Miss Huan Xue do such rough work. They criticized. Look at how many things Huan Xue was carrying. You're abusing her. Name a price. How much do you want to let Miss Huan Xue redeem her? Huan Xue immediately shook her head like a rattled drum. Young master didn't abuse me and I don't want to leave him. She was really afraid of these self-righteous youths. She quickly said to Ling Han, Young master, let's run. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh, but he nodded and said, Okay. The two of them ran at lightning speed. How could the five youths catch up? They only ran a few steps before stopping. We can't just watch Miss Huan Xue fall into a tiger's mouth. They must be from Hidden Tiger City. We must investigate when we get back. We must find out everything about that man. Save Miss Huan Xue. The five youths' fighting spirit was ignited. They immediately had a goal to strive for in their boring lives. After running for some distance, Ling Han said, All right, there's no need to run anymore. These people aren't chasing us. Huan Xue panted. Young master, those people are too scary. They actually wanted her to leave him. They were all bad people. Ling Han laughed. Let's rest for a bit. We'll continue on our way. Soon they continued on their way. The road in the mountains was very difficult to walk on. When the sky turned dark, they were still less than half of the way to their destination. Due to the towering trees, this place would be pitch black at night. It would be an exaggeration to say that one wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them, but it wasn't much better. The two of them stopped and prepared to eat something before continuing their journey the next morning. Fortunately, they were right next to a rabbit nest and Huan Xue caught two fat and big rabbits. The little maid happily lit the fire and washed the rabbit with clean water. Then she began to prepare dinner. Soon the roasted rabbit emitted a fragrant aroma. The meat turned golden and sizzled with fat. Ling Han's fingers twitched. Summoning Snow's craftsmanship was indeed not bad. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At this moment, the grass in front of them suddenly shook. Ling Han stood up. Some wild beast was about to appear. But after waiting for a while, there was no response. He sat down again, shivering, and the grass moved again. Are you kidding me? Ling Han suddenly burst forth with strength and pounced toward that place. He raised his fist and punched. Pung, he punched out. He now had the strength of 1,000,000 kilograms. When he punched out, it was as if a hurricane had swept up, raising the area of a zhang or so where his fist landed to the ground. There was nothing. Ling Han was surprised. He only saw green grass flying in the air. There was nothing else. What was going on? Young master. Huan Xue hurriedly jumped over. Ling Han shook his head, turned around and was about to go back, but his gaze was fixed. The rabbit that was being roasted on the fire was gone. Gone. Of course, meat wouldn't run away on its own for no reason. So, it was either taken by someone or by a demonic beast. But whether it was a human or a beast, its strength was quite extraordinary. Ha, what a cute pig, the little maid suddenly exclaimed. Yes. Ling Han followed the little maid's gaze and saw a little pink pig the size of a cat twisting its butt as it walked over. This little pig was really fat. It was round and pink all over and its tail was thin and short. If it were a big fat pig, perhaps some people would feel disgusted. But this little pink pig only made people feel that it was cute. At least Huan Xue had already fallen. She immediately hugged the little pink pig, and her eyes turned into stars. Ling Han looked at it and saliva formed in his mouth. He was just hungry and a little pink pig had delivered itself to his door. This was heaven's will. It was as if the little pink pig had sensed Ling Han's gaze. It raised its head and squeaked at Ling Han. Then it stuffed its head into Huan Xue's chest, looking as if it had been frightened. Fuck, this guy had become a spirit. After mocking him, it actually took the opportunity to take advantage of Huan Xue. You can do it. Ling Han wanted to butcher this little pink pig even more. Yes, he would make it into a roast suckling pig. Young master, don't eat it, okay? This little pig is so pitiful, Huanxue pleaded with Ling Han, tears glistening in her eyes. Ling Han sighed and said, "Fine, I won't eat it." Huanxue immediately smiled and hugged the little pink pig. Her maternal instincts were overflowing and she couldn't control them anymore. Ling Han looked at the little pig, and the little pink pig would occasionally glance at him, full of pride. Fuck, a pig could actually be so human-like. Ling Han hadn't forgotten that the 2 roast rabbits disappeared for no reason. Now it seemed that the culprit was this pig. This guy made a feint first, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Then it took the opportunity to steal the 2 roast rabbits. After eating them, it appeared with a pitiful appearance, causing the little maid's maternal instincts to overflow. Yes, in terms of intelligence, this pig wasn't stupid at all. What Ling Han cared about was, how could this pig's speed be so fast? "Huanxue, let me take a look at this pig," he said. Oh. Huanxue was a little reluctant, but she still handed the little pink pig to Ling Han. Goo goo. The little pink pig squeaked like a pig being slaughtered, and hid in Huanxue's arms. Ling Han grabbed the little pink pig and looked left and right, but he didn't find anything special about this pig. This wasn't a demonic beast at all, and it didn't seem to have any strength. This was very strange. If it was really an ordinary pig, how could it survive in Mount Dacheng? Could it rely on acting cute to survive when it encountered a powerful carnivore or demonic beast? If it wasn't for the little maid, Ling Han really wanted to bleed this little fat pig and study it. However, Huanxue was looking at him with a pitiful gaze, which made Ling Han feel like there was a thorn in his back. Forget it, I won't do it for now. Ling Han returned the little pink pig to Huanxue, and the little fat pig immediately burrowed into Huanxue's arms, looking like a little pig that was scared. What the hell? Chapter 32-26. Ling Han walked around and quickly caught another goat. He handed it over to Summon Snow to handle. Before long, the fragrance wafted over again. Ling Han's appetite was piqued. He immediately tore off a piece and ate it. The little pink pig also whimpered and opened its mouth, looking like it wanted to eat. Summon Snow gently fed the little pink pig. Although the pig wasn't big, its appetite was astonishing. It ate mouthful after mouthful of meat as if it couldn't be full. Its belly was very fat and round, but no matter how much meat it ate, its belly didn't bulge. It was like a bottomless pit. Delicious and lecherous. In a short period of time, Ling Han had already discovered 2 characteristics of this pig. In summary, this pig was a good-for-nothing. The goat was quickly divided up. Ling Han ate nearly half of it and the little pink pig also ate about half. The rest was finished by the little servant girl. This pig was indeed a foodie. At night, Summon Snow was afraid that the little pink pig would freeze, so she stuffed it into her chest. The pig was so happy that its eyes were shining. In the middle of the night, as expected, the pig began to snore. He really wanted to kill it. The next day, Ling Han and Summon Snow continued on their way to the waist of the mountain. There weren't any formations here to suppress them, but the natural mountains and rivers were dangerous. It was also difficult to advance. Moreover, there were powerful demonic beasts here. There were many, at least 10 meridians, and there were even some at the blood transformation realm. There was no other way. The terrain here was too dangerous. It was difficult for the 4 banners to enter. How could a true expert come here? Therefore, there were no traces of people here. However, the existence of 9 flame grass here was only a legend. As early as 20 years ago, when Hidden Tiger City had just been established, a large number of experts had been sent to sweep the surrounding area. Someone had found 9 flame grass here. It had been more than 20 years. Who knew if there were any 9 flame grass left? It might have gone extinct due to the great changes in the environment. This place was too big. Although Ling Han and Summon Snow tried their best to find it, it would take at least half a month to go around this area. It was too long. Cuckoo, the little pink pig cried out. What? Ling Han glared at him. This kind of lecherous pig should be slaughtered and made into roast suckling pig. It's hungry, Call Snow said in a low voice. In just 1 or 2 days she was already very familiar with little suckling pig, no little pink pig. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Ling Han wiped his mouth. Why don't we butcher it and eat a roast suckling pig? No, no. Summon Snow hurriedly shook her head. Little Pink Pig also glared at Ling Han angrily and howled as if it was facing an enemy of the same class. You only know how to eat and how to be lecherous. If you don't eat, what else can you do? Ling Han said. Woo woo, the little pink pig barked at Ling Han, as if it could understand human language. This pig was indeed interesting. Little piggy, you must prove that you are useful. Young master doesn't like useless things. The little maid rubbed the little pink pig's head and said earnestly. The little pink pig was hurt. It wasn't a thing. It raised its head proudly and looked as if it could do anything. Hey little piggy, can you really do things? Call Snow asked in surprise. Goo goo. Little pink pig nodded vigorously. Damn, this pig had really become a spirit. Little piggy, young master is looking for 9 flame grass. Do you know where I can find it? Call Snow asked. Little pink pig revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, it cried out and jumped out of Call Snow's arms, running in a certain direction. Hey, this fellow really did know where 9 flame grass was. Ling Han and Call Snow followed, but they only walked a few steps before they saw that the little pink pig had stopped moving. Its limbs were spread out and it was lying on the ground. What is it doing now? Ling Han asked. It's tired, Call Snow explained. It's tired? Ling Han looked at the distance that the dead pig had walked. It couldn't have been more than 300 zhang. Damn, it was already tired? What a lazy pig. Let me carry you. Call Snow picked up the little pink pig. Goo. Little pink pig let out a comfortable cry and rubbed its fat head against Call Snow's chest. Its lecherous appearance made Ling Han want to beat it up. However, this lazy pig wasn't completely irresponsible. It extended its fat hoof and pointed forward. Call Snow carried it and walked while Ling Han followed behind. The damn fat pig didn't just blindly point forward. Sometimes it pointed to the left and sometimes it pointed to the right. The road was extremely difficult to walk. After about 2 hours, the fat pig finally stopped making any more sounds. Ling Han was startled. A blade of grass had appeared in front of them. It was about a foot long and completely scarlet red. Moreover, there was a large area around it that didn't have any weeds growing. 9 flame grass. The 9 flame grass had a very special characteristic, and that was that no matter how tall it grew, no other grass or trees would grow in the area where it was 9 times its height. This was because in such an area, the ground would be scarlet red and nothing else could grow. This damn fat pig really did find 9 flame grass. Apart from being able to eat, sleep, and be lazy, it could actually do something useful. At least it's somewhat useful. I didn't eat my food for nothing. Ling Han nodded. He picked up the 9 flame grass and put it into his luggage. Let's go back. He smiled slightly. This time's operation had gone surprisingly smoothly. In just one trip he had already found 9 flame grass. What breed is this pig? It's pretty capable. Ling Han smiled and reached out to grab the fat pig. Whoa! The perverted pig let out a squeal and burrowed into Call Snow's chest. But how big was the chest? How could it possibly hide? It was caught by Ling Han. The perverted pig continuously sprayed saliva at Ling Han. Although it was small, the amount of saliva it spat out was extremely shocking. It was like a torrential downpour. Ling Han wasn't on guard and was immediately sprayed all over his face. Fuck you damn pig, I'm going to kill you. Ling Han was enraged and his fist shot out. Goo. The little pink pig hurriedly struggled, but how could it possibly struggle free? Ling Han's punch landed squarely on it. However, this pig's guts weren't small. Not only did it not cower, its saliva actually grew even fiercer. Bang bang bang. Ling Han repeatedly punched. The little pig was also constantly spitting saliva. In the end, Ling Han stopped. He tossed the pig to Call Snow, a look of shock on his face. At the start he hadn't used much strength. But in the later few punches he had increased his strength a bit. But when his punches landed on the pig's body, it was like he was punching cotton. He had been constantly increasing his strength, but he was unable to injure the pig in the slightest. Strange, extremely strange. No wonder this fellow was able to live so comfortably in Mount Daqing despite being so fat. It hadn't been eaten by any wild beast. Even a blood transformation realm demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Perverted pig, I really did underestimate you. Reading on the phone. Chapter 32-28. Ling Han was surprised because there was a row of stairs in front of him. They were made of high-quality jade and emitted a gentle glow. There were no stairs at the bottom of the mountain, but there were only stairs halfway up the mountain. It didn't make sense. Ling Han looked up and could vaguely see some buildings in front of him, but he couldn't see them clearly. Were those buildings left behind by the previous civilization? After the great changes, the Earth's surface was broken open, allowing many ancient buildings to see the light of day. Thus, this mountain used to be underground and it might have emerged not long ago. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find old ginsengs that were 500 or 600 years old. Historical sites usually represented fortuitous encounters. Ling Han felt that martial art was just the beginning, and this judgment came from the pills. Even if he was the alchemy emperor and was extremely sensitive to the alchemy Tao, he shouldn't be able to refine a pill with just a glance, and succeed on his first try. There was only one explanation, and that was that the pill recipe was too low level. That was why he could learn it with just a glance and quickly make improvements. And who were these pills for? Of course it was for the current martial artists, whether they were at the illuminating pulse, blood transformation or ultimate bone realms. Thus, Ling Han could deduce that the current level of martial art was also very very low. The lower the level of martial art, the faster the speed of improvement. For example, Ling Han could use the nouveau riche array to complete 1 meridian of cultivation in half a day. This was unimaginable in the higher realms. Then, if he could find a high-level historical site from the previous civilization, he might be able to immediately become a powerhouse above the ultimate bone realm. Most importantly, his spiritual energy would increase, and he would be able to reunite with his family. His heart thumping, he took a step forward and stepped onto the stairs. A huge force rebounded. Peng Ling Han's entire body instantly fell backwards, landing solidly on the ground. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The little pink pig laughed so hard that it was rocking back and forth, its 4 short little legs kicking wildly. It was simply insane. I've decided I'll eat the roasted suckling pig now, Ling Han said fiercely. The little pink pig wasn't afraid of him at all and looked him in the eye. Ling Han chuckled. You think I can't do anything to you just because you can take a beating? Little pink pig revealed a puzzled expression. What else can you do? Ling Han grabbed the little pink pig by its tail and lifted it upside down. Goo! The little pink pig immediately cried out miserably. Its head was on the ground and its feet were on the ground. It was very easy for blood to rush to the head. Ling Han tried to climb the stairs again, but he was still bounced back and he fell hard on the ground along with the pig. Forget it, I won't take the direct path. Ling Han avoided the steps and walked to the side. There was no road here and the mountain rocks were rugged. Coupled with the huge pressure, it was not easy to walk. But at least there was no rebound force from under one's feet, so it was still possible to climb up. It was just that the speed would be slower. Ling Han slowly walked up the mountain. After a few steps, he would stop to catch his breath. The pressure was really terrifying, but he had walked all the way from the Yuan world, so what was a little more pressure? Even the little pink pig was moved. This human that it had looked down on was actually so tenacious. Reaching the peak of martial art required talent, but in fact tenacious willpower was even more important. There had been news of top geniuses dying on the way. Most of the reasons were because they weren't tenacious enough and couldn't grit their teeth and endure. It seemed that it had underestimated this ugly human. After half a day, Ling Han finally saw the building in front of him. He was surprised. This was indeed a building complex that belonged to a certain force from the previous civilization. But now, most of the houses had been destroyed and there were even corpses on the ground. They had long been weathered into bones, but the clothes on their bodies were still there. It was very strange. At this point, the pressure was even greater. Ling Han really couldn't go any further. He observed carefully, looking for the source of the pressure. Goo! The little pink pig suddenly pointed in a direction. Ling Han looked over, but he didn't see anything. Perverted pig, what do you want me to see? Pa! The little pink pig gave him a slap, and Ling Han's eyes immediately became clear. He saw that, in an extremely far place, there was a deep sword mark. It was this sword mark that emitted a terrifying baleful aura, forming a pressure that enveloped the entire mountain top. Wait, why do I know this is a sword mark? A doubt flashed across Ling Han's mind. It was just a thick mark. Sabers, spears, swords, and even palms could make it. Why was he so sure that it was a sword mark? He looked at the little pink pig. It was the little pink pig who let him see that scene, so it was very likely that this was the little pink pig's own judgment. Perverted pig, how many secrets are you hiding? Ling Han picked up the little pink pig. Goo! The little pink pig didn't even look at him, but it immediately paid the price. Ling Han threw it away. Ling Han looked at the mountain again and murmured, "It's impossible to go up, but can I find something good around here?" He couldn't enter this huge building complex, so he could only walk around it. Not long after, he found a broken sword. It was very close to him, about 6 meters away, and it wasn't on the path paved with jade. Could he succeed? He tried to walk forward, but after 2 steps, he felt a salty taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. No, if he continued he would be courting death. Ling Han retreated, and the little pink pig looked at him with disdain as if saying, "Come and beg Uncle Pig." Bah. Ling Han tried to use tree branches and other things to pull the sword back, but it was useless. Anything that came close to the sword would immediately shatter. Was there really no other way? Could he only beg that perverted pig? Goo. The little pink pig was arrogant, as if it was certain that it could defeat Ling Han. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, and he released his psychic energy. At his level, psychic energy could only control formation patterns. In terms of strength, it could at most lift a few books. However, this should be enough to drag the sword back. Ling Han immediately released his psychic energy, which was not affected by the pressure. He immediately wrapped it around the hilt of the sword, and then turned it into a hand, pulling hard. Clang, the broken sword made a sound and moved a little in his direction. What was going on? The little pink pig revealed a surprised expression. It looked at Ling Han and suddenly understood. Psychic energy. This human had actually cultivated psychic energy at the illuminating pulse realm. Interesting. Seeing that it was feasible, Ling Han's confidence soared. He hooked with his psychic energy again, and clang, the broken sword moved a little in his direction. Clang, clang, clang. The broken sword could only move a few inches at a time, but as time went by, it was getting closer and closer to Ling Han. Half an hour later, it was already under Ling Han's feet. Success. Chapter 32-29. Shio, the little pig suddenly dashed out, opened its mouth and bit the broken handle. Then it ran away. After running a few steps, it even turned around and flashed a smile at Ling Han. It was as if it was saying, "Come and chase me." Ling Han didn't care at all. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. The little pig was furious and continued to run. But after a few steps, it started to pant and lay on the ground. It couldn't run anymore. Ling Han walked over and easily took the broken sword from the little pig's mouth. "Lazy pig, you're so weak." The little pig was inexplicably sad and indignant. Ling Han looked at the broken sword carefully. There were many patterns on the sword. They were similar to the formation patterns he had learned, but they were much more complicated. Strictly speaking, they were more similar to the formation in the ancient Tao sect. He had dug out 3 formation bases and studied them carefully. Could it still be used? Ling Han tried to cut the stone with the broken sword. What happened next shocked him. The broken sword was extremely sharp. With one cut, the stone was cut open like tofu. Just from this point, it is a treasure. The body of a blood transformation realm expert is tempered by a secret force. Their physique is very strong and they can even ignore hot weapons. But if you are cut by this sword, I guarantee that your bones will be broken immediately. Wait, there are things like formation patterns on it. Can they be activated? If they can, then what should I do? I don't know if they are formation patterns or something else. No, during a battle, the situation can change in an instant. One thought can decide life and death. How can you have time to slowly activate the formation patterns? Ling Han's eyes lit up. Telekinesis. He once again sent his telekinesis into the sword, but the broken sword didn't react at all. It's not that there's no reaction, but my telekinesis is too weak. I need to strengthen it a bit more. Ling Han continued to strengthen his telekinesis, but when he completely poured out his spiritual force, a symbol on the broken sword lit up slightly. Shio, a visible green sword chi was shot out. Bang bang bang. As the sword chi swept across, the stones in its path crumbled one after another. Only when the sword chi reached a radius of 10 feet did it disappear. Damn, how fierce! Ling Han exclaimed. Even though he now had the strength of 1,000,000 kilograms, the distance he could release his strength was still only 30 feet. However, the sword chi from this broken sword could reach a distance of 30 feet. Its power was even more terrifying. I've picked up a treasure, I've really picked up a treasure. Ling Han revealed a happy smile. He had only activated one symbol. There were still 4 complete symbols on the broken sword. If he could activate all of them, how powerful would the broken sword be? The little pink pig revealed a look of disdain. It was just a broken sword. What was there to be proud of? It was as if it had obtained a treasure. Perverted pig, if you dare to spit at me again, I'll really have to kill you and make a feast out of you. Ling Han waved the broken sword. Little pink pig showed a look of disdain as if Lord Pig didn't care at all. Damn, why is this pig's expression so disgusting? Could it be that its defense was so thick that even the broken sword couldn't do anything to it? Ling Han used the sword to lightly cut the little pink pig's body. As expected, the pig's skin seemed to be slippery. The broken sword didn't cause any damage to it. He activated his telekinesis again and released sword chi. The little pink pig was hit by the sword chi and flipped over a few times, but it still didn't break. This time Ling Han was really shocked. He was sure that the destructive power of the broken sword was at least at the level of the 5 changes of blood transformation, or even the extreme bone realm. However, it couldn't even cut off a single hair of this perverted pig. It was obvious how amazing this pig was. What kind of breed are you? Ling Han picked up the pig, full of curiosity. Its defense was so amazing, but its combat power was only at the level of 5. It would be out of breath after running a few steps and only knew how to eat and lust. With so many characteristics added together, Ling Han couldn't imagine such an existence. The little pink pig spat at Ling Han. He actually dared to hit Lord Pig until he became a rolling calf. This was too despicable. Ling Han picked up the little pink pig and went down the mountain. If he let this perverted pig enter the building complex, it could probably find more treasures. However, the problem was, with this guy's laziness, would it be willing to take anything out? Even if it was very diligent with its current relationship with Ling Han, would it be willing to go? The answer was obviously no. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. Martial art was just beginning to flourish, and there were countless historical sites from the previous civilization. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Not to mention, there was a historical site from the previous civilization in the depths of the ancient Dao sect's ancient dragon mine. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was easy to go down. He quickly met the little servant girl, and the two of them continued down the mountain, returning to Tiger Hidden City. The perverted pig also followed them. It nested in Huanshua's arms and refused to leave. Alright, perhaps this pig would be of use. After entering the city, the pig's eyes immediately lit up. There were young women everywhere, both handsome and unhandsome. This made the pig feel like it had been injected with chicken blood, and it constantly let out pig-like cries. It was simply too embarrassing. Miss Huanshua. Not long after they entered the city, they saw 5 young men and women chasing after them. It was the group of 5 that Huanshua had saved from Mount Daqing. Huanshua held the little pink pig and was very cautious. These 5 people were so terrifying, they actually wanted her to leave her young master. The little pink pig had its eyes on the 2 girls. While Huanshua wasn't paying attention, it made a jailbreak and pounced at one of the girls. However, it seemed to have forgotten that its 4 short legs only had a little bit of explosive power. Halfway through its pounce, its body slid down and fell heavily to the ground. Wow, what a cute piglet. When the 2 girls saw it, their eyes immediately lit up. It had to be said that the little pink pig's appearance was very alluring. Ling Han grabbed the perverted pig back and said, "Why is it the 5 of you again?" We're going to save Miss Huanshua," said the 5 of them at the same time. "Let's go back and play in the mud." Ling Han led the way. "Don't even think about leaving." The 5 of them immediately surrounded him. Ling Han gave a light push, and with the release of force, the 5 people instantly fell to the ground, but they were not injured. He walked away with large steps. Huanshua hurriedly followed. She also wanted to get as far away from the 5 of them as possible. "What do we do?" asked one of the youths. "First follow them and see where they live. Then we can go get reinforcements," said the older youth. "All right." The 5 of them sneakily followed behind Ling Han and Huanshua. They quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Why is it here? Could it be that that repulsive fellow is an alchemist? Even if he's an alchemist, he can't allow Miss Huanshua to fall into his clutches. Let's go get reinforcements. Chapter 3230. Ling Han returned to his residence and carefully put away the 9 flame grass and yellow ginseng. He could only use them in the future, so he had to put them away properly to prevent the medicinal effects from being lost. Call Snow was very happy with the pig, and Ling Han couldn't be bothered to care about it. He went into seclusion and prepared to break through to the blood transformation realm. He obviously knew that breaking through to the next realm was not something that could be done in a short period of time, but he couldn't waste time. There were still 5 days to the deadline the old man had mentioned. What would happen in 5 days? Just wait and see. Ling Han was very confident now. Firstly, his battle strength was comparable to the 2nd and 3rd transformations of the blood transformation realm. Secondly, he still had the broken sword. After activating it, the sword chi could rival the attack of the extreme bone realm. He went into seclusion, searching for the opportunity to break through. A martial art fanatic like him naturally wouldn't waste a single second. Blood transformation was a qualitative leap compared to opening meridians, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. The greatest characteristic of the first transformation was to turn the blood in the body into purple blood. But this was only a representation. The true change was in the essence of life. Because of the drastic change in the essence, the blood would also change. But how to touch upon the qualitative change of the blood transformation realm? No one could explain it clearly. This could only be comprehended by oneself. Like exploring the meridians, no one could give you any guidance or tell you what to do. You could only rely on yourself. Ling Han was naturally confident in himself. There were so many blood transformation realm experts in the world. He had even opened his 100 meridians. How could he not break through to the blood transformation realm? The problem was, how much time did he need? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed quietly, but Ling Han didn't receive any inspiration or enlightenment. He was still stuck at the 20 meridians realm. Of course, his 20 meridians were completely different from the other 20 meridians. There were too many small meridians that had been opened. It wasn't surprising that it was called 100 meridians. Ling Han came out of seclusion. There were only 2 days left before the big day. He couldn't stay in seclusion any longer. He wanted to get something to eat, but he couldn't find Call Snow anywhere. This made him feel strange. Where did this girl go? When he didn't see Call Snow at night, Ling Han finally felt that something was wrong. He asked around, and Call Snow left with a fat little pig in the morning. He left this morning and hasn't come back yet. What happened? Ling Han mobilized the people of the Alchemist Association to search for Summon Snow's whereabouts. Although everyone in the Alchemist Society specialized in alchemy, every alchemist had an extremely wide network of connections. There was nothing that could be done about it. Everyone loved alchemy, and the status of alchemists was naturally very high. There were many people who would bootlick them. In next to no time, Summon Snow's whereabouts for the entire day were investigated one by one. In the morning he went to the bun shop and ate 9 steamers. It must be that fat pig who ordered it. The little maid didn't have such a big appetite. Then they went shopping. At noon they went to the 4 Ocean Star Hotel and ordered 18 dishes. Pig, how can you eat so much in the afternoon? He continued to shop, but at around 3 o'clock he suddenly disappeared. Suddenly Ling Han immediately went to the place where Huan Shui had disappeared according to the report. It was a small alley. Ling Han took out the jade-colored toad, and the toad immediately started croaking in the northwest direction. Ling Han leaped into the air and headed in that direction. After walking for a while, he took out the toad again to calibrate the direction. Just like that, half an hour later he stopped in front of a mansion. Summon Snow was inside. Ling Han didn't think that this was just a building in front of him, and that Summon Snow was still further away. This was because the words "Who Residence" were written on the door plaque of this mansion. Utui. Under the guidance of Zhong Yangbi, this guy discovered Summon Snow's talent in alchemy and immediately wanted to make Summon Snow his 8th concubine. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly because of the power of the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall. Now he finally couldn't hold back his claws. Ling Han walked towards the door. When he got close he saw 2 guards at the door looking at him at the same time and shouting, "Stop!" "Hey Ling Han." One of the guards recognized him. This was the new champion of the martial arts competition, the one who defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. "So it's Captain Ling." The other guard cupped his hands towards Ling Han. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" Although Ling Han's talent in martial art was monstrous, his status wasn't high. The main reason was that the news of him becoming a high-rank alchemist hadn't spread yet. Thus, these 2 could only address Ling Han by his position in the black-green flag. In front of the Hu clan, not to mention the black-green flag's vice-captain, even the captain was nothing, unless Lien Shuerong came. Ling Han said indifferently, "I'm looking for 1 person. And I should say 2 people." "May I ask who you're looking for, Captain Ling?" the first guard asked. "My maid, Summon Snow, and your young master Hu Tue," Ling Han said. "Looking for young master Hu Tue?" The first guard shook his head and smiled. "How could Captain Ling's maid be in our residence? As for 9th young master, he's about to take a concubine today. He probably won't have time to see Captain Ling, taking a concubine. How dare he?" Ling Han started walking towards the Hu clan. "Stop!" the first guard shouted. Seeing that Ling Han didn't have any intention of stopping, he looked at the other guard. The 2 of them simultaneously raised their hands and swung their sheathed blades at Ling Han. Ling Han casually blocked them. Ping ping, the 2 guards immediately fell to the ground, moaning and unable to get up. Of course this was because he was being lenient. Otherwise he could have turned the 2 of them into meat patties with a single strike. "Stop, stop!" The two guards groaned. This was the only thing they could do right now. Ling Han strode forward. This Hu Tue was really audacious. He even dared to touch his little maid. Hey, why are you here? As he walked, he saw a youth suddenly walk towards him with a surprised expression. Ling Han was also slightly surprised, because this youth was one of the 5 people who insisted on saving Summon Snow. He was from the Hu clan. Why can't I be here? Ling Han smiled. Miss Summon Snow isn't here. Hurry up and leave. The youth repeatedly waved his hand. Wasn't this a blatant lie? Summon Snow's disappearance had something to do with him? Is that so? Ling Han said casually, continuing to walk forward. Hey, why are you like this? The youth blocked his way. Ling Han only gave a light push with his hand, and the young man was pushed to one side. The difference in strength was too great. He continued to walk forward, his speed extremely fast. You want to marry my maid? Did you get my permission? Hey. The youth continued to chase. His willpower was quite tenacious. But although he managed to shake off his pursuers, he couldn't catch up to Ling Han. He could only shout in vain. Very quickly, the Hu clan servants appeared in front of him. Stop him, hurry up and stop him, the youth hurriedly shouted. Chapter 32. Ling Han was too famous now. Updated quickly. Half of the people in Hidden Tiger City had personally witnessed the battle in the martial arts tournament. Who didn't recognize this monster who had defeated Tuoba Tianhuang? To Hu Xiao, he also knew Ling Han's other identity as Summoning Snow's master. He couldn't understand why a martial artist, a beauty who was even more likely to become an alchemist or formation master, would be willing to be a servant. No matter where she was, Summoning Snow would be the center of attention. Why would she be Ling Han's servant? However, to Hu Xiao, Ling Han was only a vice-captain of the Black-Green Banner who could fight. Compared to the Hu family, he was far too lacking. Thus, he had always wanted to make a move on Summoning Snow, but he didn't dare to forcefully take her because of the merciful medicinal hall. Unexpectedly, Little 19 had given him a pleasant surprise and asked him to save Summoning Snow from the fire pit. More importantly, she really did leave the merciful medicinal hall. He ran over and saw Summoning Snow walking a pig. He immediately snatched her back and prepared to get married that night, making Summoning Snow his 8th concubine. Now that the uncooked rice had become cooked rice, he would just have to compensate Ling Han a bit of money. The Hu family didn't lack money. But what he hadn't expected was that Ling Han would actually come to the Hu residence. He had a guilty conscience and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Whoa. The bride struggled excitedly, but it was obvious that her hands and feet were bound and she could only walk in small steps. Her head was also covered with a red veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen. It was definitely Summoning Snow. Although she couldn't see Ling Han, she naturally knew from Hu Zhao's words that young master had come to save her. She was incomparably excited. Ling Han pointed at the bride and said, "Take off her veil." "The wedding hasn't started yet, how can we take off the veil?" An elder said. He was an elder of the Hu family, but his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the Soothing Pulse realm. He hadn't been able to enter the blood transformation realm and become the Hu family's 4th elder. However, his attitude was very unyielding. This was the Hu family, no one could be arrogant and do whatever they wanted. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Then only I can do it." "Don't you dare," Hu Xiao hurriedly said. If someone else lifted the bride's veil, would he still have the face to live in the future? Ling Han strode forward. "You stole my maid and forced me to marry you. And you still dare to be so arrogant?" He stretched out a hand and a terrifying energy rippled out. Peng 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 and the people in front of him fell to the ground. Hu Chaoxing had already crawled to his feet. With a loud roar, he charged towards Ling Han. Boom. Purple blood chi rose from his body, making him seem as if he had transformed into a great demon. Blood and chi boil, this fellow was going all out, using the special ability of the blood transformation realm. His blood chi surged and his strength increased by 2 to 3 times. Both of his eyes turned violet, looking incomparably sinister. Ling Han did not dare to be careless. After his blood and chi surged, Hu Chaoxing's strength was almost 500,000 kilograms. He could not underestimate him. He also circulated all the secret energy in his body. The small branches connected all the major meridians, as if he only had one meridian in his body. He punched. Bang. Their fists collided. The energy of the two surpassed the speed of sound, and under the superposition of the sound waves, Their energy became visible to the naked eye as they fiercely collided. Ling Han's power transformed into a gigantic fist. The fist's power was incredibly condensed and it was visible to the naked eye. Wu Chaoxing's power paused for a moment and then collapsed. Meanwhile, the power of Ling Han's fist only had a few cracks on it, and it continued to crush towards Wu Chaoxing. What? Wu Chaoxing cried out in shock, his expression incomparably ugly. Bah! He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Under the pressure of the berserk energy, his body was pushed back, and the tiles laid on the floor of the hall were shoveled up and crushed. Only when he reached the bottom of the hall did he stop. That was because he had smashed into a wall. Bang! The entire hall shook. Everyone's expressions were the same as Wu Chaoxing's, filled with disbelief. The three ancestors had already unleashed their full strength, but they were still not Ling Han's match. Was this fellow really in the Meridian Opening realm? In terms of shock, no one could compare to Wu Chaoxing. That was because only he himself knew just how powerful that attack had been. 900,000 Jin. But he had still been forced back by Ling Han's punch. This meant that the other's strength definitely exceeded 1,000,000 Jin. Heavens, normally speaking, the average strength of 3 meridians was only 1,000,000 Jin. A person at the Illuminating Pulse realm could actually rival 3 transformations. Then if this fellow advanced into the Blood Transformation realm, just how terrifying would his strength reach? Ling Han walked past Hu Xiao. This fellow's entire body was trembling, but he did not dare to stop him. He could only watch as Ling Han removed the bride's veil, revealing a pretty face. Who else could it be but Huanxue? However, the little attendant's mouth was now gagged. No wonder she had not made a sound. Her eyes were also red from crying, and she seemed incomparably emotional. Young master had come to save her. Ling Han turned Huanxue around, and saw that the little attendant's hands were tied behind her back. This was a silver chain, made of an unknown material. He pulled with force and found that he actually could not break the chain. It was really sturdy. Ling Han untied the chain, and then the little attendant pulled out the cloth stuffed in her mouth. Full of grievance and apology she said, "Huanxue is too useless. I still need young master to save me." This girl. Ling Han chuckled and said, "This is not Huanxue's fault. It's just that someone is too despicable." Yes. Huanxue nodded incessantly. This person was too despicable. He actually wanted to forcefully marry her. She did not like him at all. And the little pig, she sobbed, was snatched away by them. They said they wanted to make him into roast suckling pig. She looked towards Hu Xiao and said, "Return my little pig." Ling Han sighed. Just now, his aura was boundless, but with the little attendant's interruption the entire scene changed. "Don't worry about that damned fat pig. It won't die," he said indifferently. That perverted pig's skin and flesh were so thick that even his broken sword could not cut through it. Who here could hurt it? At this moment, that perverted pig was probably heartlessly throwing itself into the arms of some girl and acting spoiled. Ling Han looked towards Hu Xiao and said indifferently, "What else do you have to say?" He had been caught red-handed, so what else could he say? Hu Xiao snorted and said, "Don't forget this is the Hu clan." Just like how he had not dared to barge into the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall, how could the Hu clan be a place that Ling Han could barge into? Although the strongest member of the Hu clan was only at the 4 transformations, he was still a bit more awesome than Imoguahao. After all, alchemists were subordinate to martial artists. If you trespassed into the Hu clan, no one could save you. Oh, even at this time, you still don't have the slightest hint of repentance. Ling Han shook his head. Then someone like you deserves to die. Barging into my Hu clan and even threatening to kill. A cold voice rang out. A tall elder also walked out from the inner hall. His gait was majestic and his chi and blood were astonishing. Chapter 32-33. Greetings, Second Patriarch. Immediately, all the members of the Hu clan knelt on the ground. This was the second patriarch of the Hu family, Hu Ronghai. He was also a blood transformation expert, but he had surpassed the first transformation. Second bro, don't be careless. This kid is very strange. His strength is at least 500,000 kilograms, Hu Chaoxing reminded. Hu Ronghai couldn't help being startled. What kind of joke was a meridian opening expert with 1,000,000 pounds of force? The limit of the meridian opening realm was 50,000 kilograms. There were indeed some monstrous geniuses who were able to break through that limit, but they were only able to lift 120,000 kilograms. How is that possible? Could it be that after opening a few hidden meridians, his strength would receive such a terrifying increase? Fuck, doesn't that mean there's no difference between opening the hidden meridian and entering the blood transformation realm? He naturally did not know that Ling Han had also opened up all the minor meridians in his body, connecting all the major meridians together. Otherwise, the limit of 20 meridians would only be 600,000. And this was still with Ling Han as the standard. The width of his meridians, the speed and purity of his mystical power were far superior to others. Thus, another person who had opened 20 meridians might have a limit of 300,000 pounds of force, or perhaps 500,000 pounds of force. However, would old Third spout nonsense on this kind of matter? Someone at the meridian opening realm can defeat someone at the blood transformation realm. Vice Captain Ling, I really underestimated you, lightly said Hu Ronghai. If his third brother hadn't gone crazy, then other than his own realm, this youth would definitely be on the same level as him. He might even surpass him. But don't forget, this is the Hu family. His tone suddenly turned severe. Ling Han, did you hear that? This is the Hu family. With two blood transformation experts present, Hu Ming's arrogance finally soared. You're crazy. You're fierce. Why would I not dare? So what if I stole your maids? You're just a deputy captain of the black-green flag. Even if I slept with your mother, your sister, and all of them, what can you do to me? His face was full of arrogance. This was the spoiled second generation of an aristocratic family. Ling Han shook his head and waved at Hu Ronghai. Come. What do you mean? Of course Hu Ronghai would not go over. What face would he have left? He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Now kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can consider giving you a lighter sentence. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself and said, You raised a beast and didn't discipline it properly. You actually want me to kneel and beg for mercy? What a Hu clan. How dare you? The Hu family members shouted angrily. You, an outsider, came to the Hu residence to disrupt the wedding and even dare to teach them a lesson? If you won't come over, then I'll go over. Ling Han let out a long roar and suddenly leapt up, charging towards Ling Hu Ronghai. He punched out. Boom, a terrifying force shook the area. Brat, the strength of the blood transformation realm isn't just about blood chi boiling, said Hu Ronghai coldly. 1. The blood chi in his body rose, becoming as black as ink and transforming into a pillar. Second blood transformation, blood chi condensation column. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Ling Han. This was not in terms of strength but on the spiritual level. 1. This pressure rushed over but did not have the slightest effect. What? Hu Ronghai mouthed, but it was already too late, because Ling Han's punch had already reached him. Why was this brat immune to the impact of his baleful aura? He didn't have time to think and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bam. It was just one punch, but he was sent flying. And he was in a much worse state than Hu Chaoxing. Both his arms had been forcibly broken, and they drooped down powerlessly. The entire scene was deathly silent. How was it that even the second patriarch was not a match for a single punch from Ling Han? Hu Zhao's entire body was trembling. He had just said a bunch of extremely insulting words to Ling Han, but in the blink of an eye the second patriarch had collapsed. He felt like he was about to piss his pants. The person who was the most wronged here was definitely Hu Ronghai. He had never imagined that his baleful aura would have no effect on Ling Han at all. And if there was no effect, then there was no effect. The two of them had exchanged blows. Yes, this brat had struck out with 10 times the force of gravity, one more force than him, and was indeed more awesome than him. But how hard were the bones of the blood transformation realm? How could he have shattered his bones? Shattered, not broken. He could feel that the bones of both his arms were crushed like dough. Could such a comminuted fracture still recover? He was too wronged. If he had directly activated his blood chi, then with his 800,000 gene of raw strength, if doubled, he would definitely have surpassed Ling Han. But now both his arms were crippled and he was not good at using his legs. His strength could be said to have been crippled. That's right, this brat must have cultivated spiritual power. Otherwise he would not have been immune to the effects of his baleful aura. His mind would definitely have been shaken. Damn it, how could there be such a monster? Not only was his martial strength heaven-defying, but he had also cultivated spiritual power. How were others supposed to live? Ling Han was also shocked. His punch should have only been able to defeat his opponent. How could it have caused such a terrifying destructive power? Wasn't this very similar to the blow he had used to kill Cha Yuan? He recalled the process of throwing this punch. It seemed to be no different from a normal punch. Why did it have such an effect? After thinking for a while, his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be, let's find someone to test it out. Everyone, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something, so I was a bit distracted. He smiled at everyone. Everyone couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. Why didn't you want to go berserk and die directly? This was blatant mockery. Ling Han looked at Hu Xiao and said lightly, say what you just said again. Hu Xiao's entire body trembled. How could he dare to? Was he courting death? Say it. Ling Han raised his voice. Hu Xiao's body trembled and he hurriedly said, the Hu clan is a bastard. Everyone from top to bottom is a beast. The old are old beasts and the young are little beasts. Immediately, everyone in the Hu clan's expression changed. They wanted nothing more than to kill Hu Xiao. You're too spineless. You're just scared to this extent. You don't deserve to be a member of the Hu clan. Do you deserve to die? Ling Han interrupted Hu Xiao's words. Even he found them unbearable. How could there be such a shameless person? Deserve to die? I deserve to die. Hu Xiao hurriedly nodded. If he had known that Ling Han was so powerful, he wouldn't have had any ideas about summoning snow even if he was beaten to death. Then you can go die. Ling Han nodded. Hu Xiao's mouth gaped open. The script shouldn't be like this. I've already tried so hard to beg for mercy, and even scolded my own clan members. Why won't you let me live? If there's a next life, be a good person. Ling Han said lightly and then punched out. Peng! Hu Xiao's entire body instantly sprayed out a cloud of blood. He couldn't be more dead. What was even more strange was that Hu Xiao's chest, which was the point of impact, had completely caved in. It wasn't the kind where bones were broken, but as if there were no bones at all. As expected. Ling Han nodded. Chapter 32-34. Killed someone in the main hall. There was silence. Though Hu Xiao's performance just now was unbearable, turning traitor under Ling Han's threat, and cursing the entire Hu clan, that was a completely different matter. He was, after all, a descendant of the Hu clan, and now he was killed by an outsider in his own clan. Who wouldn't feel sad? Home should be the safest harbor, but what about now? Furthermore, this damnable fellow could have easily killed Hu Xiao with a single punch. Yet he had purposely used an overlapping force to turn Hu Xiao into minced meat. Was he purposely showing off to them? How despicable. This was the Hu family of Tiger Crouching City, one of the 6 minor aristocratic families. No one said anything and Ling Han closed his eyes slightly, his brain working quickly. His punch just now had directly shattered Hu Xiao's bones and internal organs. An ordinary punch, even with the overlapping force of 20, could not have such an effect. Such an effect could only be achieved if his strength was several times greater than his current strength. To kill a mere Hu Xiao, why did he need to use so much strength in the overlapping force? This was the conjecture he wanted to verify. How could such a blow have such terrifying power? That was because the waves of power formed a certain frequency, causing the destructive power to reach the extreme. Why was it like this? Ling Han thought of a very simple example, and that was the swing. If pushed at will, the swing would keep swaying but it would not overturn. But if pushed at a certain frequency, the swing could overturn. In fact, it did not need to use much strength. Also, the bridge was strong and could bear a great deal of weight. Even if rows of cars drove on it, it would not be a problem. But as long as 100 people walked on the bridge at a fixed pace, the bridge could collapse. Ling Han did not use his full strength in that blow just now. Even with the overlapping force of 10, it should have at most broken Hu Xiao's bones. However, because he had captured the fixed frequency, Hu Xiao's bones had been shattered into pieces. Mastering this frequency, I can fight the strong with the weak. However, there must be a limit. The key is, where is the limit? Ling Han had been thinking about this question ever since he returned from the Thousand Lotus Mountain. Now he finally understood. Good. Hu Ronghai stared at Ling Han. From this moment on, the Hu clan will not rest until you are dead. Even the God of Heaven will not be able to save you. Ling Han chuckled. You're not the king of heaven. How do you know that you can't save me? Besides, is the Hu clan that strong? Young man, you're too arrogant, Hu Ronghai said coldly. Ling Han looked at him and shook his head. You seem to have forgotten how your arm was broken. This sentence poked at Hu Ronghai's sore spot. His greatest grievance was that he was crippled by Ling Han before he could unleash his greatest strength. This made him want to vomit blood just thinking about it. You are destined to shed your blood here today, he said fiercely. Oh, if you want to kill my soldiers, why don't you first ask if I, Lien Shuerong, have agreed to it? A cold but pleasant voice rang out as Lien Xuerong walked in from outside. She was still dressed in black leather, which completely outlined her impressive figure. Many people swallowed their saliva when they saw her. In Hidden Tiger City, there were many people who had designs on this sexy rose. However, Lien Xuerong was not only at the 3 changes of blood transfusion, but also the flag master of the black-green flag. Who dared to force an imperial general? Weren't they afraid of being executed? So it's Flag Master Lien. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Hu Ronghai put on a fake smile. He wanted to cup his hands, but he realized that both his arms were broken. His expression naturally became even more ferocious. You came at the right time. He nodded. This soldier of yours has barged into the Hu residence and publicly killed people. Flag Master Lien, please take him down and let the Hu clan deal with him. Flag Master Lien is the leader of the black-green flag. Isn't the black-green flag supposed to protect law-abiding citizens like us? Someone from the Hu clan said in a strange tone. Flag Master Lien, please take down this murderer. Flag Master Lien, please take action. The Hu clan said one after another. No. Huan Xue hurriedly defended herself. They were the ones who kidnapped me and brought me here. Young Master barged in to save me. It really has nothing to do with Young Master. Ling Han smiled. That's what happened. My servant girl was kidnapped. After my investigation, I found out that it was the Hu clan who did it. In order to prevent the Hu clan from moving her away, I didn't apply to the Flag Master and directly took action. Nonsense. Who do you think the Hu clan is? Why would we do something like kidnapping people? Hu Ronghai snorted. My little nine took a fancy to his servant girl and bought her from him. However, this evil brat actually went back on his word and came here on the big day to cause trouble and publicly kill people. Flag Master Lien, let me ask you. How should such an evil act be dealt with? TSK. His skill in making false accusations was really impressive. He forcefully made an unreasonable matter into a reasonable one and the perpetrator into the victim. Ling Han felt that he was far from being shameless. Yes, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Lien Xuerong said indifferently, fine. I will bring people back. After I find out the truth, I will naturally give the Hu clan an explanation. She was protecting Ling Han. Flag Master Lien, don't you think you're going too far? Hu Ronghai said coldly. Don't you see that my little nine's corpse is still lying on the ground? Lien Xuerong glared at him. I'm going to bring people away right now. Do you dare to stop me? Hu Ronghai was immediately speechless. Who didn't know that Lien Xuerong had a fiery temper and was extremely protective of her people? She really dared to act recklessly. If it was another time, he wouldn't be afraid to fight even if he was a small realm lower. However, now that both his arms were crippled, how could he possibly resist the third transformation expert? Flag Master Lien is truly awe-inspiring. Another voice rang out and a white-haired old man walked into the main hall. Although he looked extremely old, the blood chi in his body was at its peak. It was as if there was a ferocious beast hiding in his body that was about to leap out and attack people. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. Instantly, the Hu clan members all bowed to him, their confidence soaring. This was the ancestor of the Hu clan, an expert at the fourth blood transformation. He had single-handedly founded the Hu clan and brought the Hu clan to the position of one of the 6 minor clans in Hidden Tiger City. He was the spiritual pillar of the Hu clan. Hukin waved his hand and said, "Rise, all of you." The Hu clan members all stood up, each of them regaining their previous arrogance. Even the elder ancestor had appeared. Was there still a problem? Lien Xuerong frowned slightly. Hukin was a 4th transformation expert and his realm was even higher than hers. If they really fought, the possibility of her losing was even greater. However, with her protective personality, how could she retreat in the face of difficulties? Hu clan leader. She greeted. Chapter 32-36. Lien Xuerong wanted to meet the attack, but Ling Han stepped out first and blocked her with his hand. Flag leader, why bother you with this kind of trash? I'll take care of it. Such arrogance. Hukin snorted coldly and charged over. Both of you come at me together, it will save me some energy. Lien Xuerong thought about it and took a few steps back. Since Ling Han was so confident, then she would first see his strength. Anyway, once she received the news, she had already sent someone to inform the city lord's house. She believed that in another half an hour or so, the city lord would come personally, or at least send Butler Mu. with the ultimate Bone Realm practitioner holding down the fort, the Hu family naturally would not dare to do anything rash. Little brat. Hukin sneered and pressed down with his palm. Ling Han had no plans to fight him head-on. This was a super practitioner with boiling blood qi. Facing him head-on would definitely result in death. He turned to the side and then punched out. Peng, power surged out, surpassing the speed of sound and turning into a massive fist. Insignificant skill. Hukin sneered, completely ignoring Ling Han's attack and charging over. Peng, the fist force landed on his body, causing Hukin's body to shake slightly and come to a halt. This time, Hukin's expression was rather awkward. He had just called it insignificant skill and put on a look of disdain, but in the blink of an eye, his attack had been blocked by this insignificant skill. Wasn't this a slap in the face? But Hukin was more shocked. An illuminating pulse realm could actually stop him. How was this possible? The opponent's attack just now had at least 500,000 kilograms of power. Hukin was a little scared. If he did not have boiling blood qi, his strength would probably only be slightly stronger than Ling Han's. How could a mere illuminating pulse possess such terrifying power? If he was like this now, what would happen in the future? At the start, he did not know what was going on. But how could the Hu family be trampled on by others? So he had directly flown into a rage. And just now, when Old Third had given him the Dharma artifact, he had also roughly explained what had happened. He cursed Hu Xiao in his heart. Why did he have to provoke such a terrifying guy with limitless potential? If he let Ling Han go today, then the Hu clan would definitely be erased by Ling Han in the future. Since the wood had already been turned into a boat, then he could only get rid of this brat and get rid of any future troubles. Hukin unleashed a powerful move. His left hand turned into a claw, clawing at Ling Han unceasingly. Shio, the force continued to transform and one giant claw after another pressed down at Ling Han, practically covering the sky and covering the earth. Ling Han was unable to face the attack head-on, so he could only dodge. Fortunately, he could release his strength to a distance of 30 feet. While dodging, he could still counterattack, so he was not completely in a passive position. Lian Shuerong was shocked. Whether it was speed or strength, Ling Han wasn't any weaker than her. The only difference was that he couldn't boil his blood qi and increase his strength by 2 or 3 times. The meridian opening realm could actually be this powerful? She couldn't help but think of that white-robed, omnipotent genius in the capital. He was also a monster who could fight against blood transformation experts at the meridian opening realm. However, could he reach the 3rd transformation and fight against the 5th transformation? Could it be that there was someone who could surpass that monster? In her idle thoughts, Ling Han and Hukin had already exchanged many blows. Of course, Hukin was completely on the defensive, constantly dodging and only occasionally returning a punch or two. But even so, everyone was still shocked to the point of dizziness. That was an expert of the 5th transformation attacking, and his blood qi was boiling, and he was in his strongest state. Even with this, he couldn't finish off Ling Han in 2 or 3 blows. Heavens, what kind of monster was this? Ling Han was extremely calm. He was not as relaxed as others appeared to be. Facing an expert of the 5th transformation whose blood qi was boiling, as long as he made the slightest mistake, the result would be eternal damnation. Hukin was stronger and faster than him. The reason why he was able to repeatedly dodge his opponent's attacks was completely because Ling Han had made a prediction. Otherwise, if he waited for Hukin to attack before dodging, it would definitely be too late. Ling Han relied on his experience, but his opponent's speed was too fast. He had to capture the details of each of Hukin's actions, so the pressure was naturally extremely great. In just 2 minutes, he had already overused his eyes, feeling extremely sore, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. However, he only needed to hold on for a few more minutes, and Hukin's outburst period would be over. An expert of the 5th transformation was not much stronger than him, so he could completely deal with him. Hukin's expression became uglier and uglier. Previously, he had fought a great battle with Lian Shuerong, and his blood qi was boiling. Then he had to wait for Hu Chaoxing to retrieve his magic tool, wasting some more time. Therefore, when he really fought with Ling Han, he actually only had about 5 minutes of his outburst period left. And now he had used up another 2 minutes, but it looked like Ling Han could still hold on for a few more minutes. He was unable to accept this kind of result. An expert of the 5th transformation whose blood qi was boiling was actually unable to take down a mere illuminating pulse. If news of this got out, he would become a joke, a huge joke. Since that was the case, Hukin revealed a cold smile. The sword in his hand immediately lit up. To be more precise, it was the 4 glyphs on the body of the sword. They all gave off a white light, causing it to seem as if it had become a sword of light. It was definitely useful as a torch in the darkness. Shua Hu Kan slashed out with his sword, and a magnificent sword chi immediately slashed towards Ling Han. It was a full 3 meters long and its speed was ridiculously fast. Even if Ling Han could predict this slash, he would not be able to dodge it. Go to hell. Hu Kan smirked coldly, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was too terrifying and he definitely could not be allowed to grow. Ling Han. Lian Xuerong cried out in surprise, and hurriedly lashed out with the whip in her hand. However, she was too far away and it was completely beyond her reach. Ling Han instead revealed a hint of a smile. Could it be that he would still be unprepared if he knew that his opponent had a magic tool in his hands? He had long since taken out the broken sword and also raised his sword. Shua, the glyphs lit up slightly, and then he unleashed a sword chi. It was only a foot long and it went towards that thick and long sword chi. A Dharma artifact. When everyone saw this, they all thought to themselves, who would have thought that this brat would also be able to obtain an incomparably precious magic tool? It should be known that all the magic tools came from the historical sites of the previous civilization, and no one in the current era could make magic tools. Thus, magic tools were extremely precious, and even the Hu family only had one. A meridian opening brat actually has it? However, such a magical artifact, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. The sword was already broken. How much power could it still have left? Just by looking at the length of the sword chi, one could tell that it was only a foot long. It was simply weak. Shua, the 2 bolts of sword chi collided, and soundlessly the 3-meter-long sword chi was severed. Then, it started to spread and be annihilated from the 2 severed ends, and finally completely disappeared. On the other hand, the foot-long sword chi continued to sweep forward. Down. Chapter 32-37. A Beautiful Romance. Hu Kan was taken aback and then immediately dodged. Thankfully, his speed surpassed the speed of sound. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to dodge this sword chi. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The sword chi from a broken sword was so terrifying. Hu Kan looked down at the sword in his hand, and a strong suspicion arose in his heart. Did the 2 of them hold the wrong swords? Why did it feel like he was the one holding the broken sword? Of course, this was just a thought. Hu Kan revealed a fearful expression, and at the same time, his eyes turned red. The power of this broken sword made him feel a chill that he did not want to touch. What did this mean? Its power definitely surpassed the 5 changes, and reached the height of the ultimate bone realm. The ultimate bone realm. If he could get his hands on it, then even if he could not crush the ultimate bone realm, he would at least have a certain degree of authority, right? So, of course he was jealous. Lian Xuerong was also shocked. She had never thought that Ling Han would have such a powerful Dharma item. This guy's power rose rapidly. At the opening pulse realm, he had the power of 3 changes, and now he had an ultimate bone realm Dharma item. What kind of luck was this? Really, if it was just his own hard work, he definitely could not have such achievements. Ling Han waved the broken sword and said, Hu family, listen up. Immediately kneel and surrender. Do not resist stubbornly. Hearing this, the Hu family members were all enraged. Fuck, this was the Hu family, you bastard. Hu Kan also took a deep breath and said darkly, Captain Ling, you really are arrogant. Even if my Hu family really committed some crime, it is not up to you, a mere vice-captain, to judge. Flagmaster, can this be considered resisting arrest? Ling Han turned back to ask Lian Xuerong. Yes, Lian Xuerong said in a low voice. She could be considered to have a big heart. If you resist arrest, then you will die for nothing. Ling Han shook his head and attacked. Ignorant brat. Hu Kan laughed coldly and similarly raised his sword to meet the attack. Swish, 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 the 2 of them constantly clashed. Sword chi crisscrossed. Ping, 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 any sword chi that missed would tear a hole in the hull. Actually, the sword chi itself did not have much power, but its sharpness was incomparably terrifying, as if it could cut through anything. Besides fighting with their swords, their other hands weren't idle as well. They repeatedly punched, struck out with their palms and pressed down with their claws, causing the scene to be extremely dangerous. Cold sweat rolled down Ling Han's forehead. He needed to make more judgments now, so the burden was naturally greater. He couldn't hold on much longer. However, Hu Kan's outburst was also about to end. Once one's chi and blood began to boil, it would be a process that could not be stopped. Therefore, there was only a time limit of 10 minutes. Only super geniuses or those who had cultivated some special martial arts could exceed the limit of 10 minutes, but it would not be more than a few minutes. Finally, another 2 minutes passed. Hu Qian's aura plummeted all at once. He had now returned to his ordinary fifth transformation state. Old man Hu, hurry up and be bound. Ling Han let out a long howl as he switched from defense to offense. Humph, do you think that you can suppress me just because my qi and blood aren't boiling? Hu Qian sneered. Ling Han's primordial power was inferior to his. Even if he did not explode, he did not fear Ling Han at all. Bam! The two of them collided. This time Ling Han did not dodge. It was very difficult for him to dodge. When Hu Qian's outburst period ended, the string that had been pressing down on him immediately loosened. It gave him a splitting headache and it was impossible for him to make any more accurate judgments. Then let's fight. With one blow, Ling Han immediately stumbled back. He was clearly not a match for Hu Qian. Although Hu Qian had the upper hand, he revealed an expression of shock. This brat's strength was not just 1,000,000 kilograms, but had reached around 1,200,000 kilograms. This had surpassed an ordinary third transformation state. Heavens, how could there be such a freak? I can't let you live, he said coldly. Regardless of whether it was to get rid of future trouble or to snatch the ritual implement in Ling Han's hands, he had to kill Ling Han. Now was a very good excuse. Ling Han had forcibly barged into the Hu residence and publicly killed people. This was a serious crime and he deserved to die. His expression was cold and he charged towards Ling Han with his sword. Not only do you not reflect on your actions, but you are also so overbearing. You are the one who deserves to die. Ling Han waved his broken sword to meet him. Ping ping ping. In the continuous clashes, Hu Qian had to dodge the sword qi unleashed by the broken sword, but the force he unleashed also caused Ling Han to stumble, and even blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This caused everyone to be confused. There was clearly a great difference in their strength, so why was he still foolishly going all out? The members of the Hu family did not care, but it would be best if Ling Han was killed by the earthquake just like that. That would be a very satisfying ending. Lian Xuerong, on the other hand, was shocked. She did not believe that Ling Han was such an idiot. Otherwise, how could he have reached such heights in martial art? What was this guy thinking of doing? Ling Han gritted his teeth. His opponent's strength was too terrifying. Every clash made him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But why was he still going all out? Of course, it was to capture the frequency of Hu Qian's attacks, and then adjust the frequency at which their strengths overlapped. When they reached a synchronized state, then his opponent's strength would be defeated by him. This was what he had suddenly thought of. If objects could be shattered, then attacks should be able to as well. So, he would rather endure the discomfort of his body about to explode to prove this point. He was this kind of person. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he had. So, if he were to achieve a breakthrough in battle, the time he would spend would be far less than when he was comprehending normally. However, why was the darkness before dawn so long? It was not over yet. Ling Han opened his mouth abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood. That attack just now had triggered all the injuries he had previously suppressed, causing his stomach to turn upside down. He felt as if stars were flashing before his eyes. Die. Hu Qian took advantage of his victory and gave chase. He wanted to finish off Ling Han in one go. Stop. Lian Xuerong shouted softly and hurriedly waved her whip to block. Ling Han gave a loud roar and struck out furiously, meeting Hu Qian's attack head-on. The forces of the two of them clashed. Ping ping, a shocking scene appeared. Ling Han was indeed sent flying, but Hu Qian's figure also swayed, and he was sent flying back in retreat. Lian Xuerong could not help but stop in her tracks. There was a look of disbelief on her pretty face. What was going on? Why had Ling Han's strength suddenly skyrocketed? He was not at the blood-changing realm, where he could boil his blood qi and explode. Hu Qian's face was also filled with astonishment. This attack did not do much to him, but how could a weakling suddenly become so powerful? What secret technique did you use? He asked with a frown. Do you want to know? Ling Han smiled calmly. Sure, surrender and I'll tell you. It was blatant mockery. Hu Qian laughed coldly. Do you think that just because you were able to block one of my attacks, you will be able to block 10 or 100 of my attacks? Wrong, it's not me blocking. Ling Han took the initiative to attack, throwing out a punch. It's you blocking. Chapter 32-38. Good story. Arrogant. Hu Qian scoffed. What a joke. Did he think he was invincible just because he had blocked one of his attacks? He absent-mindedly shot out a palm strike at Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was calm, like an old well without ripples. He struck out with his fist, stacking 20 layers of power. Bam! Hukan's expression changed greatly as he struck out with his fist. The power he had struck out had been completely disintegrated, and a terrifying force surged towards him, causing him to involuntarily retreat. On the other hand, Ling Han was standing steadily. Hukan's face was slightly pale. Under the shock of the power, he almost vomited. Unexpectedly, he was at a disadvantage in this blow. How was this possible? What secret technique did you use? His face was full of shock and confusion. Ling Han smiled calmly. Your talent is too poor. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. In these two attacks, he had already grasped Hukan's attack frequency, so under the stacking of power, he had broken through Hukan's attack. This was also because the difference in power between the two of them was not very large. If Hukan was at the ultimate bone realm, then even if Ling Han had grasped his opponent's attack frequency, it would be useless. It was like how a group of people could collapse a bridge, but could a group of ants do the same? I already said you can only block. Ling Han attacked again. Bam bam bam. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and Hukan was pushed back again and again, clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, the Hu family was deathly silent, unable to make a single sound. What could they say? Even Shui Rong was so shocked that her scalp went numb. An illuminating pulse could actually suppress a 5-transformation elite. Would anyone believe this? That monster in the capital? Too late. But Ling Han knew his own difficulties. If he wanted to break Hukan's attack frequency, he had to use more than 15 layers of power. Under such intense exhaustion, how long could he fight for? It would only be over 10 minutes, which was equivalent to the blood transformation realm's explosive power. Furthermore, the explosive power of the blood transformation realm was over. Their battle power would only drop back to normal, but it was different for him. The power in his body would be completely used up, and he would completely lose the ability to fight again. But could he finish off Hukan in 10 minutes? Ling Han shook his head in his heart. After all, the other party was a 5-transformation expert. He could only suppress him. Moreover, if it were not for the fact that Hukan had used his chi and blood seething early on, he definitely would not have dared to face him head-on. Otherwise he would have been courting death. Sigh, I'm still too weak, he sighed. However, if others were to hear his words, they would definitely scold him for being pretentious. You, a meridian opening expert, are suppressing a 5th transformation expert. What more do you want? Ling Han continued to throw punches. In his heart, he thought that it was about time to find an excuse to pack up. Otherwise it would not be easy to clean up the mess. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was filled with dignity. Ling Han's memory was very good. He immediately stopped. This was the best opportunity to stop. However, Hukan did not give up. With a loud cry, he continued to lunge at Ling Han. Are you seeking death? That voice snorted coldly, and then a palm came slapping over. Peng Hukan was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a crushing defeat in terms of power. Who is it? Butler Mu. Lien Shuerong hurriedly bowed respectfully. Although Butler Mu did not have any position, he was a genuine ultimate bone realm martial artist. Who dared to disrespect him? Only now did Hukan realize that the person who had spoken was actually Butler Mu. He could not help but cry out in frustration. He had suffered this slap for nothing. An ultimate bone realm martial artist had already spoken, and he still did not stop. Was he not looking for a slap? Greetings, Butler Mu. He pinched his nose and bowed. The difference of a major realm was a crushing defeat. After all, there could only be one monster like Ling Han. Butler Mu swept his gaze over him coldly and said, Flag Master Lien, what is going on? Housekeeper Mu, this is what happened. Lien Shuerong said in full detail. She told him everything that she knew without any deviations. Hukan would not allow Lien Shuerong to finish speaking. He hurriedly interrupted and said, Butler Mu, listen to me. Butler Mu immediately gave him a slap and said coldly, Did I allow you to speak? How could Hukan dodge? He took the blow head-on and one side of his face instantly swelled up. What a good hit. Ling Han gave Butler Mu a secret thumbs up in his heart. This master had a very bad temper. Flag Master Lien, continue? Butler Mu said lightly. Yes. Lien Shuerong nodded and continued speaking. When she finished speaking, Butler Mu looked at Hukan and said, It's your turn. The corner of Hukan's mouth twitched. He already had no passion left to speak now. But if he did not defend himself now, wouldn't he be accused of a crime? He hurriedly said, "Butler Mu, this is all Ling Han's nonsense. It was clearly him who sold the female attendant to my family's little nine, but on the day of the marriage, he regretted it and came to our door to demand it back. That is why such a mess has arisen. Butler Mu, please distinguish right from wrong." "You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who forcefully abducted me." Huan Shui could not help but interrupt. Butler Mu glanced at Huan Shui, then looked away and did not do anything. Fuck. Who can almost went mad with anger. "Oh, you want to slap me for interrupting? How come this girl's interrupting doesn't need to be punished? Wasn't this discrimination too much?" But did who can still dare to criticize Butler Mu? He could only hold it in with a red face and swallow this anger back into his stomach. "The two of you say completely different things. Should I believe Ling Han's words or yours?" Butler Mu looked at Hu Can. This question was asked. Hu Can did not even think and immediately said, "This brat is just a small deputy captain of the Black-Green Banner, a complete military ruffian. How can his words be trusted? I am the head of the Hu family, and my words are worth enormous weight." "Oh, you mean that whoever has a higher position can be trusted?" Butler Mu asked. "Don't speak so plainly." But it was indeed so. Why did no one dare to provoke the 3 great clans and 6 small clans? Because they were the 9 powers with the highest position in Hidden Tiger City. Whoever provoked them would suffer. Butler Mu nodded and said, "Since that is the case, then I can only believe in Ling Han." Hu Can instantly choked. "What? Are you an idiot? A deputy captain of the Black-Green Banner can surpass me in position?" Butler Mu glanced at Hu Can, his eyes filled with pity as if the latter was an idiot. He opened his mouth and said calmly, "Because the Alchemist Guild headquarters has not officially confirmed it, this matter has not been widely publicized. But I can tell you in advance that Hidden Tiger City has produced a second high-level alchemist." Wah wah wah. Hu Can's mind instantly buzzed and he almost saw stars. A second high-level alchemist? Although Butler Mu did not point out the name, as long as one was not an idiot, they could guess that he was referring to Ling Han. High-level alchemist? How could this be? Chapter 3240. If these words were said by Feng Zixing, then Ling Han could understand a little. For example, if Feng Zixing betrayed the country or suffered from internal strife, his status was not guaranteed, and he was reduced to the point of fleeing, then he might indeed need a daughter. But what position did Housekeeper Mu have? Ling Han looked at Housekeeper Mu in surprise. "Although you are the housekeeper of the Feng family, isn't your hand reaching too far?" Housekeeper Mu shook his head. "Do you think Miss will be happy if she marries a man she has never met for the sake of benefits?" Ling Han laughed and said, "Then why didn't Housekeeper Mu take Miss Feng away?" He was only at the Illuminating Pulse realm. Even if he could barely match the 5 changes of blood transformation, he was still far from the extreme bone realm. No matter how he looked at it, Housekeeper Mu was more suitable than him. Housekeeper Mu looked at him and said after a while, "I hope you will consider this matter carefully. In addition, I also hope that you can help Miss when she needs help. This is the flying shuttle steps technique." He took out a thin book from his arms. The paper was very new. "Consider it a reward." Ling Han thought about it and said, "As long as it is within my ability, I will help." Okay. Housekeeper Mu nodded. He threw the book to Ling Han and strode away. Flying shuttle steps. Ling Han murmured. As he walked, he flipped through the book. One picture after another immediately entered his eyes, and one after another, the incantation continuously appeared in his mind. Not bad. After unfolding, it can increase the speed by up to 3 times. However, this consumes too much secret power. In addition, it also has great requirements on the physique. Otherwise, both legs may be directly crippled while running. In that case, I owe a big favor. Ling Han showed a strange expression. Housekeeper Mu's point of view was not correct, but he was just a housekeeper. Was it a little too much to care so much about Feng Ruoxian? It was definitely too much. This was not the attitude of a housekeeper but more like a father. Could it be that Feng Ruoxian was the illegitimate daughter of Housekeeper Mu? For a moment, Ling Han's heart was filled with countless thoughts of gossip. I don't have to deliberately care about it. If Feng Ruoxian really needs my help, then I'll help her within the limits of my ability. However, if she's in Hidden Tiger City, what kind of trouble will she encounter? I don't care. Let's go back to camp. After a night, Ling Han first invited Sun Jianfang to the campsite. There was only 1 day left before the deadline given by the little old man. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so he could only try his best to prepare. Ling Han took the shuttle steps and carefully studied it. With his perception, it was natural for him to succeed. In just half a day he was already able to display this body technique. He ran with all his strength and then used shuttle steps. His speed suddenly increased, but he didn't push it to the maximum. This was necessary. Because his speed was already close to the speed of sound, when he ran the air resistance was very strong, causing a great burden to him. Now that he had increased his speed a little more, all the bones in his body were cracking. Could he break the speed of sound? Ling Han's strength was comparable to that of a third blood transformation, but his physique was definitely a lot worse. After all, his life level was lower by 1 realm. Breaking the speed of sound was an ability that only blood transformation realm experts could have, and this was determined by physique. Ling Han circulated the secret power in his body, then increased his speed. Ping! There was a huge sonic boom behind him. Sand and stones were sent flying in all directions. He had achieved it. Ling Han revealed a smile. With the support of the shuttle steps, his speed finally broke the sound barrier. It could be said that this speed alone could cause great destruction. If he were to run on the street like this, the resulting sonic boom could deafen the people nearby, shatter the glass windows, and even cause the houses to collapse. But after just half a minute, Ling Han couldn't take it anymore and had to stop. He felt his whole body heating up, especially his legs, as if they were about to burn. My current limit is to sprint at the speed of sound for half a minute, at most 40 seconds. Otherwise, my body might disintegrate, Ling Han said to himself. Is there a way to temper the body? Ling Han went back to search for information, and soon found that there was indeed a way to strengthen the physique. This was nothing more than being hit by all kinds of forces from a young age to increase the strength of the muscles and bones. It also needed to be combined with medicine, directly taken or soaked in the form of a medicinal bath to stimulate the strength of the cells. This kind of consumption is very high and also needs to persevere day after day, year after year. Without strong financial resources, it's impossible to support it. On the contrary, as long as the secret power is placed in the body, it can achieve the same or even better defensive effect. Therefore, very few people are willing to spend this time and financial resources to temper the body. Ling Han shook his head. He started off as a body refiner in the Yuan world, and directly obtained the celestial venerable level body refiner treasure technique, making his physique extremely strong. Even if he encountered an opponent whose tier was a lot higher than his, he was fearless and couldn't be hurt at all. There's no body refiner technique for sale here, so it's unrealistic to hope to buy it. Can I use the indestructible heaven scroll? Yes, the two worlds are completely different, but I'm me and haven't changed. The indestructible heaven scroll is completely useless to others, but I'm different because I came from the Yuan world. I definitely can't copy it, but I can make some improvements. Ling Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. He stood at the peak of the world in the Yuan world, and it wasn't difficult to improve a celestial venerable level technique. What was difficult was how to merge it with this world. If the indestructible heaven scroll can be improved, then how many secret techniques can I take out? I'll give it a try. Ling Han immediately returned to the camp and began to think hard. He was sometimes a very patient person and sometimes a super impatient person. Once he thought of it, he would immediately do it. From morning until midnight, Ling Han finally had some ideas. It's possible, it's really possible. He nodded. However, this requires a very large change, and with such a change, perhaps everyone in this world can cultivate. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It was at this moment that a sharp voice rang out in the sky above the camp. Dang, 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 the alarm also sounded. Ling Han shivered. The half a month's time limit had arrived. What kind of enemy could actually make staying in Crouching Tiger City unsafe? Ling Han hurriedly dashed out. At this time, most of the people had already come out because Lien Shuerong had already made preparations. No one went to sleep at night, and everyone was fully armed, without the slightest bit of disheveled appearance. How many enemies are attacking? Lien Shuerong also appeared and asked very calmly. On the watchtower high above, the soldier's face was twitching. He lowered his head and with a trembling voice he said, "Innumerable, innumerable." Chapter 3241. What? The number of enemies is innumerable? Lien Shuerong bent her legs slightly, and then suddenly exploded with an astonishing power. Peng, she transformed into a shooting star, rushing toward the sentry tower. She looked into the distance and her expression immediately changed. She shouted to the people below, "Prepare for battle, the beast tide is coming." Beast tide? It was actually a beast tide. Ling Han was surprised. He had been wondering what kind of disaster would strike on this day. Perhaps it would be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction, such as the most powerful weapon from more than 100 years ago, a nuclear bomb. If that bomb were to fall, Hidden Tiger City would cease to exist. However, the Xianbei dynasty had already collected all of these weapons, so it was impossible for them to take them out. If it really appeared, it meant that this force really had the ability to transcend the heavens. Otherwise, with the advantage of the city's defenses, they would just be throwing their lives away. Moreover, this was a crushing advantage. Otherwise, as long as the battle dragged on for 2 days, the reinforcements would arrive, and they would not be able to destroy the city. That was why Ling Han had always found it strange. He really lacked imagination. Just how could they turn Hidden Tiger City into a land of death? So it was a beast tide. But the problem was, of course, the beast tide was instigated by demonic beasts. High-level demonic beasts would command low-level demonic beasts, and only after they had formed a certain scale could it be called a beast tide. A few hundred of them could only be said to be a small skirmish, and could not be called a tide. It was very rare for humans and demonic beasts to live in harmony. Even between demonic beasts, as long as they were of different races, they would kill each other. Therefore, the probability of a beast tide appearing was extremely low. Unless a powerful beast appeared and drove a group of beasts, only then would it be possible to form a beast tide. Therefore it should not be man-made. That mysterious force is too terrifying. It can even trigger a beast tide. As he thought this, Ling Han had already taken out the broken sword and said, "Summon snow, follow behind me and don't fall behind." "Yes, young master." Huanxue hugged the little pink pig tightly. She didn't know what the beast tide meant, but seeing everyone's incomparably nervous expressions, she was also infected and became very nervous. That perverted pig let out a miserable cry. Because Huanxue was hugging it too tightly, its neck was about to snap. "Ignore it. It's just pretending," Ling Han said casually as he looked ahead. The little pink pig glared at him with hatred. What a hateful fellow, always interrupting its cute and pitiful act. Hong long long, the earth trembled, and the dense trees in front of them fell to the ground. The beast tide was about to arrive. Bam! A giant white rhinoceros that was at least 15 meters long emerged from the bushes at the very front. With an unstoppable momentum, it landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Ping ping ping. Behind it, even more demonic beasts appeared. There were multicolored tigers, green mountain goats, and thick and long pythons. There were all kinds of demonic beasts, and every single one of them had a fierce glint in their eyes. Electromagnetic cannon. Lian Shuerong shouted. Immediately, 5 beams of lightning shot out. These beams of light were as thick as a person's arms and had a range of at least 1,000 meters. Their power was incomparably terrifying. Once they were touched by the beams of light, the demonic beasts immediately exploded. When the beams of light shot out, they lasted for a full 2 seconds. The beams formed were extraordinarily long. After this attack, at least 200 to 300 demonic beasts were killed. Charge. Lian Shuerong continued to give orders. Team 2 go. Hong, another 5 beams of light shot out, forming a crisscrossing sweep. After just 2 waves of attacks, the dead and injured demonic beasts numbered in the thousands. Team 3. Team 4. The Xianqing flag had a total of 20 electromagnetic cannons, which were divided into 4 groups. Because the electromagnetic cannons needed to be charged after use, and the charging time was as long as 10 minutes, it was naturally impossible to use them all at once. But the beast tide was too large. Even though the electromagnetic cannons were divided into 4 groups, they were still all used up within 4 minutes. In other words, if they wanted to use the electromagnetic cannons again, they would have to wait another 6 minutes. By that time the daylilies would be cold. Hong, a vast number of demonic beasts charged over, crushing toward the Xianqing flag. Kill. Lian Shuerong was at the very front. She had already taken out her whip. Ling Han also walked to the front. His strength was comparable to Lian Shuerong's, so he naturally couldn't hide in the back at this time. The first demonic beast had already charged over. It was a strange-looking dog. Its head was abnormally small, but its body was incomparably large. 12 meridians. Ling Han made a decision in his heart. He swung his broken sword, and without even activating it, the demonic beast was cut in half. It didn't take much effort. Ling Han knew that this was going to be a protracted battle, and he had to conserve as much energy as possible. Go. The Xianqing flag's warriors all roared, pulling out their blades and swords facing the beast tide. With Ling Han and Lien Xuerong acting as the vanguard, the pressure on the others was greatly reduced. Furthermore, the main force of the beast tide was only at the illuminating pulse realm. Thus, for a short period of time they wouldn't have any problems. The beast tide surged past. Most of the demonic beasts continued to charge toward the city. How could a mere team of 100 stop so many demonic beasts? Oh no! Lien Xuerong exclaimed. The electromagnetic cannons needed to be charged so they could only be used at a fixed location, some distance away from them. Thus, when the demonic beasts attacked, those charging devices were immediately destroyed. Oh no, the demonic beasts are going to invade the city. Retreat to the city. Ling Han, you take the lead, Lien Xuerong said. All right. Ling Han didn't say anything else. He immediately jumped out and arrived at the back of the team. With another turn he became the vanguard. Advance with me, he shouted. Yes. They advanced, but the demonic beasts continued to attack, which greatly affected their speed. At this rate we'll need at least an hour to reach the city, Lien Xuerong said. If such a terrifying beast tide surged into the city, how much damage could they cause in an hour? Ling Han also frowned. No wonder the little old man wanted him to leave, and Cha Diyuan even said that even if he returned to Hidden Tiger City, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The demonic beasts were endless, but human strength was limited. They could block 1 or 2 waves, but what about 10 or 20 waves? Bang! There was a huge tremor as if there was an earthquake. Then there was a commotion behind them. Ling Han turned his head to look, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This was a giant elephant, a real giant elephant. It was more than 100 meters tall, and each of its legs was as thick as a house. With a single stomp, the earth shook and the mountains shook. With such a terrifying size, even if it didn't have a very high cultivation, just the strength of its physical body was incomparably frightening. Even a paramount bone-tier cultivator would be speechless. Although this giant elephant seemed to be walking slowly because its legs were really too long, a single stride could cover a distance of more than 100 meters. In just a few steps, the giant elephant's huge foot was trampling towards them. The black mass seemed to blot out the sky and cover the earth. Chapter 32-42. Lien Xuerong let out a tender shout and rushed towards this behemoth. She brandished the long whip in her hand and lashed at the giant elephant. Pop! The whip struck the bottom of the elephant's foot. A golden light flashed and the elephant let out a pained roar. Its foot slid down and stepped on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently like a carpet shaking. A demonic beast of the blood transformation tier. Ling Han took a look and immediately concluded. That boiling qi and blood was extremely shocking, revealing its ferocity, causing all the warriors' faces to turn pale. Just standing was a huge burden. Lien Xuerong roared once more and lashed out with her whip. Not only was this elephant at the blood transformation realm, it was also extremely large. As long as it stepped on you, its destructive power would be incomparably terrifying. The elephant swung its long trunk at Lien Xuerong. It was like a tall building was smashing towards her. Lien Xuerong leapt up. She could no longer change her trajectory and could only face the elephant head-on. Bang! She pressed out with her palm and was sent flying into the distant demonic beast horde. On the other hand, the elephant only trembled slightly. Its shocking size had already proved its worth. To send it flying would probably require a peak bone realm expert. This was the reason why demonic beasts were said to be stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Flag Master. The Black-Green Banner's warriors all shouted. Flag Master Lien is fine. Everyone follow me, shouted Ling Han. Lien Xuerong was at the 3rd blood transformation, and even if she wasn't a match for the elephant, she could easily escape. But if they didn't leave, they would only be trampled to death by the elephant. Let's go. Lien Xuerong's voice rang out from the distance. When everyone heard this, they felt relieved and hurriedly ran away. But in this kind of environment, how could they possibly run so fast? In just a few breaths of time, the giant elephant had already made a comeback and stomped down with its foot. It was like the heavens were collapsing, extremely terrifying. Ling Han had no choice but to leap high into the air and then deliver a punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly, and Ling Han only felt as if the entire celestial body was crushing him. His chest felt like it was boiling and it was extremely uncomfortable. This was after he had released his strength. Otherwise, if he had been directly stepped on by this foot, he would have been 10 times more miserable. His body fell down, and he barely managed to turn his body so that his feet touched the ground first. His legs wobbled and he almost fell on his butt. Fortunately, the giant elephant was also slightly deflected by his punch. Peng, the giant foot landed 3 zhang away from them, setting off a strong shock wave that caused the nearby people and demonic beasts to be thrown off their feet. "Brother Ling," the other warriors hurriedly called out. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." He activated the broken sword in his hand and slashed out. Suddenly, a not-so-fancy sword chi slashed towards the elephant. Puff, the sword chi pierced into the elephant's calf, and then a spray of blood sprayed out. The elephant's pained cry was incomparably loud, shaking the surroundings. The broken sword was an enchanted tool, and its level was extremely high. So although the sword chi it had sent out didn't have much power, its sharpness was incomparably shocking, and it caused great damage to the elephant. Boom! The elephant wildly waved its trunk in pain. Peng peng peng. Its trunk crushed the ground, and immediately dozens of demonic beasts were smashed to death, turning into bloody mist. This caused the black-green banner warriors to shiver. If they had been smashed by the elephant's trunk, they would definitely have suffered the same result. "Let's go." Sun Jianfang jumped out. He led the way at the front, with Ling Han bringing up the rear. Although he had only just stepped into the blood transformation realm, he was still the third strongest expert in the group. Now that Lian Xuerong was charging over from the distance, he had no choice but to take over as the vanguard. The elephant went berserk. It didn't care about the consequences, trampling everywhere it went. It was practically the best example of a pig-headed ally. In just a few steps, hundreds of demonic beasts had been trampled to death. Its efficiency was astonishing. Ling Han couldn't help being delighted. If this elephant was used well, it could completely become a super-killing weapon to quell the beast tide. But before he could be happy for long, the elephant inconceivably calmed down. Its eyes flashed with a bloody light as it stared at him. Fuck. The elephant raised its trunk high, and then viciously smashed it towards Ling Han. It was a blood transformation realm demonic beast, and its body was enormous. Its brute strength was astonishing, and adding on its skyscraper-like trunk, its destructive power would probably cause even the ultimate bone realm to frown. If he wanted to kill this demonic beast, he would have to avoid facing it head-on. He would have to kill his way through its eyes and ears, directly destroying its brain. Otherwise, even the ultimate bone realm would have to spend a great deal of effort to deal with it. "Spread out," shouted Ling Han. He did his best to block this hole. Bang! His entire body was sent flying. A million gene of strength was indeed very powerful, but against this elephant, it only caused its trunk to tremble slightly. The black-green banner warriors immediately scattered like birds and beasts. If they continued to stay together, they would only die a slow death. But even so, this swipe of its trunk still sent 7 warriors flying. Before they even landed, they had already stopped breathing. "Damn it!" Ling Han roared in fury. He brandished the broken sword and continuously shot out sword chi. Pu piu piu piu. The huge size of the giant elephant was an advantage, but at the same time, it had also become a huge target. It was practically unable to dodge any attacks. Pu piu piu piu. The sword chi continuously slashed into the body of the giant elephant, causing it to bellow in pain. However, this time it did not lose control. Instead, its eyes became even more bloodshot and savage as it stared fixedly at Ling Han. On the other side, Lian Xuerong had already charged over and was currently regrouping the troops. Ling Han relaxed slightly. He gave a loud roar and said, "I'll go kill this giant elephant." Xiao, his figure sprang up, and with a leap he had already leapt onto one of the huge elephant's legs. This huge elephant's leg hair was like multiple long spears, thick, hard and long. Ling Han used it as a flight of stairs, and as he repeatedly stepped on it, he quickly headed towards the huge elephant's head. Although the elephant was an extremely obvious target, if he wanted to kill it, he had to use sword chi from its eyes and ears. If he stood below it, it would be very difficult to hit it. Furthermore, the elephant wasn't stupid. Its large body was indeed difficult to dodge, but it only needed to tilt its head slightly. Thus Ling Han had to go up. Xiao xiao xiao. In just a few moments, Ling Han had already appeared on one of the elephant's tusks. Just as he was about to slash at its eyes, he suddenly felt his mind go into a trance, as if something was trying to replace him. The purple pendant glowed faintly, and Ling Han's spiritual energy was also counterattacking. Boom! This evil will was expelled from his knowledge sea. Ling Han was shocked. He raised his head to look up, and saw that there was actually a demonic beast sitting on the elephant's head. It looked like a tiger, but it was hairless. However, its entire body was covered with foot-long tentacles. This was the demonic beast of the Thousand Lotus Mountain that was proficient in mind control. So it was it that controlled the elephant. Chapter 32-44. Peng! With a single punch, the spiritual-type demonic beast instantly exploded. Ling Han's punch contained 20 layers of power. How terrifying was that? He heaved a sigh of relief, only to feel a strong wave of fatigue wash over him. Battling a spiritual-type demonic beast not only exhausted his body, but also his spirit. Now that the battle was over, his spirit relaxed, and he wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep. However, the death of a spiritual-type demonic beast did not affect the battle in the slightest. The beast tide was still there, wreaking havoc and slaughtering in the city. The screams of the humans were endless. Buildings collapsed and fires were everywhere. Was this still Hidden Tiger City? It was practically hell. If there was anything that had changed, it would be that the ferocious beast had turned around and flown away, no longer attacking him. Ling Han frowned. It seemed that there was far more than one spiritual-type demonic beast. Thus, even if he killed one, it did not affect the overall situation at all. How was he going to deal with this? Killing a spiritual-type demonic beast had almost caused him to collapse from exhaustion. If he encountered another one, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. He could only hope that the ultimate Bone Realm practitioners in the city would show their might. However, looking at the current situation, the ultimate Bone Realm practitioners could only protect themselves. At most, they could escort a few people away. It was impossible for them to let all the citizens of the city retreat safely. Moreover, Ling Han's eyes narrowed. He saw a super demonic beast with a wingspan of at least 300 meters. It was flying in the sky and had 2 snake heads. There was no fur on its wings, but rather they were made of leather. It also had a long tail that was almost 300 meters long. Such a huge creature flying in the sky was like a spaceship. It was its existence that rendered the air power of Hidden Tiger City useless. Any spaceship could be easily destroyed by its claws. It could even spit out corrosive liquid from its mouth, causing the spaceship to rapidly disintegrate in the air. Of course, the people on the spaceship would all fall to their deaths. Even if they did not fall to their deaths, they would still be corroded to death by the acid. This was definitely not the blood transformation realm, but the ultimate bone realm. Since it could fly in the air, it could be said that it was born to be invincible. Even other ultimate bone stage powerhouses could only stare at it and sigh. Could a human fly in the air? Other than this bird king, there were many other demonic beasts that were as large as elephants. They were all at the blood transformation realm, and with their large bodies, they could almost be used as ultimate bone realm experts. There were more than 20 of these giant demon beasts, and with their rampage, Crouching Tiger City seemed to have been built with sand and stones, and it quickly fell apart. Ling Han sighed. No wonder Cha De Yuan and the little old man were so confident, thinking that the Hidden Tiger City was destined to suffer a calamity. Indeed, how could the power of the Hidden Tiger City be able to resist such a terrifying beast tide? Vile beasts. A loud roar rang out, and Feng Zixing appeared on top of the tallest building in the city. He held a large bow in his hand, and Xiao, a cold golden light shot out, shooting towards a greater demon. This was the attack of an ultimate bone stage powerhouse. With a flash of golden light, it entered the eye of a giant gorilla, and then directly flew out from the back of its head. Ong! That giant gorilla let out an angry roar, and began to roll on the ground, crushing one house after another. It was also unknown how many demonic beasts and humans had been crushed, and most of them were directly turned into meat paste. There was also a small portion that did not die, and they let out blood-curdling screams. Fortunately, this giant gorilla was only struggling on its deathbed, and very soon it stopped moving. As expected of an ultimate bone stage powerhouse, the #1 expert of Hidden Tiger City, he was able to kill such a powerful demonic beast with a single arrow. Feng Zixing used the same trick again, and another arrow shot out. Xiao, a golden light shot out, and it was incredibly fast. Just as it was about to kill a super giant hippopotamus, a liquid sprayed over, annihilating the golden light. In the sky, a cry rang out, and that bird king flapped its wings and charged towards Feng Zixing. It was it that had attacked just now, and it had spat out a stream of acid which had dissolved Feng Zixing's attack. The two powerful experts began an intense battle, and it was difficult to determine who was superior in a short time. However, there were still countless demonic beasts in the city. Just the supergiant beasts alone numbered close to 20, and there were also a large number of ordinary blood transformation stage demonic beasts. This was still a force that could cause one to despair. More importantly, who knew how many spiritual-type demonic beasts there were here? That was the most terrifying thing. Ling Han clenched his teeth, and first slashed apart that spiritual-type demonic beast, taking away the blood god crystal inside. Then, with a flip of his body, he had already landed on top of the elephant's tusk. Then he shot out a ray of sword chi towards the elephant's eye. Pooh, the sword chi was unstoppable, and one of the elephant's eyes immediately exploded, and a large amount of liquid sprayed out. Ling Han slashed out again, blinding the elephant's other eye. However, this was all he could do at the moment. The elephant's skin was really too thick, and he was unable to slash into its brain. Unless Ling Han crawled in through the hole in the elephant's eye and attacked from an even closer distance. Forget it, without both of its eyes, this elephant could only cause trouble blindly, trampling even more demonic beasts to death. The elephant was in pain and crazily swayed its body, entering a berserk state. Ling Han grabbed the tusk with one hand, and at the same time, searched for the whereabouts of Huan Shui, Sun Jianfang and the others. Under the attack of this beast tide, the Black-Green Banner's warriors had long since been scattered. Ling Han very quickly found Huan Shui's tracks. She was currently together with Sun Jianfang. The two of them were currently in a very bad situation. After all, Sun Jianfang was only at the first blood transformation. It was already difficult enough for him to be surrounded by 10 or so 12 meridian demonic beasts, but there were far more than 10-12 meridian demonic beasts here. Ling Han let out a long howl and climbed down from the elephant's back. Then he charged towards Huan Shui and Sun Jianfang. Ping ping ping. He punched out, and under the powerful shockwave, the demonic beasts in front of him were immediately sent flying. In just a few steps, Ling Han had arrived in front of Huan Shui and Sun Jianfang. "Young master!" Huan Shui cried out in surprise. Just now, when she saw Ling Han charging towards the elephant, she had been extremely nervous. Just looking at that size was enough to make one suffocate. Ling Han swept a glance over, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Even in such a situation, Huan Shui was actually still hugging that perverted pig. "Retreat," he said in a low voice. It was already impossible to do anything. The scale and strength of the beast tide had far exceeded their expectations. The only thing they could do now was to charge out of Hidden Tiger City. The three of them began to break out of the encirclement, but they did not charge too far. Ling Han felt that the secret power in his body was being used up too quickly. If he continued to use it like this, it would only be a matter of 10 or so minutes at most before he would definitely be exhausted. "Enter the house," said Ling Han. The three of them hid in a house that was still in good condition. With such shelter, they immediately had some breathing space. However, good times did not last long. With a bang, a wall was forcefully smashed into pieces, and a demonic beast about 6 meters long charged in. Although it was not large in size, it was impressively also in existence at the blood transformation realm. A demonic beast's realm could not be measured by its size. However, a demonic beast with a large size was usually a bit more powerful, surpassing others of the same level. "Let me." Sun Jianfang stepped forward bravely. He knew that Ling Han had used up too much energy and needed to conserve it. End of chapter. Chapter 3245. Slap. The demonic beast sent Sun Jianfang flying with a single slap. This demonic beast was at the third transformation. Sun Jianfang crashed heavily into the wall. His entire body sank into it as if he was embedded in it. Luckily, the blood transformation realm wasn't this bad. He was only dizzy and had blood at the corner of his mouth. Ling Han raised his sword and was about to attack when he heard the little pink pig roar. This was a genuine pig's cry. But strangely, the demonic beast suddenly paused and looked at the pig. Its eyes flickered as if it was hesitating about something. The little pink pig roared again. The demonic beast immediately turned around and ran away with its tail between its legs. Ling Han was shocked. How scared was it to run away with its tail between its legs? The moment the pig roared, a blood transformation realm demonic beast ran away in fear. Ling Han looked at the pig again. It was currently making faces at him, looking as if it was asking him if he was super awesome. Other than having an unbreakable defense, this pig could also intimidate other demonic beasts? Could it be a spiritual type demonic beast? Damn pig, I've really underestimated you. Ling Han grabbed the perverted pig. If you had such an ability, why didn't you use it sooner? The pig spread out its two front paws, which meant that you didn't ask me. Ling Han nodded. It seemed that the little handmaiden's safety in the beast tide was not only because of Sun Jianfang, but also because of this pig. Come, open the way. He took the lead. Goo goo. The little pink pig squeaked. It didn't want to be carried by Ling Han like this. It needed a beauty to hug it. But its defense was unbreakable, and it could scare away blood transformation realm demonic beasts. But its battle strength was only 5. It couldn't be any worse, so it could only squeak in vain. However, it was really effective. Ling Han carried the little pink pig and led the way. When the demonic beasts that were charging over saw them, they all stopped in their tracks, growled at Ling Han a few times, then turned around and ran. Ling Han wanted to fetch Lien Shuerong and Mo Guahao and the others, but it was a mess now. All he could do was wait for the people around him. Moreover, he always felt that this pig wasn't telling the truth. Right now, it could intimidate the other demonic beasts, but who knew that it would suddenly become ineffective after a while? Let's go. He decided to leave the city. This was a dangerous place and he couldn't stay for long. With the little pink pig as a deterrent, the three of them didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and they smoothly retreated to the outskirts of the city. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. It was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the entire city. Ling Han turned around to take a look, and his expression became solemn. The outcome of the battle between Feng Zixing and the Bird King had already been decided. Feng Zixing's chest had been pierced by the Bird King's claws, causing him to spurt out blood. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It was over. Even Feng Zixing had died. Who else could stop that Bird King? Quick! Ling Han turned around and dashed forward without hesitation. Gradually, the roars of the beasts around the three of them became softer and softer, and finally disappeared completely. They ran out of the city and arrived at a riverside. They stopped and looked back. The entire hidden tiger city had already turned into a sea of fire. Even from such a distance, they could still see the silhouettes of those giant demonic beasts. After resting for a while, they walked along the river for a long distance before finally stopping to truly rest. The long night passed and the sun rose from the east. The three of them woke up one after another. Only that perverted pig was still sleeping soundly in Huanshua's arms, drooling everywhere. I really didn't expect that such a calamity would happen. Sun Jianfang sighed. Ling Han, however, knew that this wasn't a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. However, what he didn't understand was how that mysterious organization was able to control those spiritual-type demonic beasts. Logically speaking, it should be the spiritual-type demonic beasts that were controlling them. Ling Han didn't explain to Sun Jianfang. This mysterious organization seemed to be extremely powerful, and it was better not to drag Sun Jianfang into this. Moreover, he had been poisoned and hadn't solved this problem yet. And? Ling Han suddenly raised his head. He heard the sounds of battle coming from ahead of him, and it was currently approaching his direction. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's hide first and observe the situation." Sun Jianfang and Huanxue both nodded. The three of them hid in the bushes by the riverside. They were densely packed, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find them. In just a short while, two people ran over. One of them suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. "Uncle Mu! Uncle Mu!" The other person cried out in alarm, his voice filled with panic. Ling Han was astonished. These two people were actually Butler Mu and Feng Ruoxian. Were they being chased by demonic beasts? Ling Han had taken Butler Mu's shuttle steps and felt that he owed the other party a favor. Thus, he decided to bring that perverted pig out to chase away the demonic beasts. Of course, he wasn't sure if that perverted pig could scare off an extreme bone realm demonic beast. However, if he didn't step out bravely, it would become a thorn in his heart that would forever be there. There were things a man should and shouldn't do. Right now, he definitely wouldn't be a coward. However, before he could rush out, he saw another person appear. It was a white-haired old man. Who can? Ling Han was stunned. The pursuer was actually Who Can. Or could it be that he was actually also a fugitive, just that he was a step slower than Butler Mu and the others? Ha ha ha, run, continue running. Who Can laughed coldly. He stared at Butler Mu and then glanced at Feng Ruoxian. His expression was very crazy. What was going on? The 5 blood transfusion Who Can was actually chasing the extreme bone realm Butler Mu? Ling Han looked carefully at Butler Mu and came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Butler Mu's abdomen had a deep wound that was constantly bleeding. He had only fallen for a short while, and there was already a pool of blood on the ground. He was seriously injured. No wonder he wasn't Hu Kan's match. However, why was Hu Kan chasing after Butler Mu? Could it be that he didn't know Feng Zixing? That's right, Feng Zixing had already died in the city. Hu Kan, you're just a dog. Do you have the right to bark in front of me? Butler Mu barely managed to support his body. If you weren't injured and still maintained the battle strength of the extreme bone realm, then even if you humiliated me greatly, I would still swallow my anger, Hu Kan said proudly. However, who asked you to be seriously injured now? You didn't expect this, did you? The day before yesterday, you were still so impressive and ruthlessly humiliating me. But now you've already fallen into my hands. The heavens have really opened their eyes. Butler Mu was cold. After a moment of silence, he said, since it's a grudge between you and me, then let Miss leave. Hey. Don't make decisions so recklessly. Hu Kan waved his hand. If there's no one to admire from the side, how boring would that be? Miss should stay. Butler Mu's expression changed and he said, if Miss saw you kill me with her own eyes, would you still let her live? Oh, that's right. Hu Kan suddenly clapped his hands, revealing a look of sudden realization. Then there's no other way. I can only make Miss shut her mouth forever. Chapter 3246. Ling Han was shocked. Hearing Hu Kan's words, not only did he want to kill Butler Mu, he didn't even want to let Feng Ruoxian off. But although Feng Zixing was dead, he was still a governor, ruling over a city and a region. Furthermore, he had died with the city. Xianbei country would definitely hold him up as a hero, a role model, and spread the news widely. If Hu Kan dared to harm Feng Ruoxian, then he would naturally become the public enemy of Xianbei country. Unless he silenced him. Was there a need for that? Butler Mu's expression changed greatly and he said darkly, if you dare have any ill intentions towards Miss, even if I die, I will kill you. Alright Butler Mu, don't scare people. Hu Kan waved his hand and said, but it looks like the rumors are true. He smiled and said unhurriedly, everyone says that you were saved by Feng Zixing, and then repaid his kindness and willingly became a slave. But I don't believe it. There are many ways to repay kindness. A pinnacle realm practitioner needs to be a slave to repay kindness. There's a rumor that Butler Mu admired Madame Feng Zixing, and was deeply in love with her. That's why he was willing to become a slave, so that he could see his beloved day and night. Now I really believe this rumor. Hearing him finish, Butler Mu instantly revealed an indescribable expression, as if he was reminiscing, and also as if a painful memory had been evoked. Uncle Mu, you. This was the first time Feng Ruoxian had heard of such a thing, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. But there was a voice in her heart that told her that this should be true, because Butler Mu treated her even better than her own father. No matter what request she had, he would agree to it. Especially after her mother passed away, Butler Mu would often look at her in a daze. Now that she thought about it again, it was very clear that this was Butler Mu reminiscing about her deceased mother. Ling Han was also shocked. No wonder Butler Mu was so concerned about Feng Ruoxian's matters, and felt that he was even closer to her than Feng Zixing. So there was such a relationship. It looks like the rumors are true. Hu Kan shook his head and said, Butler Mu, if you don't want anything to happen to Miss, come, crawl over my crotch. This was a blatant humiliation. As long as one had some dignity, they would not accept such humiliation. After Steward Mu looked at Feng Ruoxian, he said without hesitation, all right. Ling Han wanted to rush out. How could he let Butler Mu suffer such humiliation? Nowadays there weren't many lovers like him. But before he could stand up, he saw Hu Kan shake his head and say, forget it, this is too dangerous. If Steward Mu climbs under me and suddenly gives me a blow, I won't be able to block it. Steward Mu's face couldn't help but change. He actually had this idea. He did not believe that Hu Kan would let Feng Ruoxian go, so the safest method was to kill Hu Kan to ensure Feng Ruoxian's safety. Hu Kan thought about it and said, I've thought of another idea. He smiled and said, when the beast tide came, everyone in the Hu clan died except for me. Therefore, I want to marry the eldest young lady to make my Hu clan's bloodline flourish. Steward Mu, what do you think of this idea? He chuckled. If I marry the eldest young lady, of course I will respect her and love her. Steward Mu will not have to worry that I will harm her, right? Fuck this old bastard. Feng Ruoxian couldn't help but shake her head. Hu Kan's hair and beard were all white. Who knew how old he was? When she thought of being affectionate with such a person, she wanted to vomit. She would rather die than marry such a terrible old man. Steward Mu's expression became incomparably dark. He said darkly, "Hu Kan, do you really want to die? Anyway, the Hu clan only has me left, a lone commander. What is there for me to be afraid of?" Hu Kan grinned. "These years, I have been busy with cultivation and have not enjoyed any good fortune. The beast tide this time has allowed me to see things clearly. One must enjoy life to the fullest." Steward Mu didn't speak. He was extremely anxious. His injuries were far more severe than Hu Kan had imagined. Otherwise he would definitely risk his life. Most importantly, he couldn't risk his life even if he wanted to. What to do? What to do? Cold sweat rolled down his face uncontrollably. This was the only flesh and blood Yen had left in the world. He saw her as his own daughter. Even if his body was crushed, he would not let Feng Ruoxin be harmed in the slightest. Steward Mu isn't saying anything. It seems that he has agreed. Hu Kan laughed loudly. He slowly walked forward. He was extremely careful, afraid that Steward Mu would trick him and purposefully show weakness. In reality, he wanted to give himself a swift blow. "Old man Hu, I really couldn't tell that you are already so old, yet you still want to harm a young lady." A light sigh came from the bushes nearby. Hu Kan was instantly shocked. He had been careful in the first place. Steward Mu didn't stop anywhere else, but he just had to fall here. He was naturally on his guard. Now that he heard a fourth person's voice, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. "Who is it?" he shouted. "Sneaking around, not daring to come out and meet people? Haha, we are old friends. Don't you recognize me?" Ling Han walked out with large strides. "It's you?" Hu Kan's eyes immediately turned red when he saw him. Originally, he would not have been the only one in the Hu family who could have escaped danger. At least Hu Chaoxing and Hu Ronghai, these two at the blood-changing realm, would have had a chance of escaping. But Hu Chaoxing had only changed and was injured by Ling Han. Although Hu Ronghai was slightly stronger, his arms were completely crippled. How could he have withstood the beast tide? So now that he saw Ling Han, Hu Kan's eyes turned red. If not for his relationship with Ling Han, he would not have been left alone. Ling Han. Steward Mu was overjoyed. He had not expected to meet Ling Han here. His spirits rose and he straightened his upper body. He said, "Take the young lady and leave. I will hold this person back." Ling Han waved his hand and said, "Steward Mu, this old man is guilty of the most heinous crimes. It's better to kill him." Steward Mu was speechless. Of course he also wanted to kill Hu Kan, but the problem was that he was already at the end of his rope. And Ling Han could at most barely resist Hu Kan. How could he kill him? Hu Kan laughed coldly. "I didn't expect to meet you here, you unfilial son. Good. No one will come to save you today. Come fight." Ling Han charged out. His right hand waved the broken sword, but his left hand was hidden in his clothes. Hu Kan did not dare to be careless. He saw that Ling Han's clothes were bulging. He did not know what he was hiding, so he was naturally very careful. He waved his sword to meet the attack, but his left hand was slightly open. He was on guard against Ling Han's big move at any time. But Ling Han still did not take his hand out. He became even more careful. Was he holding back some big move? After a few moves he became impatient. His sword suddenly became swift and fierce. Ling Han let out a soft shout and finally extended his left hand. Instantly a pig squealed. Chapter 3248. Wishful Thinking. Hu Kan laughed coldly. "Today I will kill all of you." Ling Han and Butler Mu were the main culprits who had caused the Hu clan to lose face. Today was a good opportunity to kill them all. Bam bam bam. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Ling Han had been on guard against Hu Kan's outburst. The power of the 5 changes of blood transformation suddenly increased by more than 2 times. That destructive power was absolutely terrifying. But Hu Kan was extremely calm, and his blood chi did not boil all this time. "Ling Han, don't worry about his boiling blood chi," Butler Mu said, panting. "Previously he relied on boiling blood chi to aggravate my injuries. At least within 3 hours he won't be able to explode again." So that was how it was. Ling Han nodded. No wonder Hu Kan, although he was furious, did not explode. "Old man, so you no longer have any trump cards," he said with a smile. Hu Kan laughed coldly. "So what?" I am at the 5 changes. My power is far above yours and my endurance is also far above yours. If we continue to waste time, you will definitely die. So what? I have treasure pig in my hands. Ling Han said with a smile. Once the perverted pig heard this, it immediately raised its head proudly. It was indeed a treasure pig, extremely noble. Hu Kan's eyebrows twitched, and his killing intent rose uncontrollably. This pig. Now his hatred towards this pig had even surpassed that of Ling Han's. In the battle that had lasted for 10 minutes, this pig had continuously spat at him, and this was something that he could no longer tolerate. Damn pig, he said fiercely. He swore in his heart that after he finished off Ling Han and the rest, he would definitely slaughter and eat this damned pig. If he couldn't cut it open, then so be it. He would just steam it in a cage. The two of them fought again. This time, Ling Han had no more misgivings, and his attacks were naturally even fiercer. But Hu Kan was at the 5 changes after all, and he also held an artifact in his hand. His combat ability was not inferior to his at all. The battle was still at a stalemate, but Ling Han was becoming more and more confident. Actually, even without using the little pink pig, his combat ability would not be too inferior to Hu Kan's. After all, doing this was equivalent to tying one of his own hands, limiting a portion of his combat ability. Then why use a little pink pig? Firstly, this perverted pig's defense was simply heaven-defying. It could reduce a lot of Ling Han's energy consumption. Secondly, it had the ability to spit saliva. It was simply the strongest taunt. Anyone who was spat saliva by a pig would be furious. Once he was enraged, he would naturally fall into chaos and reveal his flaws. As expected, Ling Han's patience gradually paid off. In his fury, Hu Kan desperately used his power, wanting to defeat Ling Han in a single blow. However, faced with perverted pig's unassailable defense, this was just a waste of energy. Instead, Ling Han seized the opportunity to counterattack, adding a few more wounds to his body. And in his fury, it was naturally impossible for his defense to be perfect. Ling Han's judgment had not fallen either, so his ability to grasp openings was naturally top-notch. With a few strikes, Hu Kan had a few more wounds on his body. After fighting for a while longer, Hu Kan was finally reminded by the pain and stopped attacking so blindly and wildly. He realized that such a forceful attack was meaningless. Not only would it not hurt Ling Han, it would only deform his defense and consume his strength. But was he really going to leave just like that? It must be known that he had been disrespectful to a ultimate Bone Realm elite, and had even lusted after the beloved daughter of a city lord. If news of this got out, it would be enough to have him die 100 times over. If he left now, then he could forget about staying in Shenbei country in the future. No, he did not want to be a wild man. Hu Kan's eyes were bloodshot. He had to kill all of these people. The Hu family had just been destroyed and his life's work had gone to waste. He was already in a state of emotional turmoil, and now that he had been provoked by the little pink pig's saliva, his mentality had long since lost its balance. Right now there was only one thing on his mind, and that was to kill. All of you die. Hu Kan waved his sword madly. Calmness flashed past his face and he became even more berserk. Facing such a madman, Ling Han had no choice but to be careful. Otherwise, if he was really struck once, the power of the 5 changes in addition to the power of a magical weapon was enough to kill him. Fight, fight, fight. The two of them continued to fight fiercely, accompanied by fresh blood. Facing Hu Kan's madness, even Ling Han was unable to remain completely uninjured. He was also struck a few times and could not help but bleed. However, compared to Hu Kan, he was much better off. This was because he had the little pink pig to block the attacks, but Hu Kan could only resolve them himself. In a head-on clash, how could he possibly resolve and dodge every single attack? More and more wounds appeared on Hu Kan's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Because he had lost too much blood, Hu Kan's expression became uglier, and fear appeared on his face. If this continued, he would die. He wanted face and he wanted revenge. After his family had been destroyed, his emotions had almost gone crazy. However, once he was truly faced with death, he was afraid. Compared to his life, everything else was fleeting. He did not want revenge, nor did he want wealth and prosperity. He only wanted to live well and live out the rest of his life. When he thought of this, he suddenly turned around and broke into a run. He was in the 5th transformation. When he sprinted with all his might, his speed could reach the speed of sound. It was not something that Ling Han could catch up to. He had already understood this during the battle the day before yesterday. I've been waiting for you. Ling Han smiled. With a shake of his left hand, he threw the fat pig towards Hu Kan. His feet used the flying shuttle steps, and his speed also instantly soared, reaching the speed of sound. Ping! A sonic boom rang out, and the grass in the surroundings immediately bent down, while on the other side of the river, a huge wave swept up. The little dirty pig let out a tragic cry, but it could not avoid colliding with Hukan, causing him to stumble. This had been smashed out by Ling Han with 1,000,000 kilograms of force, so how could it not be powerful? However, Hukan had already made up his mind to flee. After stabilizing himself, he broke into a run once again. But just at this moment he felt a chill on his back, and then all the strength in his body seemed to have disappeared. Even taking a step forward was difficult. He felt pain in his chest, but when he lowered his head to look, it was very normal. Ling Han pulled out the broken sword, and fresh blood instantly spurted out wildly from Hukan's back. Being pierced in a vital spot by the broken sword, he was definitely dead. Hukan slowly turned around. He looked at Ling Han blankly, his eyes filled with confusion. How had Ling Han caught up to him? That was impossible. Even if he had been smashed, he possessed the speed of sound, so how could Ling Han catch up to him? Ping! He threw himself towards the ground, ending his life. Ling Han put away the broken sword. He had long since expected that people like Hukan would definitely be afraid of death, so he had been waiting for the other to flee for his life, then he would use the flying shuttle steps to catch up and kill him in one strike. Hukan naturally would not have thought that in just 2 days' time, Ling Han had already mastered a movement technique. This was being too clever for his own good. Ling Han let out a long breath. The 5th transformation was really hard to kill. He could be said to have used up all his tricks, and only then was he able to kill him by using the trap that the other knew. But when he turned around, he saw Steward Mu and Feng Ruoxian looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 3249. A Beautiful Romance. A meridian opening kill at the blood-changing realm, and one at the 5 changes at that. Seeing this with his own eyes, he still doubted his own eyes. Housekeeper Mu and Feng Ruoxian hadn't said anything before because they didn't want to disturb Ling Han. A single distraction in a fierce battle could be fatal. Now that the battle was over, the two of them couldn't say a single word. Humph. The little pink pig ran back and spat at Ling Han's feet. Daring to use Uncle Pig as a shield. Daring to smash Uncle Pig like a brick. Spitting you to death, you bastard. Little pig, don't be rude to the young master. Huan Shui hurriedly ran over and picked up the little pink pig. Ling Han smiled and said, "If you spit at me again, I'll immediately turn you into a roasted suckling pig." The little pink pig didn't back down at all and continued to spit at Ling Han. Who was afraid of who? Ling Han, I really have to thank you this time, said Housekeeper Mu. His face was full of emotion. Who would have thought that he, a mighty extreme bone realm practitioner, would need the help of a meridian opening realm practitioner? Ling Han smiled and said, "Thankfully Butler Mu had gifted me a movement technique. Otherwise I would only have been able to watch as Hukan fled just now." Feng Ruoxian, on the other hand, looked at Ling Han curiously. Although she had seen Ling Han before and had a certain impression of him, she had been a high and mighty little princess at that time, and her curiosity towards Ling Han had only lasted for a fleeting moment. But now she was truly shocked. Ling Han's battle record was too glorious. Killing someone at the 5 changes at the meridian opening realm was enough to shake the entire Xianbei country. "Housekeeper Mu, what do you think next?" asked Ling Han. Housekeeper Mu thought about it and said, "We have to get in touch with the capital as soon as possible." Ling Han nodded and said, "Then let's go to the next city. Eldest Miss can use the AI to get in touch. Housekeeper Mu also happens to be recovering." Okay. The 5 of them set off. Steward Mu was carried on Sun Jianfang's back. There weren't many cities in Xianbei country. It couldn't be helped. When the previous civilization fell, more than 99% of the humans were killed by monsters. However, Xianbei country was especially large, so the distance between cities was very far. Each city ruled over a very large area. Along the way they talked about the cause of the beast tide. In theory, even if the black-green flag often went deep into the mountains to sweep, they could only ensure that there were no strong demonic beasts in the surrounding areas of the cities. For a place like the Thousand Lotus Mountain, how could they send a large army to sweep it? Therefore, there were conditions for a beast tide to break out, but it was hard to imagine that it would be as terrifying as this time. Why it was impossible for a beast tide to break out for no reason? Was there some huge change in the deep mountains, or was there some other reason? Ling Han was also puzzled. Although he knew a little about the situation, he really couldn't think of any reason why the mysterious force would want to massacre Hidden Tiger City. Wait a minute. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, the demonic beast of the Thousand Lotus Mountain had massacred the surrounding villages. That was why the 7th Squad was sent to kill it. The results proved that it wasn't an accident that the mysterious force let the demonic beast escape, but a deliberate action. Feeding on people? If this wasn't wrong, then could it be that this beast tide was actually a hunt? Using the entire Hidden Tiger City as prey for the spiritual-type demonic beasts to kill and eat? Ling Han's fists involuntarily clenched. If this was really the case, then this mysterious force was too crazy. He knew that spiritual-type demonic beasts could produce blood divine crystals, and that the mysterious force valued this very much. Then it made sense that the other party's goal was the blood divine crystals. Goo! The sound of the little pink pig interrupted Ling Han's thoughts. Its face was gloomy and hurt. Because it was fickle, it took a fancy to Feng Ruoxian and wanted to throw itself into her embrace. However, its appearance, which could charm thousands of girls, was completely useless in front of Feng Ruoxian. It was mercilessly rejected. Feng Ruoxian hid far away. She had mysophobia, and no matter how cute and clean the little pink pig looked, she felt disgusted whenever she thought of it crawling on the ground with its 4 hooves. Furthermore, this fellow was even spitting. What if it spat on her? So even you have times where you fail. Ling Han laughed as he picked up the pig. Humph! The perverted pig snorted at him, expressing its disdain. Ling Han laughed heartily. He now felt that this pig was actually quite useful. If he could modify it a little, for example making it less lazy, then it would be even more useful. For example, exploring some ancient ruins. In any case, the defenses were unbreakable, so it could charge around as it pleased. After a dozen or so days, they finally arrived at an intact small town. Although they had passed by a few villages and towns before, they had all been destroyed by the beast tide. That was because these villages and towns were in the path of the demonic beast, so they were unlucky. Here they rented a car and set off towards Jianghu City. Jianghu City was the closest city to Crouching Tiger City. It had been established 50 years ago, but it had only been built 20 years ago. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to expand one's territory. With a car, they didn't need to rely on their own 2 legs, so it was naturally much easier. This was especially true for Feng Ruoxian. Although she also cultivated, she usually lived like a princess. Walking for half a day was still a novelty for her, but traveling every day was truly unbearable for her. After another dozen or so days, they arrived at Jianghu City. There was nothing they could do about it, the road was just too difficult. Jianghu City was a new city with only 50 years of history. It had both ancient and modern characteristics. Looking down from above, they could see the 100-story buildings as well as ancient stone and wood buildings. Ling Han and the others drove into the city and first found a hotel to stay in. As long as they connected to the photon computer, they could directly transfer money. They didn't need to bring money with them at all. This was undoubtedly a very convenient thing. Feng Ruoxian immediately contacted the capital. Very quickly she received a reply. They told her to stay in Jianghu City for a few days, and the capital would send an airship to pick her up. The group settled down peacefully. Ling Han sent housekeeper Mu to the hospital for an operation, while he refined a few healing medicinal pills. Once the housekeeper's operation was over, he had him consume them. Among these medicinal pills, Ling Han had also added the 600-year yellow stalk. This was an extremely nourishing item, and it was the most helpful for housekeeper Mu's injuries. If it was someone else, Ling Han wouldn't have dared to use such a strong medicinal pill, afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it. But housekeeper Mu was a peak bone expert, and he was completely capable of withstanding it. Just like that, a dozen or so days passed. As expected, an airship landed in Jianghu City. The city lord, Yue, personally brought over an envoy from the capital. Ruoxian, you've come to Jianghu City, but you actually didn't come to my house. Are you not treating me as an uncle? Yue said as soon as he entered. Chapter 3250. Feng Ruoxian said she wouldn't dare. She bowed to Yue and said, Ruoxian greets Uncle Yu. I heard about your father. Yue sighed. Brother Zixing sacrificed himself for the people of the city. He should be our role model. Feng Ruoxian thanked him, but she naturally hoped that her father was still alive. How could being recognized as a martyr and a pillar of the country be more useful than a living person? Come, this is Captain Gu from the capital. Yui changed the topic and pointed to a young man beside him. Captain Gu is here to welcome Ruoxian back to the capital. Your humble servant Gu Xiangming greets Miss Ruoxian. The young man cupped his hands at Feng Ruoxian and bowed slightly. He wore a set of silver armor and looked rather handsome and valiant. Captain Yu. Feng Ruoxian returned the greeting. With Feng Zixing's passing, she became an orphan girl from a feudal official's family. Naturally, she couldn't put on airs. Gu Xiangming didn't dare to slight her. He heard that a few princes were interested in this beauty, but Feng Zixing kept wavering. He wanted to marry Feng Ruoxian to the one most likely to inherit the throne. Otherwise, she would have become a princess long ago. Moreover, Feng Zixing sacrificed himself for the country. When the emperor comes out of seclusion, he would definitely praise him. If he dared to be rude to Feng Ruoxian, he would suffer. Yui stayed behind to say a bunch of polite words. If Feng Ruoxian had any difficulties, she didn't need to be courteous with him. After a while, he said he had matters to attend to in the city and left. Miss Ruoxian, let's return to the capital as soon as possible. Gu Xiangming suggested. Since such a big thing happened in Hidden Tiger City, the heaven-traversing marshal has personally led the army to quell the beast riot. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder ordered me to escort Ruoxian back to the capital safely as soon as possible. Feng Ruoxian nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you, Captain Xiang. It's my duty. Gu Xiangming appeared very polite. In reality, he was a captain of the Imperial Guards. Although his rank wasn't high, he was a close official of the Emperor. Moreover, he was at the third blood transformation, but he was only 23 years old this year. It could be said that he had achieved success at a young age, which made him even more arrogant. Firstly, Feng Ruoxian was a beauty. Secondly, her identity was special. That was why he was so polite. Ruoxian, get ready. Feng Ruoxian said again. Gu Xiangming nodded and sat down. Feng Ruoxian entered the house. She would definitely bring housekeeper Mu along with her to the capital. Not mentioning anything else, an extreme bone stage expert would at least allow her to have a foothold in the capital. She wouldn't have to worry about being wronged or having no one to complain to. Ling Han was completely unperturbed. He had always been thinking about how to break through to the blood transformation realm, but he seemed to be stuck. It had already been a month, but he still hadn't advanced an inch. However, at this moment he was actually communicating with the Empress and the others in the inner plane. Although he could only wave once to indicate no, and twice to indicate yes. Meanwhile, Huan Shui stood behind Ling Han with a little pink pig in her arms, dutifully doing what a maidservant should do. As for Sun Jianfeng, he went shopping, saying that he wanted to broaden his horizons. Gu Xiangming glanced over and saw that Ling Han was sitting upright like a mountain. He had no intention of greeting him at all. He revealed a look of displeasure. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards and a young expert at the third blood transformation. How dare you put on airs in front of me? You really don't know the rules? He said coldly. There's a guest and you don't know how to serve tea? His face was full of arrogance, wishing he could point his nose at the sky. This was his true face. Huan Shui was a little worried. She had heard the conversation earlier. This young man seemed to have come from the capital. He had a very powerful background. She immediately wanted to put down the little perverted pig and go to make tea for Gu Xiangming. However, before she could move, she saw Ling Han suddenly open his eyes. And who are you? Ling Han asked, looking straight at him coldly. Gu Xiangming immediately stood up. This small fry actually dared to speak rudely to him. How dare you? You even dare to humiliate me? He said in a sinister tone. Haha, you want to order my maidservant around the moment you come up? Where did you get the courage? Ling Han retorted. Gu Xiangming snorted and said, Oh, can't I order you around? Ling Han ignored him and treated him as if he didn't exist. Gu Xiangming was infuriated by such indifference. Who would dare to show him any disrespect? There were, but he was definitely not a nobody in a small city at the border. I don't believe it. Gu Xiangming looked at Ling Han and said, I want you to serve me tea personally. Ling Han chuckled and said, You sure know how to dream. Why not? Gu Xiangming sneered. I'll make you do it willingly. He stared at Ling Han. His blood chi surged out and transformed into a white tiger. It revealed a murderous aura and let out a silent roar at Ling Han. One of the characteristics of the blood transformation realm was that their blood chi was too powerful and terrifying. It could form an overwhelming pressure, a little like a mental attack but different. Ling Han was fearless. He had mid-level spiritual power, so this kind of murderous aura attack was nothing to him. However, he was not the kind of person who was willing to be at a disadvantage. He immediately activated his telekinesis and counterattacked. There was no such thing as distance when it came to spiritual power. This attack arrived as soon as it was said, and it crashed into the white tiger. Boom, the white tiger immediately collapsed. The murderous aura of the third transformation was no match for mid-level spiritual power. After all, this was only the embryonic form of a mental attack and not real telekinesis. Gu Xiangming could not help but cover his head. The impact of the telekinesis gave him a splitting headache. In terms of strength, even mid-level telekinesis could at most lift the weight of a few books. However, how fragile was the human brain? The skull could be extremely hard, but what about the brain? After being hit by the telekinesis, one's head naturally felt like it was about to explode. So you're a spiritual power cultivator. No wonder you're so arrogant. Gu Xiangming shook his right hand, and a ray of white light moved between his wrist, blocking Ling Han's mental attack. This should be a celestial artifact. Gu Xiangming snorted again and said, spiritual power cultivators do have the right to be arrogant. They can become alchemy masters or array masters, but you're at most a low-level telekinesis. You're still trash in front of me. Ling Han was surprised. You're a guy who doesn't understand spiritual power at all. You don't even know what level my spiritual power is, and yet you dare to talk nonsense? Where does your courage come from? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Gu Xiangming strode towards Ling Han. He had already used a celestial artifact to block Ling Han's mental attack. In his impression, spiritual power cultivators had extremely low martial strength, and he could suppress them with just a wave of his hand. However, at this moment the bedroom door opened and Feng Ruoxian and Butler Mu walked out. Gu Xiangming frowned slightly but stopped in his tracks. Chapter 3252. Ling Han was shocked. Yan Jun really had a long life. Even if he was a formation genius, he was still only at the illuminating pulse realm, and he still managed to escape. There was no justice in this world. But that was good. He could deal with it personally. Ling Han no longer paid attention to Yan Jun. He had not taken Yan Jun seriously before, and he would not take him to heart now. He discovered that basically all the ultimate Bone Realm clans had people who had escaped. Not all, that was impossible, but there were at least a dozen. On the contrary, the number of Blood Transformation Realm clans that had escaped was much smaller. For example, in order to send Tuoba Tianhuang out, the Tuoba family had even lost 2 Blood Transformation Realm cultivators. Precisely because of this, Ling Han found it strange how Yan Jun had managed to escape. The formation and alchemy associations were almost completely wiped out. Ling Han discovered that Yan Jun was the only one who had survived. Alchemists were weak in battle, and those at the same cultivation level were terrible to look at. So, it was not strange that the alchemy association had been completely wiped out. But that group of people from the formation path should be slightly stronger, and yet none of them had managed to escape. Not knowing how old Man Yo was, Ling Han was a little worried. He did not have much feelings for others, but he was still somewhat grateful to old Man Yo. And Mo Guahao, he actually did not manage to escape. Ling Han shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. All in all, Hidden Tiger City was really tragic this time. Out of a total population of more than 400,000, only 100 people had escaped alive. This matter naturally shocked the court and caused a huge uproar. But Ling Han believed that they should not be able to find out that it had anything to do with that mysterious faction. Alright, let's put the focus on myself first. Ling Han had always been thinking about why he had not broken through to the blood transformation realm, and he gradually had an idea. If it were an ordinary person, let alone a month, even 10 years would not be a rush, because the step from the illuminating pulse realm to the blood transformation realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Ling Han's expectations of himself were too high, and he also had a strong desire for power. In these few days he did not cultivate but was deep in thought. He speculated that the reason he hadn't broken through wasn't because his perception wasn't good enough, but because his physique wasn't up to par. There were a few times when he was clearly able to take that step, but because of some misgivings in his heart he stopped. What I pursue is the strongest. Therefore, when I feel that I still have some flaws in my heart, it will turn into an inner demon at a critical moment, like breaking through, preventing me from taking that step. There's only one way to get rid of your inner demons, and that's to make yourself perfect. I want to improve my physique. Ling Han restarted his research on the indestructible heavens scroll. Previously, he already had some clues, and after some careful pondering, he already had a perfect idea. Refining the body requires a lot of materials. I've created a medicinal bath that can strengthen the skin, muscles, and bones. He immediately went to the pharmacy to buy the ingredients. This was concocted by combining the indestructible heavens scroll with the medicinal ingredients here. There were a few medicinal ingredients that were shockingly expensive, and one tael would be worth 100,000 Shenbei coins. Although Ling Han had earned some money later on, he could only concoct a few sets. I still have to continue earning money. Ling Han bought a few sets of ingredients and almost used up all the money he had, causing him to shake his head, feeling that he was so poor. He returned to the hotel and began to concoct the ingredients for the medicinal bath. This didn't need to be concocted and only needed to be boiled. However, the time required was even longer. After more than 4 hours, a black pot was finally cooked, and the smell was extremely pungent. Ling Han poured the medicinal bath into the bathtub, and without waiting for it to cool down, immediately sat down. The hotter it was, the better the tempering effect would be. He circulated the improved version of the indestructible heavens scroll, absorbing the energy in the medicinal bath to strengthen his skin. Flesh and blood still wouldn't do, but that was a matter for the future. As he continued to absorb the essence in the medicinal bath, the water became clearer and clearer from its original black color. After 3 hours, there was only a faint gray color left, and the pungent smell had completely disappeared. My skin has become much tougher. Ling Han nodded, and used a small knife to lightly cut his skin. However, the skin only slightly sunk and didn't break open. Only when he forcefully stabbed did the tip of the knife sink in, and a spot of blood appeared. The first time tempering the body was the best because it was practically starting from zero, so the improvement was obviously great. Unfortunately, just like alchemical pills couldn't be taken continuously, tempering the body was the same, because the medicinal dregs would seep into the skin, and needed time to naturally expel them, which was far longer than taking them orally. For example, secret power pills could be taken once a day, but medicinal baths could only be taken once every 3 days. Unless there's a natural treasure that doesn't have any side effects and can be taken continuously. Ling Han sighed. Don't think blindly and just concoct pills to earn money. Even if he could only take a medicinal bath once every 3 days, the ingredients in his hands wouldn't last him too many times. Young master, young master. Huan Shui hurriedly ran in. Of course, she was definitely still carrying that perverted pig in her arms. What's the matter? Ling Han asked. He had Huan Shui walk around the city more often to scout for information. Look. Huan Shui handed over a piece of paper. Ling Han took it and looked. On it was written that the Emperor Capital Academy would start accepting applications today, and the selection would begin 10 days later. Emperor Capital Academy, what the hell was this? Young master, the Emperor Capital Academy is the most powerful academy in the entire Shenbei country. The little maid had obviously inquired about it. She explained, in the past, the Emperor Capital Academy only accepted noble students. This is the first time they've made an exception and enrolled students from the outside. Also, the selection is to enter an ancient formation to find the Red Cloud Stone. This is a sacred item for tempering the body, and it's extremely precious. Apparently, this is the will of the Saint Emperor. In the future, he might even go to the academy to personally instruct them. Red Cloud Stone, sacred medicine for tempering the body. Ling Han's eyes immediately lit up. Did he really get what he lacked? He turned on his optical computer and searched for information related to the Red Cloud Stone. This was indeed a sacred item for tempering the body. It didn't need to be used in medicine, and as long as it was placed next to the flesh, the mysterious power in the stone would automatically enter the body and strengthen the vitality of the cells, achieving the effect of tempering the body. It was said that one of the 4 great marshals, General King Kong, obtained a piece of Red Cloud Stone as tall as a person at the beginning of the world's upheaval. He slept on it every day and finally cultivated an invincible body. However, this kind of opportunity only existed at the beginning of the upheaval. The probability of finding the Red Cloud Stone now was extremely low, and it was also extremely dangerous. Ling Han revealed a look of surprise. If he could obtain enough Red Cloud Stones, then he would be able to complete the first stage of tempering the body and break through to the blood transformation realm. Had his luck attribute shown its power? Let's go register. He immediately set off with Huan Shui. After leaving the hotel, he directly called for a car, saving time and effort. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Emperor Capital Academy. The entire Emperor Capital was in the shape of a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, and the Emperor Capital Academy was right on its front right claw. The academy was very big and it was surrounded by white walls. One could clearly see the light of the formation flickering. This meant that if one tried to force their way in, not only would they not be able to enter, they would also very likely die. Ling Han got off the car and couldn't help but grimace. This place was really crowded. Chapter 3253. Emperor Capital Academy was open to the public for the first time, and it immediately caused a surge in applications. One had to know that His Majesty the Sacred Emperor would occasionally come to the academy to teach. Being able to see His Majesty the Sacred Emperor was a huge motivation for everyone. Especially in the imperial capital, the worship of the Sacred Emperor had reached a fanatical level. They all called him Sacred Emperor instead of His Majesty. Just queue up obediently. Luckily, under the Emperor's feet, no one dared to act recklessly and disobey the rules. Also, the descendants of the rich and powerful didn't need to rush this opportunity. Emperor Capital Academy was originally open to them. Ling Han queued for 3 hours before it was his and Huanshue's turn. Fingerprint. The person in charge of registration nodded towards Ling Han. Ling Han pressed his thumb on a glass panel and immediately, his identity information was displayed on the optical computer. "Oh, you're a survivor of Hidden Tiger City?" the person in charge said in surprise. Ling Han nodded. Age 18, cultivation 12 meridians. The person read the information and quickly finished his work. "All right, come back in 10 days for the selection." Ling Han nodded and changed to Huanxue. Age 19, cultivation 11 meridians. The person did his job. "Oh, you're also from Hidden Tiger City?" Soon, Huanshue's registration was completed. There were conditions for the registration. One had to be under 30, and their cultivation had to be at least 10 meridians. However, if they were at the blood transformation realm, they didn't need to participate in the selection and could directly become a disciple of the academy. I wonder if Flagmaster Lien is here. With her age and cultivation, she should be able to enter the academy directly. But this way, I won't be able to fight for the Red Cloud Stone. Ling Han and Huanxue left and returned to the hotel. After Sun Jianfeng returned, Ling Han told him that he was going to enter Emperor Capital Academy. The old sect master said that he was about to find a job and planned to move out of the hotel after a while. For the next few days, Ling Han concocted pills every day. He couldn't just sit around and eat. In addition, he would temper his body once every 3 days. His physique was steadily improving. The indestructible Heaven Scroll had a special characteristic, and that was that the effects of body refining were limited by one's cultivation level. In fact, the majority of cultivation techniques were like this. Thus, as long as one cultivated it to the point where there was no more room for improvement, it would mean that one had reached the pinnacle of the illuminating meridian tier, and Ling Han would be able to dispel his inner demons and attempt to break through to the blood transformation tier. 10 days passed by quickly, and Ling Han had a large number of pills in his hands. He was just waiting for the selection to be over before going to the pharmacy to sell them. He brought the little servant girl to the Imperial Capital Academy again, pressed his fingerprint to enter the academy, and then gathered with countless people in the square. There were at least 50 to 60,000 people here. At a glance, the place was densely packed with human heads. I heard that only 100 people will be selected this time. What? Only 100? 100 is so little. We have at least tens of thousands of people here. That's one out of a few hundred people. Many people were screened out during the registration process. Otherwise, there would be more people. So difficult? Not necessarily. I heard that the selection this time is to search for Red Cloud Stones. When the time comes, the 100 people who find the most Red Cloud Stones will directly win. So, if you find a Red Cloud Stone and immediately hide until the selection is over, you might be able to win. Hee, if I can get a Red Cloud Stone, then even if I can't enter the academy, it'll be worth it. Everyone was discussing the selection this time. Ling Han didn't need to deliberately ask around to understand clearly. He yawned, appearing very listless. In terms of battle prowess alone, even an elite of the 5 changes had been killed by him. In the illuminating meridian tier, would he still have a match? Of course, there were other conditions for killing who can, but his battle prowess was at least on par with a 4 changes cultivator. This was without a doubt. So he really couldn't raise his spirits. Later he would only be bullying others. Suddenly there was a great commotion in the crowd. What's going on? Someone asked from the side. Hong Tianliang is here. Someone answered. Which Hong Tianliang? Someone else asked. Idiot, how many people are there in the imperial capital? Hong Tianliang is obviously that person's younger brother. Hiss. Hong Tianliang still needs to participate in the selection? That's right, he's senior grand tutor Hong's second grandson. He can directly enter the academy. You don't understand. He's here for the Red Cloud Stone, otherwise he would definitely have broken through to the blood transformation realm. It's over, it's over. Now there's going to be one less spot. Nonsense. Although Hong Tianliang isn't as monstrous as that person, it's said that he opened all the hidden meridians in his body to use the Red Cloud Stone to refine his body and then break through to the blood transformation realm. That means that even if he fails this time, he can still enter the academy after breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Of course. Moreover, with senior grand tutor Hong's power, can't he send Hong Tianliang into the academy? Not to mention anything else, just because he's that person's younger brother, entering the academy will naturally be a piece of cake. He's really lucky. Everyone sighed. They were both in their 20s, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Ling Han was also a little curious. There was indeed someone in the imperial capital who had also opened the 8 extraordinary meridians. Furthermore, from what everyone was saying, Hong Tianliang's older brother seemed to be even more amazing. Like the stars surrounding the moon, a young man walked over from afar. As long as he came close, the people in front would automatically open up a path for him. Hong Tianliang was a very handsome young man, but he was also incomparably arrogant and condescending. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. No one was unconvinced. Just because he was senior grand tutor Hong's grandson, who dared to provoke him. More importantly, he had an extremely monstrous older brother. Even the Saint Emperor clicked his tongue in praise and personally commented, "Heavenly genius." Hong Tianliang strode over and stopped at the very front of the group. He stood alone as if he didn't want to be in the same group as anyone else. After this little episode, there were no more sensational events. At around 10 in the morning, someone in charge of the academy came out and announced the details of the selection this time. The basic situation was what those people had discussed before. The time limit was 10 days. During these 10 days, food and lodging had to be carried out in the formation. During this time, prospective students were allowed to fight with each other. The winner could take the Red Cloud Gem of the loser, but they couldn't intentionally injure or kill anyone. Otherwise, not only would they lose the right to enter the academy, but they would also be severely punished by the Empire's laws. Alright, let's begin. The formation opened and a door appeared, flickering with a faint light. Everyone filed in. Many of them had the intention of snatching a Red Cloud Gem and then hiding for 10 days. Thus, once they rushed in, they immediately used their movement techniques and quickly disappeared into the distance. When Ling Han entered the formation, it was already 10 minutes later. He sized it up. The Imperial Capital Academy was located at the right claw of the dragon. If one looked further, it would be high mountains and lofty ridges. Thus, this formation was also in the middle of the mountains. At a glance, it was like entering a primitive forest. Want to find a small Red Cloud Gem here? Difficult. Chapter 3254. There should be some sort of hint. Ling Han thought. Otherwise, even if there were 60 to 70,000 people, and even if he had 10 days, it was possible that only a few people would find the Red Cloud Gem. He had no intention of finding the Red Cloud Gem himself. Instead, he had long since made preparations to rob them. Since this is a formation, I'll come and study it. Ling Han walked around casually, but up until now, he still hadn't discovered anything special about the formation. Everything was as normal as usual. Ah! A cry of surprise came from ahead. The forest rustled and very soon he saw 8 people running over in an extremely sorry state. Then he saw a fierce tiger appear. It was 15 feet long and its size was extremely shocking. The speed of this ferocious tiger was extremely fast and very soon, it caught up with the last person. It lowered its head and bit him, then with a fling schwa that person was thrown out. Peng, he heavily crashed into a tree and the tree was directly broken in half. Schwa, it caught up with another person. This time it waved its paw and that person was instantly sent flying. He also crashed into a tree before stopping, moaning in pain. From the looks of it, even his arms seemed to be broken. They had not even begun to search for the Red Cloud Gem, and they had already thrown away their helmets and armor. Ling Han saw clearly that this fierce tiger's strength should have surpassed 12 meridians, but had not reached 13 meridians. To the majority, this was indeed an incredibly terrifying existence. However, if 2 or 3 12 meridians joined forces, they should be able to deal with it. But these people only cared about running for their lives, and only wanted to escape from the tiger's mouth. In that case, they could only let this fierce tiger wreak havoc. Very soon the 8 people became 5. When they reached Ling Han, there were only 2 people left. They rushed past Ling Han as if they were running for their lives. They did not want to participate in this selection anymore. They only wanted to escape. The fierce tiger rushed over and Ling Han bore the brunt. Ong! The fierce tiger roared angrily and swiped at Ling Han with its paw. Boom! A giant paw descended from the sky. Young master! Seeing that Ling Han did not dodge, Summon Snow hurriedly cried out. Goo! The little pink pig squealed. It was thrown out by Summon Snow and drew an arc in the air. Summon Snow charged over and blasted a palm at the giant claw. Ling Han shook his head. Wuxia was no match for this fierce tiger. Although her progress was very fast and she already had 11 meridians, Wuxia was no match for this fierce tiger. He clenched his fist and punched upwards. The force reached the speed of sound and a series of sonic booms rang out, turning into a very obvious fist imprint. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and blasted onto the giant claw. Ping! The ferocious tiger immediately exploded. How terrifying was the strength of 1,000,000 Jin. Ling Han discovered that although the tiger had exploded, its flesh and blood did not splatter everywhere. Instead, it transformed into a flash of light and disappeared, and a red stone fell from the sky. Red marble. As it turned out, the red cloud stone could be hidden in the body of a ferocious beast, and the ferocious tiger was actually a manifestation of a formation, not a real entity. Interesting, the red cloud gem might be in the grass and trees. Ling Han put away the crimson cloud stone and immediately began to absorb the stone's essence. He discovered that if he allowed the red cloud gem to act on its own, then the effect would only be 1. But after he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, the effect would increase to 10, which was a shocking increase. Comfortable. Ling Han could feel that his cells were strengthening. This could not be seen from the outside, but the change was real. Little pig Huan Shui finally remembered that in a moment of desperation, she had actually abandoned the little perverted pig. She hurriedly ran over to pick it up. The little perverted pig humphed. Was very angry. It had actually been abandoned by someone. This was practically a great humiliation to it. It was so cute, so who could bear to abandon it? Although it was picked up by Huan Shui, it was still throwing a tantrum and was very stubborn. However, after Huan Shui pressed onto its chest, its so-called dignity was immediately tossed beyond the highest heavens, and it began to freely enjoy itself. Ling Han advanced, while the little female attendant hurriedly followed behind. The 2 of them climbed over a tall mountain, and a lake appeared in front of them. It was very large, but it was still very far away from them. Looking at it from afar, the lake was like a mirror. Let's rest by the lake tonight, Ling Han said. They had brought dry rations but did not bring water. Huan Shui naturally would not object and only nodded repeatedly. They walked and a wild boar appeared. This wild boar's physique was relatively normal, but it was very ferocious. After discovering the 2 of them, it immediately charged at them. This really was just an ordinary wild boar. Ling Han casually blasted out a wave of force, and this wild boar died and fell to the ground. Haha, we'll have pork for dinner tonight, he said. Humph humph. The little pink pig was very angry. This person actually dared to say that he wanted to eat pork in front of him. This was too audacious. If you have the guts, then don't eat it, Ling Han said to the little pink pig. The little pink pig was proud. It was a pig with principles. The 2 of them continued forward. Some of the wild beasts that appeared here were illusions formed by formations, but some were real. However, whether they were real or fake, it was impossible to tell unless they fought. When they climbed over the mountain and arrived at the foot of the mountain, before they had even walked out of the dense forest, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind them. Ling Han turned his head to look and saw a young man coming from behind. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old and he was slightly handsome. Seeing Ling Han look over, this young man smiled at Ling Han, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His speed was very fast and he quickly overtook the young man. Just as he was about to leave the dense forest, he heard a bang, and his whole body sank into the ground. What was going on? Ling Han was shocked. There was actually a trap there. A large pit that was about 4 to 5 feet deep had been dug out, and it was extremely steep. If it were an ordinary person, they could only be trapped in there and wait for rescue. However, if it was a martial artist, even if they could not jump out, the strength of their hands was terrifying, and they could forcibly punch a hole in the wall of the pit and slowly climb up. However, since someone had dug a pit here, it would definitely not be limited to this. Shio shio shio. 3 young men flew down from the tree and stood beside the pit. Hey, what is the meaning of this? The young man in the pit asked. Hand over the red cloud stone and we'll let you out, a young man in black said from above. I just came in, where did the red cloud stone come from? The young man below said. You haven't even grown any hair, and you still want to lie to your uncle, see? The young man in black snorted. Haven't grown any hair? The young man below did something that made people spit out rice. He undid his belt and then took off his pants and underwear to his knees. Then he said proudly, Look, have you grown any hair? Immediately, the 3 young men above were petrified. How could there be such a person? Ling Han was also speechless. What was this young man's brain made of? The young man pulled up his pants and shouted, Hurry up and apologize to me. Apologize for what? Just because I said that you actually have hair? Crazy. The 3 young men above all shook their heads. They felt that there was something wrong with this young man's brain, and it was better not to waste time on him. Chapter 3256. What was going on? Ling Han activated his mystic power and formed a shield. The waves crashed into him, but he was naturally completely unharmed. Kal Snow was far inferior. Her mystic power was not as strong, so she could only retreat and dodge. Guqioling, on the other hand, also used his mystic power to block the waves. Only the little pink pig was unable to dodge or block. It was directly hit by the waves and was directly sent flying. His body was also wet. It was enraged and it began to squawk at the lake. Boom, the surface of the lake split open and a huge creature appeared. This was a huge snake. It was impossible to tell how long it was, but just the part that emerged from the water was several dozen meters long, and it was as thick as a well. Just its size was enough to make people shiver. There were demonic beasts in the lake? Was this the real deal or was it created by a formation? Haha, I'll fight. Guqioling laughed loudly and broke into a run towards the center of the lake. Pa, he stepped on the surface of the water, but he actually did not sink. This was because his speed was too fast. Just the little bit of tension on the surface of the water was enough to allow him to run without sinking. He had not yet reached the speed of sound, but the difference was not too great. This brat, perhaps he had already opened all 20 meridians. Guqioling arrived and his fist punched towards the huge snake. The huge snake did not dodge. It directly twisted its huge body to meet the punch, using its body as a huge club and swung towards Guqioling. With a loud sound, Guqioling was instantly sent flying. He fell into the water. Without running at high speed, the water was naturally unable to support his weight. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This huge snake was actually in the blood transformation realm, and it was definitely not just at the first change. No matter what, it had to be at the second change. The huge snake coiled its body, and once again attacked Guqioling. Guqioling stretched out his hand and slapped the surface of the water. Peng, he immediately broke out of the water. He once again used high speed, madly sprinting on the surface of the water, waiting for an opportunity to find the huge snake's weakness. He had to run. Otherwise, if he was in the water, his movements would be too restricted. The giant snake chased after him, spitting out its red tongue and making a hissing sound that made people feel like they were in the wilderness. Although Guqioling was a bit of a straight person, he wasn't stupid in battle. He knew that his strength was inferior, and he was on the opponent's home ground, so he didn't have the slightest intention of fighting head-on. Unable to catch up, the giant snake suddenly twisted its body. Boom, the entire surface of the lake instantly began to boil, forming huge waves. Guqioling's body swayed unsteadily, and the waves in the lake caused his body to sway unsteadily as well. He almost lost his balance. After all, this was not land. The giant snake took this opportunity to charge over. Guqioling could only take it head-on, and was once again sent flying. Little brother Gu, let me do it, Ling Han said with a smile as he stood up. Little brother? Guqioling looked at the space between his legs. We haven't even compared, so how do you know that I must be little brother? Obviously his brain circuit was wrong again. Ling Han charged over. He also stepped on the surface of the water as if he was walking on flat ground. Soon he met the giant snake head-on and punched out. Demonic Monkey Fist, 20 stacked layers of strength. Ling Han didn't want to waste time on a demonic beast. A single punch would do. The giant snake was fearless and charged at Ling Han. Peng, a heavy sound rang out, and the giant snake's huge body was sent flying. And at the place where the punch landed, a bloody hole the size of a wash basin had shockingly appeared. It was just a single strike, and its tough body was penetrated by Ling Han. However, the giant snake was too big and this was not a vital point, so it wasn't killed in a single strike. Ling Han caught up. Pa pa pa. He ran on the snake's body, arrived at the snake's head and landed a punch. Such a huge snake, where could he find its weak point? So he directly exploded its head. The punch landed, and the giant snake's head was instantly blasted apart, turning into a ball of blood rain. It had originally bounced upwards, but the force of this punch was directed downwards. The two forces acted on the snake's body at the same time, and with a paw the giant snake instantly broke in the middle. Ling Han's figure shot forward and he quickly returned to the shore. An explosion rang out, kicking up huge waves. Gu Qiuling looked at him in a daze, and then he lowered his head to look at the space between his legs. He muttered, "If he's so badass then he really might be bigger than me." Ling Han naturally heard this and his mouth twitched. This youth's way of thinking was truly different from ordinary people. "From today onwards you are my big brother," said Gu Qiuling with an incomparably serious expression. Ling Han couldn't help laughing. "If everyone you can't beat calls you big brother, then how many big brothers would you have?" Gu Qiuling seriously thought about it and said, "Only someone of the same realm and who can defeat me can be my big brother." Yes, he was quite principled. Ling Han pointed at the giant snake in the lake. "Then you clean it up. A blood transformation realm demonic snake definitely has quite a few good things on it." "Yes, big brother." Gu Qiuling's reply was very clear. He immediately jumped into the lake and dragged the giant snake out. If it had been Huanxue, she wouldn't have had such strength. "This is a real snake that lives here. Maybe there's some kind of treasure in the lake," muttered Ling Han. He immediately jumped into the lake and began to search carefully. The lake was very large, but Ling Han was very patient. In any case, he had 10 days and he didn't want to search for the Red Cloud Stone himself. So he could use the last 1 or 2 days to carry out his robbery plan. If he held his breath now, he could maintain it for nearly half an hour. In addition, his swimming speed in the water was not slow, so half an hour was enough for him to search 1/3 of the area. In theory, he only needed to come up to the surface to breathe twice. Half an hour later, he came to the surface and took a deep breath. But he didn't find anything. He once again entered the lake and searched. After a while, he finally found something. There was a green stone at the bottom of the lake. There was actually a plant growing in a crack. It only bore a single fruit, and this fruit was actually a green gourd. Ling Han swam over and reached out to touch the gourd. It was just a light touch. The gourd actually fell from the vine. Seeing that the gourd was about to float to the surface, Ling Han quickly reached out and grabbed the gourd. What was this thing? Could it be eaten? Ling Han thought about it and decided to go ashore first. He didn't need to study it underwater. He came to the surface and came ashore, but he saw 7 people lying on the ground. Seeing that we killed the giant snake, they wanted to intervene and rob the Red Cloud Stone, Gu Qiuling explained. "But there's no Red Cloud Stone," Huanxue said quickly. Ling Han nodded. Real demonic beasts shouldn't have the Red Cloud Stone. Otherwise, the effect would have long been absorbed by the demonic beasts. He sat down and began to study this green gourd. He always felt that this gourd shouldn't be simple. From the outside, he couldn't see the slightest difference. Ling Han probed with his divine sense and couldn't help but be surprised. Then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Inside the gourd there was actually another space. Although it wasn't big, its length, width, and height were only about 3 meters. This was a spatial magic tool. Chapter 3257. Good story. Spatial magic tool. It's actually a spatial magic tool. Ling Han had always wanted a spatial magic tool, and he had looked it up on the optical computer. Yes, there was such a thing as a spatial magic tool, but the price had already been pushed up to a few hundred million Shenbei dollars. More importantly, there had never been a record of it being sold. Simply put, no one was selling it. Modern people didn't even know how to make normal magic tools, let alone spatial magic tools. Therefore, spatial magic tools could only be passed down from the previous civilization, but most of the historical sites of the previous civilization were under the protection of formations. There were pitifully few that could be developed. Therefore, it was difficult to obtain magic tools and even more difficult to obtain spatial magic tools. Ling Han had already given up hope, and planned to wait until he was a little stronger before considering this problem. He didn't expect it to appear on its own. Spatial magic tools actually grew? Ling Han had a strange expression. This was different from the origin world's spatial magic tools. Not to mention the fact that they were much smaller. Most of them would be made into rings or necklaces for easy carrying. If he carried a gourd when he went out in the future, would people mistake him for a drunkard? Luckily, this gourd wasn't big, only half a foot tall. He could easily hold it with one hand and just hang it on his waist. The Emperor Capital Academy definitely didn't know that there was a gourd vine growing at the bottom of the lake, and that it had produced a gourd with a spatial attribute. Otherwise they would have plucked it long ago. Profited big time. Ling Han's expression didn't change, but his heart was wild with joy. This trip to the academy, even if he didn't obtain too many red cloud stones, it was already worth it. But how should a spatial magic tool be used? He plucked a leaf, wrapped it with his divine sense, and then communicated with the gourd. With a whoosh, the leaf disappeared. If he used his divine sense to scan it, he would find that it was in the space of the gourd. The usage was actually the same. Now, he didn't have to carry a huge bag like a thief when he went out in the future. The only problem was that the space wasn't big enough. It was only the size of a small house. He felt a little regretful. If those people with spatial magic tools knew about this, they would probably jump out and point at his nose, scolding him for being greedy. One had to know that the existing spatial magic tools only had three-dimensional space of about a foot. In comparison, the space of the green gourd was 1,000 times bigger. What did people use spatial magic tools to store? Precious pills, peerless ingredients, how much space would that require? But Ling Han's first move was a nature-defying existence like the Black Tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire lower realm could actually be contained in it. So, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. They rested by the lake. After the night passed, Call Snow woke up early in the morning to roast meat. After the three of them were full, Gu Qiuling bid farewell to them and set off on his own. Ling Han asked Huan Xue to take out all the valuables from the bag and put them all into the green gourd. Young master, this is amazing. Huan Xue's eyes widened in amazement. Even the pig revealed a strange expression and kept looking at Ling Han. There were pitifully few innate spatial artifacts, and they were not just simple containers. They also had many special abilities. Even in the previous civilization, very few people had the opportunity to obtain such a treasure. It was no exaggeration to say that if this gourd appeared in the previous civilization, it would definitely attract some old monsters to fight for it. But now the Emperor Capital Academy obviously had it, but did not find a single one, allowing Ling Han to take advantage of it. This brat's luck was too good. The little pink pig spread its limbs and hugged the green gourd tightly, looking like it was going to be Lord Pig from now on. Ling Han had a thought. Could he put this perverted pig inside? He used his thought to wrap it inside, but surprisingly discovered that this perverted pig's body had a kind of power that rebounded his divine sense. How many secrets did this pig hide? Ling Han decided to try other living creatures, but he obviously couldn't use Call Snow as an experiment. Thus, he walked slowly and soon found a rabbit in the dense forest. He chased after it and caught it, but he didn't expect it to be formed by a formation. With a pang, it turned into light and shadow and disappeared, replaced by a red stone. Red cloud stone. Ling Han's expression was strange. He didn't look for it deliberately, and the red cloud stone just appeared in front of him. Did his luck attribute explode? Young master is really lucky, the little servant girl said, clapping her hands. The little pig tilted its head and looked at Ling Han. This was like a heavenly treasure taking the initiative to throw at Ling Han. Could this brat be the legendary person favored by the heavens? If that was really the case, then he had to properly curry favor with him. Ling Han continued forward. After a while, he finally encountered a wild wolf that hadn't evolved into a demonic beast. Ling Han grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. It was like a little puppy, unable to resist. With a thought, the wild wolf disappeared. It was sucked into the green gourd. The wild wolf didn't die and went berserk in the space of the gourd. Suddenly entering a dark and sealed environment, it naturally couldn't control itself. Ling Han threw in some wild boar meat. He wanted to see if living creatures could survive in the space of the gourd. After doing this, he ignored it. After Ling Han and the servant girl left, they saw a figure suddenly rush over. This was a young man with his hands behind his back. He clearly wasn't old, but he had an intimidating aura. Hong Tianliang, it should be here. According to the information I obtained from the literature of the previous civilization, there should be a vitality-nourishing gourd vine here. Calculating the time, it should have produced a gourd long ago, he murmured. This gourd not only has a space of its own inside, but it can also nourish the body. It's too amazing for words. This is my great fortune. Once I obtain it, I finally have the hope of surpassing that person. When speaking of that person, his face revealed an incomparably complicated expression. There was envy, jealousy, worship, and hatred. He leaped into the large lake and began to search. After more than an hour, Hong Tianliang surfaced, his face full of malice. He found the green stone and the gourd vine, but he didn't find a gourd hanging on it. What was going on? Could it be that someone had beaten him to it and snatched away the fortune that belonged to him? If it was something else, he might have smiled and left confidently. But this time he definitely couldn't. The vitality-nourishing gourd was related to whether or not he could surpass that person. This was a shadow that had been pressing down on him ever since he could remember, even though that person was also his closest brother. He went ashore and very quickly discovered the remains of the giant snake on the other side of the lake. There were also 7 other people lying unconscious on the ground. Guqiuling was really ruthless. It had already been a night, but these 7 people still hadn't woken up. Humph. Hong Tianliang snorted lightly, emitting a terrifying aura. Instantly, the 7 people opened their eyes at the same time, filled with fear. Chapter 3258. Second Young Master Hong. When they saw Hong Tianliang, the 7 of them hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. Hong Tianliang was a prodigy of martial art to begin with, and his future achievements were limitless. Furthermore, his grandfather was the imperial tutor of the current dynasty, and had a high status and authority. Of course, what was most revered was that person's younger brother. Hong Tianliang nodded slowly and said, "You were knocked unconscious by someone. He's only 16 or 17 years old, but he's very, very strong." The 7 of them hastily replied. Being stared at by Hong Tianliang made them feel as if they were being stared at by an ancient beast, causing them to feel as if their guts were about to burst out. This kind of feeling was too depressing and it would leave a psychological scar. "Oh, there's also a woman. She's a little older," someone added. Hong Tianliang took a deep breath and said, "Describe their appearance to me." Yes. After the 7 of them described Guqiuling and Huan Shue's appearance, Hong Tianliang turned on his photon computer and said, "Help me investigate 2 people." He described Guqiuling and Huan Shue's appearance and clothing. Logically speaking, optical computers were not allowed during the competition. This was also considered cheating, but who asked him to be Hong Tianliang? After a while, a reply came from the other side. Hong Tianliang projected 2 photos. "Is it them?" The 7 people were all astonished. They found the person so quickly. This method was too heaven-defying. "Yes, that's them. Guqiuling." Hong Tianliang looked through Guqiuling's information. He completely ignored Summon Snow. This was just an 11 Meridian minor character. There was no way he could have killed this huge snake. Although the important parts have been cut off from the remnant aura, I can still determine that this is a blood transformation demonic beast. Even if Guqiuling had opened all his hidden meridians, his strength would at most be 400,000 pounds. Therefore, this should be a first blood transformation demonic beast. Ordinary meridian opening experts naturally can't provoke a blood transformation demonic beast, so that Yuanfuan gourd was definitely taken by him. I have to find him before he figures out the purpose of the gourd and retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, if the news leaks, it will bring me great trouble. He then contacted the people outside to locate Guqiuling's location. Everyone thinks that I suppressed my cultivation for the sake of obtaining the Red Cloud Stone, so I didn't make a breakthrough and insisted on participating in this selection. But they don't know that although I want the Red Cloud Stone, the spirit-nourishing gourd is what I really care about. No one can take away what I, Hong Tianliang, have set my eyes on. He showed a hint of ruthlessness. At this time, the optical supercomputer also reported back. Hong Tianliang immediately leaped up and rushed in Guqiuling's direction. Summon Snow was naturally ignored by him again. Ling Han and Huan Shui walked aimlessly. Since they were looking for the Red Cloud Stone, it didn't matter where they went. Perhaps they would run into some heavenly treasure if their luck was off the charts. Needless to say, Ling Han definitely carried a strong halo of hatred. No matter where he went, he would get into trouble, whether he was willing or not, whether he took the initiative or not. But now, the halo of hatred must have been deeply hidden, replaced by the attribute of his luck. That was because in less than half a day's time, all kinds of demonic beasts had lunged at them, and were easily killed by Ling Han with one punch. Later it was proven that this was all derived from the formation, and contributed to him quite a few red cloud stones. This was definitely an explosion of luck. Xiao, another mountain leopard, lunged over, but its strength was only at 10 meridians, just enough to release its force. With a wave of its right front paw, a wave of force swept over. Summoned Snow met it with a battle cry. Ping ping ping. After dozens of moves, the mountain leopard was killed, turning into broken shadows. Another red cloud stone descended from the sky. Young master, for you. She picked up the red cloud stone and handed it to Ling Han. If others saw this, they would definitely weep bitterly, because too many people didn't have the slightest gain after entering, unlike Ling Han and the others, who had red cloud stones delivered themselves. Ling Han shook his head. Take this one yourself. Take a few more after this. I estimate that 5 or 6 will be enough for you to enter the top 100. Young master, can Summoned Snow also enter the academy? Summoned Snow asked in surprise. Ling Han smiled. If you don't enter the academy, I'll have to spend money to find a place for you to stay. Of course, this was a joke. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Summoned Snow nodded incessantly. Wait. Just as Summoned Snow was about to put away the red cloud stone, a loud shout rang out and a young man flew over. Summoned Snow started. I'm putting away the thing young master gave me, what are you shouting for? Hand over the red cloud stone. The young man said coldly. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, and had a confident expression. Summoned Snow subconsciously tightened her grip on the red cloud stone and repeatedly shook her head. This belongs to young master, I can't give it to you. The young man looked at Ling Han and couldn't help but sneer. What dog's hit young master is this? You dare act all high and mighty in front of me? Who are you? Summoned Snow was furious. She couldn't tolerate anyone being disrespectful to her young master. I'm Han-san. The young man gave himself a thumbs up. Han-san. The little maid was at a loss. Of course she hadn't heard of this name before. Han-san was both angry and anxious. You've actually never heard of my name? Go ask around in the Feline district. Who doesn't know of my fame? You sound like a hoodlum, Ling Han said to Summoned Snow. Summoned Snow nodded. Who's a hoodlum? Who's a hoodlum? Han-san jumped up. He was the trump card of the Iron Bull dojo. He had only been in the dojo for 5 years, but he had already become the eldest senior brother. If he entered the Imperial Academy this time, he would be even more awesome. You're the master, right? You dare look down on me? Han-san charged at Ling Han. Those who had come to participate in the selection, apart from the pretentious Hong Tianliang, meant that everyone else was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Therefore there was nothing to be afraid of. Boom, he struck out with his palm. An ordinary 12 meridian would at most have 120,000 gene of strength. Of course, this was actually not bad among 12 meridians. This was more like it. If he met someone who had opened all his hidden meridians, wouldn't it be too chaotic? Ling Han extended a finger and pressed it towards the other. Peng Han-san was instantly sent flying, and directly knocked unconscious. Search him and see if he has any red cloud stones on him, Ling Han said. Yes, young master. Summoned Snow hurriedly searched his body. Very quickly, her eyes lit up. Young master, there is. A red cloud stone appeared in her hand. Ling Han nodded and said, Okay, put it away. Summoned Snow carefully put away the red cloud stone. She knew that her young master really needed this kind of thing. Therefore she was only keeping it for her young master. Once she obtained the right to enter the Imperial Academy, she would return the red cloud stone to Ling Han. The more people who give away money, the better, Ling Han murmured. However, this caused Han-san, who had just woken up, to immediately faint from anger again. Chapter 3260. Ling Han discovered that the power of heaven and earth in the green gourd was decreasing rapidly. It wasn't inexhaustible. A night passed and the two exited the gourd. Because they were under a tree, they almost tripped and fell. Let's find a more flat place next time. Ling Han hung the green gourd on his waist and continued to wander the mountains with Huan Shui. His good luck attribute continued to work. It seemed like the formations here would go crazy when they encountered him and create beasts to attack him. In the end, they only produced pieces of red cloud rocks. Ling Han could clearly feel that his body was rapidly strengthening. Previously, because he didn't have a spatial artifact, he didn't bring the ingredients for the medicinal bath. After obtaining the green gourd, he regretted it. He shouldn't have been afraid of trouble and brought everything in. Now that he had more and more red cloud rocks, he didn't dwell on this anymore. He believed that after he digested all these red cloud rocks, his body would be able to reach the limits of the illuminating pulse realm. After walking for a day, they didn't encounter a single real beast, so there was nothing to eat. Huan Shui volunteered to continue hunting. Ling Han thought about it and nodded in agreement. This little servant girl should gradually develop her own independence. He couldn't always rely on her. He started a campfire. With the spatial artifact, he could bring all kinds of spices and wouldn't have to worry about food being tasteless. Not long after, he saw a person flying over from afar. He was very fast. When he first saw him, he was just a black dot, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. It was a tall and slender young man. He was quite handsome. It was Hong Tianliang. Hong Tianliang was very anxious now. He searched for an entire day but couldn't find Huan Shui or that young man. He had no choice but to use his photon computer to contact the outside world and ask someone to help him locate them again. Although the other party did it for him, it meant that this was the last time. When the message came, Hong Tianliang was stunned. The other party was actually behind him. He quickly ran back, feeling very anxious. It had already been more than a day. Could that person have figured out how to use the essence nurturing gourd and even found out that it had more powerful uses outside of the spatial artifact? Hong Tianliang hurriedly stopped. He glanced at Ling Han, then used his hollow brain to project a picture. Have you seen this woman before? Hey, isn't this Call Snow? Ling Han was astonished. Why was the other party looking for Huan Shui? Could it be that he had taken a look at her in the crowd and liked her? That was impossible. It wasn't that Ling Han was looking down on Huan Shui, but she was the second grandson of Grand Tutor Hong. Her talent in martial art was also quite monstrous. Ling Han felt that with his current status and identity, his maidservant wasn't worthy of Hong Tianliang's attention. Furthermore, Calling Snow wasn't an exquisite beauty like the Empress, who was so beautiful that she could make one's head spin. Then why did the other party look for Huan Shui? I'm asking you a question. What are you staring at? Hong Tianliang said with dissatisfaction. Although he had participated in this test, the truth was that he did not take any of the prospective students seriously. In his eyes, these people were not worthy of being his opponents, and were not worthy of being his classmates in the future. His goal was only the origin nurturing gourd, and he could take some red cloud stones along the way. Taking a step back, red cloud stones were priceless to the general public, but as the grandson of Grand Tutor Hong, it was the same. After all, these red cloud stones weren't very pure, and could not compare to the ones that the Vajra general had obtained. Ling Han sighed. He really didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, but who asked the other party to be so arrogant? He couldn't tolerate this. This is the attitude you use when asking questions, he said indifferently. Hong Tianliang couldn't help but be stunned. Was this brat insulting him? There was actually someone who dared to oppose him? Fresh. In reality, he wasn't an unreasonable person. As the grandson of Grand Tutor Hong, his upbringing was definitely top-notch. It was just that he stood too high and he was always flattered by others, so it was inevitable that he had developed some bad habits. His expression became serious and he said, "Sorry, I was too impatient." Ling Han was a bit surprised that the other party would actually apologize. It seemed that he could still be saved. He nodded and said, "The apology is accepted. You can leave now." Hong Tianliang nodded and strode forward, but after a few steps he suddenly realized something. That wasn't right. Wasn't he asking the other party a question? Why was he leaving after apologizing? Realizing that something was wrong, Hong Tianliang suddenly turned around. His gaze swept past and he saw the green gourd that was tied to Ling Han's waist. Although he hadn't seen the real vitality-nourishing gourd, he was focused on looking for it, so he instinctively thought in that direction. "You're Call Snow's companion," he said loudly. He couldn't be sure that this was a lie to Ling Han. Ling Han could have denied it, but what was he afraid of? "Wrong, not companion. She's my servant," he said indifferently. "So you're the one who killed the lake demon snake?" Hong Tianliang pointed at Ling Han. Ling Han frowned slightly. Why did the other party mention this? Was this snake raised by his family? What does it have to do with you? Ling Han asked. Hong Tianliang revealed a smile. Of course, he was now sure that the gourd tied to Ling Han's waist was the vitality-nourishing gourd that he had been searching for. Very good, he finally found it. Hand over the gourd, he said indifferently. Ling Han had thought that the other party was strange. He was actually looking for Call Snow. Now that the other party said this, he could connect the dots. The other party's goal was the green gourd, but he couldn't find it in the lake, so he asked the 7 people lying by the lake. Because the 7 people had only seen Call Snow and Gu Qiuling, the person Hong Tianliang was looking for became Call Snow. He smiled and said, "Why?" "Because if you don't give it to me, I'll beat you until you give it to me willingly," Hong Tianliang said confidently. When it came to martial arts strength, other than his brother who was so monstrous that he shouldn't exist in the world, he didn't think that anyone in the same cultivation level could compare to him. Ling Han laughed loudly. Shouldn't this kind of threat come from him? All right, let's fight. He hooked his finger. Hong Tianliang didn't attack immediately. He just pretended to be pretentious and said, "Why bother? Give me the gourd now and I can still be friends with you. Otherwise you'll lose this favor and get beaten up. Has anyone told you that you'll get struck by lightning if you act pretentious?" Ling Han reminded him kindly. "Those are just weaklings with no strength," Hong Tianliang said indifferently. He was still acting pretentious. Ling Han smiled and said, "Why don't we make a bet? If I lose, this gourd will belong to you." Hong Tianliang put his hands behind his back and said, "I won't lose. You really don't know how to chat. You seem to have the same effect as that idiot." Ling Han sighed. "BK." Chapter 3261. A Beautiful Romance. "Take this." Hong Tianliang shouted and had already begun his attack. Boom, his figure charged out, his speed extraordinarily fast, bringing with it a powerful sonic boom. He was indeed very powerful. Not mentioning anything else, just the wind brought about by this speed was enough to blow away an ordinary 12 meridians practitioner. However, against Ling Han this was naturally far from enough. Ling Han's upper body did not move, but his legs moved swiftly backwards. Shio, his speed was also very terrifying. They had clearly not exchanged blows, but because Ling Han's speed was too fast, a shock wave formed behind him, hitting Hong Tianliang's body, instantly affecting him, and his figure involuntarily tilted. Hong Tianliang had no choice but to change his path, otherwise with his current speed, he would be completely unable to maintain the correct path if he continued to withstand Ling Han's shock wave. He was surprised that Ling Han's speed could also reach such a level, and was not inferior to his own. Although this was far from reaching his highest speed, it had long since surpassed the speed that a 12 meridians practitioner should be able to achieve. This young man who was even younger than him by a few years, really gave him a shock. "Take this." Hong Tianliang humphed and struck out with a palm, pressing towards Ling Han. His power was released and the force of his palm compressed the air, stacking layer upon layer, transforming into a large hand visible to the naked eye. Ling Han clenched his fist and punched out. Bam! The forces of both sides collided, but it was Ling Han's fist that shattered. He had underestimated the other. Ling Han had only used 150,000 gene of strength in this punch, and had not expected that he would not be able to defeat the other. Hong Tianliang, however, felt that this was only natural. He was a being with 20 meridians, and could step into the blood transformation realm at any time. His strength could reach 150,000 gene, and was a whole 5 times stronger than an ordinary illuminating pulse peak. "Your strength has actually reached 150,000 gene." He stopped and said with a trace of admiration, "You should have opened all your hidden meridians, right?" From his point of view, an ordinary 20 meridians would only have a strength of 300,000 pounds. Unless it was a monster like him who had opened up his meridians wider, allowing his secret power to flow faster, and cultivated a high-grade cultivation technique, allowing his secret power to become incomparably pure. Only then would he be able to achieve a terrifying strength of 500,000 pounds. But compared to that man, Hong Tianliang's heart twitched slightly. That person's peak physical strength had reached a terrifying 1 million kilograms. That was not inferior to ordinary experts at the 5 blood transformation realm. He was unable to imagine just how he had managed to cultivate such power. "I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll bring you onto a broader stage," he said. Ling Han rubbed his chin and smiled. You can't give me the stage I want. TSK, what arrogance. Hong Tianliang stared blankly for a moment before snorting coldly. That's not confidence, but arrogance. Come. Let's see how strong you are. Ling Han was very interested. You'll find out. Hong Tianliang roared, once again launching an attack. This time he increased the power of his attack by a bit. He hadn't dared to attack too fiercely before because he was afraid Ling Han was too weak. What if he killed Ling Han with a single palm? Although his grandfather was the grand tutor of the current dynasty, that didn't mean he could cover the sky with one hand. He definitely wouldn't have to pay with his life, but he would still be imprisoned for a few years. Ling Han also increased his power a bit, clashing head-on with his opponent. Bang! After this exchange, Hong Tianliang was once more shocked. How had he been blocked by Ling Han? He had clearly already increased his power to around 400,000 pounds. According to reason, Ling Han shouldn't have been able to block it. So you were still holding back, he hatefully said. This bastard actually dared to look down on him. Filled with hatred, he couldn't help attacking with his full power. 200,000 pounds of power exploded out. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Han suppressed his cultivation level, and similarly exploded with a power of 250,000 kilograms, exchanging another blow with his opponent. Bang! Under the shock of the enormous power, Hong Tianliang's expression changed, and he looked at Ling Han in disbelief. He had used his full power, but the other had actually fought to a draw. Had you been playing with me all this time? I have to admit, I really did underestimate you, he said solemnly. Ling Han only smiled slightly. However, in the end you only came from a remote corner. Hong Tianliang's arms shook, emitting cracking sounds. 20 meridians can cultivate to a strength of 500,000 jin. There is no need to doubt your talent. However, your birth has determined your limitations. Again. His legs kicked out, exploding with astonishing speed. Peng, he almost reached the speed of sound as he punched towards Ling Han. Ling Han was shocked. The power of this punch definitely surpassed 500,000 pounds. Oh, he understood now. Hong Tianliang had indeed used his full power just now, but that was only a secret power. He had also trained in body arts. Now that the two kinds of power had burst out together, his power had once again been pushed to a new height. 600,000 pounds? Ling Han nodded inwardly. This was already comparable to when he had been at 20 meridians. Unfortunately, he didn't have 20 meridians now. He still returned a punch, incomparably calm. Hong Tianliang's punch was once again dispelled by Ling Han. Hong Tianliang was really dumbfounded this time. Although 600,000 pounds of power was still not his limit, the problem was, on what basis did Ling Han also have 600,000 pounds of power? And he even suspected that this might not be Ling Han's limit either. To think that you can also train your body. He gritted his teeth. Cultivation was a very easy matter. Even if one could not obtain the inheritance of a cultivation method, they could still step onto the path of cultivation by relying on fist techniques, leg techniques, and so on. And it didn't matter if one was poor. The heavens and earth were the most selfless and everyone could use its power. However, body cultivators were different. This was very costly, very costly. Even a blood transformation realm family would not be able to afford it. Furthermore, there were different levels of body arts. For a pinnacle realm family, it could only be said to be for fun. His maximum strength was 800,000 pounds. If he used it alone, his secret power would be 200,000 pounds, and his physical strength would be 400,000 pounds. But if he used them together, the effect would not be 1 plus 1, but would be slightly inferior. After all, it was impossible to reach a perfect state when two different kinds of power were merged together. Apart from that monster of a brother of his. Now, Ling Han actually also had 600,000 pounds of power. This shocked him. A kid from a backwater village was too monstrous. I really don't believe it. Hong Tianliang exploded out once more. This time he did not hold back. 800,000 pounds of power poured out in full force. Boom! This punch had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of body arts could not be underestimated. Ling Han was suddenly very curious. Now that he had also started body arts, his maximum strength had definitely broken through 1,000,000 pounds. How much was it exactly? As he thought of this, he also instinctively punched out. He could not control it, and it directly soared to 1,000,000 pounds of power. Bam! You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.